Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for joining us here at City Hall and in Council Chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor James Miller with Bridge of Life Church. Pastor.
Shall we bow for prayer? God of grace, God of glory, we enter your presence with thankfulness. We thank you for this day. We thank you for life. We thank you for health and strength. We pray your favor upon these proceedings of City Council. We pray for the mayor and her staff, for the city manager and his staff, for each council member at large and single member districts. We pray for the citizens of this great city. May your favor continue to be upon us, guide us, and keep us in thy care. This we ask in the only name that matters, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And now our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be given by our friend Luna Piñon. She's a third grader at Windsor Park. She loves tennis, plays second at the USTA Junior Tennis Tournament, and she's an IB ambassador. And she was mayor for the day a week or so ago. She made a great mayor, by the way.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, and one and indivisible.
Luna, yes. Thank you, Luna. She just walked right on out. She's not waiting for her mom. Thank you. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Gil Hernandez. Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council, and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll move on to Section E, and that is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Yes, ma'am, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council and the community. Something we started 5 years ago is to have better working relationships with our partners in the community. And one of our strongest partners, especially in terms of roadway development, construction, and maintenance, is TxDOT, the Texas Department of Transportation. And recently there was a leadership change in the lead role there for our district, and that position is our district engineer. And so today I want to welcome to the City Council, you may have seen him before, but Michael J. Walsh. He is a professional engineer from TxDOT, and he was recently appointed on August 1st as TxDOT's district engineer for the City of Corpus Christi District. So Michael has a pretty distinguished career with TxDOT. He began in 2001 in this region, in the Corpus Christi region, as an engineer assistant. And for the next 12 years, Michael worked in various capacities and managed special projects and oversaw projects to include the current Harbor Bridge repair program and US 281 project, also the elevation of the JFK Causeway on Park Road 22. That must have been a feat to get that one done. In 2013, Michael was hired as the Victoria area engineer, and that's known as the Yoakum District, and he oversaw maintenance and construction activities for Victoria, Jackson, and Calhoun counties. And then while there, he was also hired as the Director of Operations for the Yoakum District, so that was a promotional opportunity for him there. And he was responsible for leading maintenance and traffic operations in that district. And then Michael returned here to Corpus Christi in 2022, pretty recently, as the Deputy District Engineer for our Corpus Christi District. In this role, he was responsible for traffic operations, constructions, and maintenance programs. He's been working closely with Valente. He's been in most of the meetings that we have had of significance with Valente, who we know retired recently. Michael, you might not be aware, but he is a native of Corpus Christi, and and he graduated from UT, University of Texas at San Antonio, with a degree in civil engineering. So, Michael, thank you for being here today. We asked him to come in just to say hi to City Council. We know him. I know him from our work over the past couple of years. He's a great leader in TxDOT. This city really appreciates TxDOT and all the work they're doing in our community. We know the Harbor Bridge that you're overseeing is a huge asset to this community, $1.4 billion asset that's going to change the way we travel in our downtown and heading towards San Pat area. And it's a huge investment in the community. And the best part about it is we didn't have to pay any of it. So,
that's right.
Yeah. Right. So, Michael, thanks for being here again this morning. And he's going to say a few words to the community and the City Council.
Yeah, thank you for having me today. I look forward to continuing the tradition that Peter's established with my predecessor, Valente. We really want to deliver great projects for the community. We want to address mobility issues and safety issues and try and help Corpus continue to grow and progress, as well as the whole region. There's a lot of great projects outside of the Corpus boundary that we're working towards delivering for the communities. And so we're working with the MPO and with you and with your neighbors to all bring great safety projects to our local area. A little about me, I am from Corpus. My dad is a retiree of the city, almost 40 years of service with the police department. My grandfather was a school teacher at Carroll High School. So I'm from a long-time Corpus family, and it's an honor to get to come home and serve the community in this capacity. So great to be here.
Great. Well, welcome, Mr. Walsh. We really appreciate that. We look forward to working together, continuing the success.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you again, Michael. We appreciate you being here. Yeah. Great. And Mayor and Council, we have one additional item. We know that several of the schools returned back to school yesterday. I know my son did at Ray High School. And with the conclusion of the summer comes the conclusion of some of our summer aquatics programs. And so we asked Robert Dodd to be here this morning to talk about the city's pools and splash pad season, as well as the Gulf and Bay Beach lifeguard schedule. It's a surprise to me, but we're glad to hear we have many of our lifeguards, not all of them, but a small sampling of the lifeguards who this year had a successful season with 0 deaths on our beaches. That's great.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, and that just didn't come by accident. You'll see in some of the statistics that Robert will go over that these teammates here, with the leadership of the Parks Department, have been doing more proactive engagement with persons, whether they're locals or tourists, while they're in the water. So they call them preventables, where if they see if somebody's maybe going out too far, they actually approach them before they get into some type of a dangerous situation. So that's active engagement. That's what we like. Robert's going to talk a little bit about the program here, and with that, let me turn it over to Robert to highlight some of the activities and the conclusion of some of these services and what will be in its place through the winter months.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Peter. Mayor, Council, good morning. I'm Robert Dodd. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation, and joining me today is our beach lifeguards and our beach superintendent, Darren Gurley, as well as our program manager, Anna Tortorelli. Glad they're here. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Our summer season began on Memorial Day, and as school begins, we transition back to some of our fall schedules. Important dates to remember in the upcoming season: splash pads will remain open until after Labor Day, including Monday, September 2nd, which is Labor Day, and then close the following day for the remainder of the year. City pools are following the fall and winter schedules now at Collier Pool and Corpus Christi Auditorium. Lifeguards remain on site at Gulf and Bay beaches through Labor Day. Beach safety is very important, and prevention is obviously the key. The table indicates the number of type of contacts made this year by our lifeguards. We had 13,000 preventative interactions and over 1,000 safety incidents. We rescued or saved 20 individuals, and 7 of them were at one time. So I think that was during Memorial Day. So very proud of this group, and very well deserved their recognition today. Future goals for our lifeguard program would be receiving the United States Lifeguard Association certification. We'd like to do that within 2 years. train with the Corpus Christi Fire Department to attain a AART, which is the Aquatic Rescue Response Team. This year, we implemented a increase in pay for our lifeguards for the aquatic staff to bring them to industry standard. For the same time, we also offered at the end of the year summer retention bonus for aquatic staff and lifeguards of $250 that worked a minimum of 2 weeks during the summer season. Next slide. This slide shows the impact in recruiting and retention by making these two policy changes in salary increases and the incentives earned. Next is our beach safety coordinator. Her name is Lacey Kionis, and she's our safety outreach coordinator. You can find her on the beaches in that truck. And she can also is able to present at camps and classrooms and business seminars, and we can cater that to any age group and any size. So that's important. I know she's done that already, and she's going to continue to do that. Next slide. This year, we also had our first inaugural Beach Rescue Junior Lifeguard Camp. It had 15 attendees. It was a 4-day camp for ages 10 to 14, and the camp was well received, and we'll continue to do that. And it was a great way to provide an overview of skills and roles of our beach lifeguards. Upcoming part events, our big Jammin' Series concert and cinema series will continue through August the 22nd. The last movie will be August the 16th, and the last concert will be August the 22nd. See You on the Seawall is every Saturday night through Labor Day, and that's from 5 to 9:30 at various places down on the seawall, including Water's Edge Park. Our summer special events for active adults 50 and over. We'll have a summer luau on August the 17th at Broadmoor Senior Center, and the end of summer barbecue on August the 24th at the Garden Senior Center. And these events are all free to our patrons. And for anything else, questions that others might have, they can always visit us on social media or as well as our Corpus Christi Parks and Rec.com page. A report.
Great, thank you. Ms. Campos? Yes.
Well, I've been grooming, I guess, maybe my grandson for years and years and years about when we were going to Collier Pool, because that's the pool that's closest to the neighborhood. I would say, God, you know, maybe someday you might want to be a lifeguard. Well, guess what? He finally turned 16 and he was able to be a lifeguard. And on the second day of his job, I kid you not, he had to go save somebody's life. And I'm like, Matt. And my hair stood up because I said, were you prepared? Well, I mean, what did you think? And, how was this? And he was very calm about it. And he said, no, Grandma, we were ready. Like, I was ready. And I was like, oh, my God. And I said, I hope you're not taking your phone over there. He goes, no, Grandma. They make us not leave our phones behind and that kind of thing. So I just want to say thank you so much for the training and the confidence that he has achieved. I mean, it's just, he is at high school. He's at Ray High School now, but I'm very proud of him and the program. I just want to say thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Robert.
Our lifeguards do absolutely wonderful things
Yes.
on a daily basis, and they're prepared, and they'll always be
Yeah.
prepared.
Yes, and he chose to be out there in the beach and not, in the pool. So, he took that long drive. So I'm very grateful for the team here and for all of you for doing that, because it's not taken lightly. So thank you for taking it so seriously.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Robert, thank you. Thank you for all the information. I had a few minutes to visit with our lifeguards, and thank you all. You were, what I said earlier, you are brave, and you have to be very responsible for the responsibility that comes with being a lifeguard. I told them it's such a cool job, and look at them, they're all beautifully tanned, but it's also a huge responsibility. It's a huge responsibility, and the city of Corpus Christi can't, the first thing that the city manager said was, we have 0 deaths, and that's in great part because of you. And because of how serious you take your job, so thank you. And I also want to point out, we have a lifeguard within our team named Kai. And I want you to stand up, Kai, because Kai was awarded Most Improved Lifeguard at the city's Beach Rescue Banquet the other night. That's a huge honor. Congratulations. We really commend you for that. All of you are very, very proud of you.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you, Chief Wade and Mayor and Councilman Suckley for, working with us this year, and we're going to become better and better and better every year. So thank you for your input and insight. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, let's bring them. Why don't y'all come up and get a picture? We'll stand back here, and we'll get a picture. Peter, you want to come? Or Chief Wade and Robert,
Yes, ma'am.
Darren, everybody.
Right through there, guys. One of our lifeguards is Chris Steinbruck's daughter, and I remember when she was born, so now she's out here saving lives. Great job, Miss Steinbruck.
Yeah, move this way. Perfect. All right, council members over here, can y'all scoot in? Y'all are perfect, y'all are perfect. Okay, everyone look behind me, great. Everyone look right up here. Big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Good job.
Okay, Mayor, that concludes the city manager's comments for this morning.
Okay, Thank you, Peter. So we're about 10 minutes early, but we'll go ahead and start our public comment as we have 20 in person, and then about another 4 either on phone or WebEx. So as we proceed to item G, or public comment, item F. I would like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle very significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it certainly is not the sole avenue. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, we're going to go ahead and proceed on to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to the policy. Before we begin, I'd like to ask City Attorney Miles Risley to please review the council rules of decorum, and these rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. If you'll please state your name and address, your home address, before beginning your comments, it's much appreciated. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at the present time, and second would be when we actually hear the item itself. Please choose one of the options. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. Upon completion of the allocated time, a buzzer will signal the conclusion of your comments. If you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will distribute it to us. So we will start now with Mr. Sean Flanagan.
Hello, Council. My name is Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. What I'm about to say is my own opinion. At the last council meeting, a citizen petition concerning the COVID-19 waiver was brought forward. Due to tragic miscommunication, the petitioners were not aware that it was being brought forward, and so as a result of that, there was a certain amount of mischaracterization of the petition. Fortunately, there was a vote to table a petition that failed, but that was the only action taken on this petition. As a result, the council has 45 days under city rules to consider the petition, and I think that this is worthwhile. I have given you 3 pieces of paper. The first piece of paper is from the CDC, their Vaccine Adverse Effects Reporting System. This is nothing that we made up. This is what the CDC has put out. You will notice there are 25 serious side effects listed on this paper. If you turn the paper over, you will see that there are the 25 listed, and 2 of them are highlighted in yellow. They are highlighted in yellow because if you look at the next piece of paper, which is the vaccine information statement from the CDC, and if you turn it over to to point 4 on the back, risk of vaccine reaction, out of the 25 serious reactions that the CDC listed in June of 2024, only 2 of them are listed on the vaccine information statement. I think that this is insufficient. This is not me stating this. This is the CDC's information. Now, the last paper I gave you is a locally produced form which is currently being used by the City Health Department for when folks want to get a COVID-19 vaccination. You will see there is nothing stated on that form about adverse reaction. It just says, do you know what the adverse reactions are? And if all they have is the CDC's October 23 put out form that you got as page 2 of this packet, they are only getting 2 of 25 serious reactions that are listed. Now, I was in the Army, and we had to deal with folks that had problems from Agent Orange. We had folks that had problems with burn pit using diesel fuel to kill the big human waste, sorry. But the deal is that the government is a big organization, takes a long time to turn around. Our petition is basically trying to bring a little bit quicker reaction. The data has changed concerning these COVID-19 reactions, and we feel that the citizens of Corpus deserve to know what all the side effects are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Patricia Anderson.
I have some slides. Do I need to punch something or? Okay. There we go. All right. My name is Gail Anderson, and I live in District 2. And like Sean Flanagan, I would like to address that citizens initiative from the July 30th City Council meeting. And again, I apologize that we weren't here, but we had some kind of miscommunication. At that meeting, the city staff presented that what we were trying to do was illegal. And what I'd like to do is just set that record straight, that not only is it not illegal, but it is mandatory that the public have informed consent. So let's set the record straight. So on this first slide, this is the law the city staff provided, which is 10 facts regarding the vaccine information statement, which is called a VIS. And so going to the next slide, what I'm doing is just zeroing in there. When you read the details in that second paragraph, as Councilman Hernandez said over and over, the devil's in the details. This law is for childhood vaccines. It's not for the COVID mRNA vaccine. So the health department, as Mr. Flanagan again said, they provide two things to patients. They provide the CDC vaccine information statement, which is a VIS, and as you can see on the slide, and they provide a consent form, which you were given earlier. So the VIS form is grossly outdated. These are the things that it lists for the adverse effects for COVID-19. Pain, fever, not COVID-19, but the vaccine. Pain, fever, headache, mainly a bunch of minor stuff except for the myocarditis and pericarditis, and a remote chance of a allergic reaction, severe injury, or death. So what does the Texas Supreme Court law say on vaccines? First, the 1977 law states that consent must be informed. Note the emphasis on informed. The 1912 law states physicians must disclose risk that will influence a person's decision. So the whole reason we're here is that the CDC's own VAERS data, which you were given earlier, shows 25 life-changing, debilitating illnesses from the COVID-19 vaccine. Therefore, the CDC VIS form is not informed, and it doesn't adequately address all the risk. So let's just summarize. COVID-19 mRNA vaccines do not fall under childhood vaccines. Second, the CDC VIS form is all right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. John Weber.
John Weber, 6009 Naples Street. Please play a video. The Farfield story started on June 13th when I inspected some public information requests. The end of April, Drew Molly became aware of a letter claiming the proposed Inner Harbor desal plant will, quote, will not comply with TCEQ standards and thus not be productive of marine life. Quote, Ken Britton's email acknowledges the EFDC Plus modeling may be disparaging and a roadblock to the city's project. Quote, the city has not accomplished any far-field modeling. The scientific information, EFDC Plus modeling results in possession of the port show the city's proposed desal discharge will cause saline accumulations and not just within the Inner Harbor, but outward from the Inner Harbor. In May, Drew Molly was in contact with Jeff Pollock at the port in an apparent effort to get the port's EFDC Plus far-field model. There was much communication and miscommunication between the port's modeler, Jordan Fernandez, and the city's modeler, Ernest Toe. A letter of agreement dated May 30th was drafted between Peter Zanoni and Ken Britton. It was heavily redlined by the city, including the statement, the EFDC platform is effective for simulating high salinity, high temperature, and/or low dissolved oxygen plume movement, and is recommended by the Texas Water Development Board staff and endorsed by the U.S. EPA. Then it appeared Drew Molly didn't want the model, but, quote, "We just need the data that was put into the model." Jeff Pollock responded by saying, "It sounds as if the city was only interested in the input and validation files, not the actual EFDC Plus model that Jordan LRE created for the Corpus Christi Bay on our behalf," end quote. So the port made a model, offered it to the city, then Drew Molly said he didn't want it, which is concerning because we really need it because someone said the results were alarming. On June 18th, I requested a copy in native format, all model files used by LRE Water and its EFDC Plus model from the port. After a long and arduous process, I finally received them on August 2nd. With the help of a computer scientist and Jason Hale, we started running the model. What you have been watching is a time-lapse recording of the model showing how the city and port's desalination projects affect the salinity in the bay. I will hand it off to Jason to finish my presentation, but make sure you check out all the written comments that you have today. They're very important. And we'll just watch the rest of this for my remaining 7 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Jason Hale.
Hi, council members. Jason Hale, 211 Lemming. Can you please start the video? As John mentioned earlier, this is the port's newest far-field model for the Corpus Christi Bay. It has simulations for the cities and the port's desalination projects, and it shows how they affect the salinity in the bay. Right here is the increase in salinity from the city's Inner Harbor plant and its La Quinta plant. The blue cells on the grid show a 0 increase in salinity, while the red cells show a 2 parts per 1,000 increase in salinity. Now, to be fair, the red cells will go above 2 parts per 1,000, but I chose to cap it here because this is a common salinity limit used for desalination plants. The limit ensures that operations will be safe for the environment. The TCEQ uses it, Parks and Wildlife recommends it. It's a good limit. The exact limit is 2 parts per 1,000 at 100 meters from the plant's outfall. Each cell in this grid is about 200 by 300 meters, so any cell that is red and is around a plant's outfall indicates that this limit is being exceeded. One concern with the model is that it assumes the brine coming out of the desal plant is evenly mixed throughout the water column, from top to bottom. That's unreasonable, though, because the brine is heavy. It sinks, and the city needs it to sink, because the plant's intake is only 10 feet higher than the outfall. In the model, the brine starts out more diluted than it would be in real life. In reality, the brine would occupy a small part of the water column instead of the whole water column, or at least that's what the city's near-field modeling shows. If that's true, then the brine will likely take longer to dilute and will likely lead to higher salinity increases. The modeling results here are already concerning, but they could be worse once the inputs are corrected to match the city's near-field modeling results. So what's green here may actually end up being red. Now, I used the demo version of the modeling software to view the results, so I couldn't modify anything. All I did was set up the filter and hit play. What you're seeing is straight from the port's model. The reason John and I are presenting these results is because the city has repeatedly denied requests from community members asking the city to do a far-field model. We were hoping that seeing these results would motivate the city to change its stance on doing more modeling, especially because less than 2 months ago, the city's lawyer said that the city will not move forward with a far-field model because it would not advance their project. And I can see why. The coastal bend has a rich ecosystem that deserves to be protected. We fish here, we recreate here. Our tourism industry depends on the health of the bays. We deserve to know what the actual impacts from desalination will be. All we want are the facts. We want the city to do the model with accurate inputs and to share the results with the public in an open and transparent way, which so far has not been the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. John Morris? Is John Morris here?
He had a family.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Rachel Caballero?
Good afternoon, Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Good afternoon, elected community members who are refusing to listen to their constituents. Quoting Suzanne Till, Director of Division II Padre Dam Municipal Water District of Carlsbad, California, home of the Cloud Lewis Carlsbad desalination plant that you all proudly visited and misled the community about, quote, the San Diego County Water Authority's water supplies from the Carlsbad desalination plant and the water transfers from the Imperial Irrigation District are probably the most expensive developed water supplies in the state of California, end quote. This is now resulting in an 18% water rate increase in the first year and will go up to 39% increase in the next few years. We cannot afford this. Agenda after agenda, language is being used in these meetings is meant to confuse and overwhelm the community. These tactics may work on some, but not all of us, especially those of us who have moved away, had some life experience outside of Corpus, and have moved back. We do not want desalination in our Corpus Christi Bay, and we do not want to pay for it for multi-billion-dollar for-profit corporations that have proven that they are horrible community partners by suing us regarding their minimal water rate increase and refusing to pay their property taxes. If you think our fight against desal in our bay has been aggressive, here's a warning. Any attempts or tactics of trying to privatize our water is going to involve a fight like you all have never seen. The city of Corpus Christi's budget has gone from $983 million in 2019 to now $1.8 billion for almost no population growth, no true visible residential street repairs, and minimal infrastructure repair or maintenance. Now, a $175 million bond, when 2020 bond items have not even been completed. A repackaging of the epic failure of Proposition A that still includes, you all guessed it, the American Bank Center. Refusing to listen to your constituents after putting out your own survey telling you what it is we want, but doing the opposite is complete insanity. $600,000 for dash cam cameras for the water department? They aren't the police. This is disgusting after threatening to shut down our libraries, parks, and amenities that we want. Let us not forget the $50 million underground natural gas storage that we don't want. You industry cronies are costing us a lot of money.
Thank you. Can we, on a statement of fact, streets, there's a few things she mentioned that we've absolutely addressed, and actually in an unprecedented way. So can we have staff go over the streets that we have taken care of? The water, also your point to the water, the dash cameras, just explain, not in this moment, but.
Okay, yeah.
The water rate increases due to desal conversation.
Okay, but some of them.
I've already been to your street.
Ms. Caballero, based on, all I'm asking for staff to do is address some of the statements she made, because as a statement of fact, there have been much improvements in streets, not all of them obviously, but
right.
We've had an unprecedented amount of investment. So if we can just, and it's for you're making the statements, and I want to make sure that factual information is given to her based on a few points that she made.
Okay, we'll get that.
Thank you. Thank you. Bob Catalano.
Morning, Council. Bob Catalano, 201 Surfside Boulevard, Corpus Christi. I want to thank you all for the park. that she's built over there. He's had the grand opening, and I was standing on the deck waving to some of you, and I apologize I couldn't come down because I was on the way to a doctor's appointment. But I do want to thank all of you. It's a great addition to North Beach. And also, the beach looks great. Because of that storm Alberto, it shifted some sand, and this beach has looked best in 25 years, I got to tell you. I walk out on the deck, and I just amazed how nice North Beach looks right now. I want to thank you for that. Now, the other thing is, quickly, that a few weeks ago I came and said I had an issue or so. Probably going to have some issues with the park, but I mentioned I had sent you, gave you a picture to look at. And I want to tell you that the next day, the guys called me right out there. And the next day, they were right out there. Bob, we went round and round about this and that. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. Well, I never got it. But anyway, they'll get to it sooner or later. And I get that I live on a beach and I've got issues with the park, but I understand that kind of stuff over the years. I'll be standing up here about different things. But I used to own a golf course in San Antonio, and every other month the same guy would be in. Hey, Bob, they're looking in my backyard for golf balls. Well, you live on the golf course. What do you want from me? So I get it. I get that, but with all that said, I know the fellas will be out to do what we needed. However, one other thing, I need your counsel on this. When that storm came, Alberto, all three of my houses flooded on the beach. Matter of fact, City Manager Peter Sononi came right out there with Mr. Neiman Young, and they checked everything out. Matter of fact, Peter was skating through my house on his nice shoes, on that mud. And I can't get my houses fixed through the insurance because they say now the city and the deeds and the appraisals, they only have construction of the homes maybe till 1985. I got aerial photos of my houses being there from 62, 65. How do I get that changed? Who helps me to correct the date of the construction of my homes so I could present it to the insurance companies in FEMA saying my houses have been here much longer than 1985. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Catalano. I'm not sure.
We'll work with them. We'll have Ernesto De La Garza, our Public Works Director. We'll meet with you, Bob.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll help you out. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Ron Graben.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have profound respect for everyone, and Peter is included, for what you do. Thank you. I won't reiterate, Bob, the beaches looks great. Thank you.
Can you state your name and address, please? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Ron Graben, 202 Surfside. Thank you. Thanks to Robert Dodd, he's very responsive. I'm going to talk behind his back, but he's not here, so I'm talking. Okay, did a great job. Oh, he's back there. Okay, hi, Robert. And we appreciate that very, very much. One of the objectives we're trying to do on North Beach is, of course, revitalization, and we thank the city manager for especially paying attention, and those of you up here have done that. We're trying to make it presentable. So we're asking that the grass be cut, homeowners pay attention. I don't think that's unreasonable. It probably hasn't been asked before, but so we were really asking that code enforcement really pay a little bit of attention. They're doing fine. Of course, the excuse is that they're understaffed. So if that's the case, there are people that are willing to volunteer to help them to bring that to light. And, it wouldn't take that long, but that's one of the things that we're trying to do, establish a better visual look. And it also will encourage property owners to pay attention. So an absentee property owner, may live in another state or a different part of this country, they're going to be forced to pay attention, and that's good for the neighborhood. The main reason I come to you today, though, is the bridge, they say, the new bridge, Lynn Allison says that we're supposed to be driving across it next summer. So I don't know what the Vegas odds makers are on that one, but that's the news on the street. It would be a tragedy if at the moment that that bridge opened up that we had not yet reconstructed Beach Avenue, because that is going to be a main artery. It's going to eliminate one of the exits. So every now and then I think I have a good idea, and then somebody says maybe it's not a good idea, but if you would look at the traffic patterns of possibly making Beach Avenue one-way into North Beach and surf and Gulf Spray one way out, it may be something to consider. So you're one way in, one way out. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I did want to present it to you, and that way everybody hears the same thing, and maybe somebody can go to work on trying to decide whether that's a good thing to look at or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Graben. Jana Shu.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Jana Shu, 3714 Topeka. I wish I could be as happy as they are about response from city services for my need. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened in several years. I'm here today to talk about an issue with a street that I counted. I've submitted 38 requests in the 25 years since I bought my house for this street to be fixed. Topeka has 5 sections. The street I live on is behind Doddridge at Exxon at Alameda. It's a cut through. It goes all the way down to Santa Fe, where Presbyterian Church is. Several years ago, it was paved and fixed, I'm assuming from some bond. It was paved to the corner, right in front of the fire hydrant. At that corner where it was paved, that's considered Bronner Parkway, 400 Bronner. When it goes all the way down to Santa Fe, that's 3700 Santa Fe at 400 Bronner Parkway. I've talked to, I can't count how many individuals in streets, given information as to why just the potholes are filled, which right now, if you drove down the street, there's at least 400 or 500, some are 2 to 3 feet deep. The pavement deterioration is now about 2 feet deep down from curb cutouts. I have submitted picture after picture after picture. Previous city council members, I do want to thank mine, Sylvia Campos, who came out, walked it with me. I was a year or 2 ago, and she said, I hate to tell you it's not that bad, and it's just progressively gotten worse. I understand. When the streets repaving program came out, I researched it. 2 years ago, I was told an engineer had to put it on the list to be researched. That didn't happen. Then I was told there needed to be more information, that it's not technically a street because it's a parkway, that it's not the city's property. Then why does the city come mow it? Well, it's a drainage ditch because at the end there's a drainage. Okay, well, how do I get it paved? Because I can't tell you how many wheel alignments I've had to pay for in several years. So I went to the District 2 open house last week and spoke to Mr. Manuel Hernandez. I was told there needs to be a PCI done. There's no indication that's going to be done, which is the rating of the street. He had personally driven down it. He saw how bad it was with code enforcement on another issue. Then I was told there's some kind of other issue project where concrete's going to be used, but it hasn't been approved by City Council as part of the repaving. I want my street fixed. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Shu, thank you. Peter, can we have
Yeah, I was looking for Ernesto Neiman's back there. So
okay, Ms. Shu, Assistant City Manager's back there, Dr. Neiman Young, and he can get with you to discuss that. Thank you. Roseanne Norman.
Roseanne Norman, 4629 Monette Drive. Hi, you may remember me. I was here before, talked about my children. I have 4. My 2 oldest have had problems with vaccines. My daughter developed autism at a very young age. Her language didn't come in. It finally came in, and it was very unique, quirky. My son had seizures with every vaccine, and I hear that we are now looking at another push to vaccines for especially directed at children, and I wanted to share a little bit of thoughts about that. So, my daughter had a special doctor. He lived in Harlingen, and he told me his words were, vaccines are not near as safe as we've been led to believe, nor as effective as we have been led to believe. And nobody knows what happened to our good doctor. Anyways, it's beside the point. I wanted to ask if anybody knows the rate of autism in the Amish community. It's 0. It's 0. They don't have it. They don't have any autism because they don't have any vaccines. They don't have medical doctors to help us to get through life. So I wanted to make sure you knew that. There is a wonderful book. I went to the library and I found a book. It was 600 plus pages of who knew what when. And to find the information of the link between vaccines and autism, a man named David Kirby, through the Freedom of Information Act, went to Washington and was given the runaround, and the thank you for years. And finally he was able to get in using the Freedom of Information Act, and he was allowed onto the computer. He was given, I don't know, a couple of hours to look at the information, and but they didn't give him the passwords, and they weren't going to do it. However, a nice lady passing by said, one of my friend's children has autism, and so I will give you the password, when she did. And he was able to get into the information of Humana Health from California, where all this information was collected, and there was a definite link. The name of the book is Evidence of Harm, and it's not in the library shelves anymore. Anyways, I hear we are looking at the COVID shot and getting this approved for children, and is this what we are looking at today? This city is accepting money to push this COVID shot education onto the younger children. Is that what we are looking at? My son, who's 18, said, "Isn't that a dead horse?" Anyways, thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Corina Ridgers.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Corina Ritgers, and I am a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi, currently residing in District 5, 4913 Valley Mill. And I have come here today to voice my opposition to several of the proposed budget cuts for the 2025 fiscal year, namely the closure of the Oso Bay Learning Center, the closure of the Garcia Library, and the drastic reduction in the hours of operation for the new pool at Bill Witt Park. The Oso Bay Preserve and Learning Center, through its hosting of numerous community educational events and camps, has allowed my family to learn about the birds, plants, and animals that surround us. Learning about the nature around us has taught us to value it and the community that we live in. It has also given us a reason to get outside and de-stress, as connecting with nature is known to do. Please do not deprive the residents of Corpus Christi of this vital resource. The Garcia Library is the only library on the Southside District 5 area, and as many of you know, District 5 is where Corpus is experiencing rapid growth, with new neighborhoods continuing to pop up past Yorktown. An area with such a large population needs a local library. If the Garcia Library is closed, residents would have to travel to the Nayland Library, which is about a 16-minute drive from my house in the Club Estates neighborhood. And lastly, in 2020, the residents of Corpus Christi voted for the construction and funding of a new pool on the south side. As a result of this bond proposal, the construction of the new community pool at Bill Witt was initiated. There is not a community pool on the south side of Corpus Christi solely for the use of residents. The natatorium has limited hours and space for community swimming, with many of the lanes blocked off for lap swimming. And I did notice also that y'all are cutting the budget. It's a proposed cut of $100,000 from the natatorium as well. So I don't know what that would do to the hours of that pool, but obviously probably cut them. Currently, my family has to drive to Port Aransas or Portland to go swimming at a decent pool with slides and areas for small children. Now, swimming is a life skill that children in coastal areas especially need to master. It could very easily be the difference between life and death. Swimming is also a skill that needs to be practiced often during childhood and adolescence to truly be mastered. As any parent can attest, kids often make progress learning to swim during the summer, but lose that progress unless they have access to a pool to practice in year-round. Additionally, 8 months out of the year, from March through October, swimming is pretty much the only feasible outdoor activity for children and teens due to the intense South Texas heat. For these reasons, the new pool at Bill Witt needs to be open year-round, like the community pool in Rockport and the Port Aransas community pool are. These smaller communities manage to keep their pools open, and so can we. So what I'm asking the council is to invest in us, the citizens of Corpus Christi. Give us places to connect with and learn about nature. Give us access to books for our families and a place for children and teens to gather outside in the hot weather, learn to swim, make lasting friendships, and grow as a community. I ask council members to remember that citizens are a city's most valuable resource. Please treat us as such by investing in us.
Thank you, Ms. Ritgers. Jaden Sint.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jaden Sint. I live at 4913 Valley Mill Drive in District 5. I have lived in Corpus my whole life, and I currently reside in District 5. I came here to speak about the closure of the Oso Bay Preserve and Learning Center, which I am very opposed to. The Oso Bay Preserve and Learning Center is of immeasurable value to me. I have had the privilege to learn from local nature experts and education specialists through my participation in the programs offered at the preserve, including an animal dissection class, porch talks, birding walks, nature walks, herbal classes, and summer camps, just to name a few. Through these classes, I've been able to connect to the nature around me, learn about it in the city that I call home. The preserve is the only place that facilitates residents' connection to their surroundings, as it is the only community-funded recreational learning center in Corpus Christi. We need more of these spaces, not less. I'm 18 years old, and someday, God willing, I will have a family and children. I would like the city I raised them in to have spaces like the preserve so that they can learn and connect to nature just as I did. I would like that city to be Corpus Christi. Please don't make me move.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Melendez de los Santos. Sorry, but you know what? We'll go. Where's Devin? Where is Devin sitting here? Do you mind? I just called her up instead of you. You were next in line. You'll go right after her if you don't mind, since you're up, Melinda. Councilman.
Everybody gets to talk with me. Okay, Peter, could you once and for all clear up this deal about the natatorium, $100,000? It was my understanding that was a fee that we had on our books, but we never actually paid.
Right, that's correct, Councilman. So in reviewing our budgets annually, one thing we do look at is that if they're not spending the money, then there's no point having the budget. So at the natatorium, this year the parks looked at the total budget. There's that 120 some odd thousand that hasn't been ever used. So it's really just a right sizing of the budget. We're not cutting any services.
So this not going to have any impact on
it won't have any impact.
Operation.
Right. For years, we have never spent the 120 some odd thousand, so we didn't need the budget. So we're reducing the budget to reflect reality and spending trends over the past several years.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Peter, if you could, when someone, which I don't blame you at all, it's what was said, but can we, in the moment or after the person speaks, maybe make that clarification? Councilman, thank you for bringing that up, but that needs to be clarified after the person speaks so that everyone can understand, okay, there will be no effect. Of course. Well, I wouldn't either. And so you're right in asking, and thank you for that. But I would like for any clarification, especially when it comes to the budget, to be made right after the person speaks. And if there needs to be clarification, as you hear me, request it after you speak privately, we'll also address that as well, as you've seen. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, very well, thank you.
Yes, Ms. De Los Santos.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Melinda De Los Santos. I am regarding the Citizens Initiative. I'm requesting that you consider replacing the city's consent form and use CDC's own VAERS data for the list of adverse effects because the current CDC vaccine information sheet is inadequate for patients to make an informed consent. If you look at Figure 1, the CDC states that COVID vax can prevent and reduce severity of COVID-19 disease. The experts say no. Figures 2 and 3, you'll see that the risks listed are lacking and basically insulting to the research many physicians have contributed and compiled, such as Dr. Trousey in his library of 1,000 peer-reviewed articles on vaccine injuries, where 118 adverse effects are listed. Some of the more serious effects in there are such as cancer and strokes and miscarriages are not even listed. Figure 4, the 2023-2024 formula continues to recommend the vax for children 6 months and older when they have a 99.997 survival rate if infected. Studies indicate the more one vaccinates, the more susceptible you are to infection. Figure 5, doctors speak out to ban the mRNA shot and ask other doctors have the courage to stand up for their patients despite the threats of governmental bodies or private organizations tied to Big Pharma. Figure 6 and 7, you ask who are these? So these are the credentials of the experts I researched so that you are confident that though I'm not an expert, I am doing my best to provide you with the best information on the subject. Figure 8 is a FYI sheet, but as they say, don't take my word for it, do your own research. In summation, this may sound redundant, but the CDC has discredited itself with the mask guidelines, lockdowns, and change of vaccine definition. Accurate, updated information is needed to make an informed decision. We are not asking you to ban the vaccine, but to make an informed decision about our request so that a life like Jack Horn may have been saved. Who was Jack Horn? He was a 26-year-old man who died within 2 weeks of taking the AstraZeneca COVID-19 shot. He developed blood clots at the brain. He started to develop headaches 8 days after he was vaccinated. He went to the hospital where a blood clot was identified. It was believed he then suffered a stroke and died shortly after. He was not told about the seriousness of the side effects. It was later admitted that the failure to provide the correct risk magnitude for blood clots at the time of abstaining Jack's consent was a breach of duty. Let's not do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos.
Ma'am, can you state your address? I'm sorry, I don't think you did.
Oh, I did?
No, ma'am.
Oh, because they were all talking.
I know.
Melinda De Los Santos, 611 Gulf Shore.
I'm sorry we distracted you.
Yes, you did.
Okay, now Devin O'Kelly. Yes.
Is it okay? Did they come?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
You come up here. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Devin O'Kelly, and
Can you pull that? Yeah,
Yes.
pull it.
District 4. I'm from Corpus, and now I'm raising my family in Corpus, and that's really why I'm here today, is to ask you to reconsider budget cuts to the Oso Bay Wetlands Learning Center. So we moved to our current home in 2018, and it's walking distance to the Oso Bay Wetlands, one of the big reasons we bought that house. And I realize, I don't know if you're all familiar with what all they offer. It's a 162-acre nature preserve. There's 2 miles of really well-kept trails, a gorgeous playground, beautiful learning center. They educate the community about the need to protect our local ecosystem. They offer guided nature walks, community events, volunteer opportunities. They have field trips, camps. They've done a lot of classes there. They get to dissect animals, learn, you know, what our local plants and wildlife are. So we love living here, and we want to invest in our kids while they're young to foster a love for the area and ensure its future growth. And we want them to take pride in the city and where they're from. So thank you. And is it okay if they say a little something?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. I love your shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Fallon, and I've gone to a lot of classes here. I've learned so much about animals and plants. We love to walk on the trails and look at the insects under a microscope. Please don't close the Learning Center. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Canela Vasquez Pagan. I have been to a few of the classes, and I love all the stuff, and I love the science lab.
Awesome. Okay, thank y'all. Thank you for letting your voice be heard. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So just to point out two things. One, on the large preserve, the grounds in the budget, there's no change to those. So the grounds would be maintained still and would be open as they normally are today.
Okay.
So the Learning Center, the building that's there, we know that you are working with an agency that has interest in taking it over, and then more information will be coming out, but we just want to share that with the community that with your advocacy and work, there's a chance that we'll have a funding partner. It's too soon to detail it, but I think we can feel confident that the Learning Center will be open under a different business model with your leadership, and the grounds are still funded with the city's budget, so there's never any change to the preserve itself, only the Learning Center.
So I want the kids and Devin. So the grounds are there. There was never a question on the grounds, and we are working on partnering to see what we can do with the facility. Yeah.
Will be.
No, right.
Yeah.
We're working on all that. Yes, thank you, and thank you for coming down. Mark Minster?
Mark Minster, 1013 Barracuda. So I'm going to talk about the public budget input sessions, and some of these comments have kind of realized what I wanted to talk about. I was really upset with the format that the city changed to for these input sessions, and it was honestly kind of embarrassing. I went to all 3 of the input sessions last week, and they were in restaurants and bars, and it was, compared to the sessions from previous years, it was like at libraries and places where it was like this, but the city manager or someone would respond directly. And that's something that we don't have with public comments. So that's what I was really looking forward to. So when I got there and it was like a career fair setup where you just walk around, you can't hear what other people are asking, people can't hear what you're asking, I was really disappointed. And the reasons I was given for the change was that there was poor attendance in the previous years. And I went home at that night and I watched on YouTube, and there was way more people at the sessions in previous years than there was at these sessions. Like, it was mainly city staff from what I saw when I was there. There was a lot of city staff and not a lot of residents. And so, yeah, I was upset, and that's why people are here today asking about it. And for the budget cuts, I was already disappointed with some of the reasons for the budget cuts, and then I got to the budget input sessions and the format was changed. So yeah, I was disappointed. But when we're cutting libraries, homeless services, the Oso Wetlands Learning Center, and there was no one from those departments to talk to. I was there with groups of people. We were waiting to talk with people from those parts of the city, and we were told that they weren't there. And then when I was told the reasons why we have to make cuts is because of the property tax legislation that we're passing through and removing the street fees. Well, first of all, the property tax is like $100 to $150 a household. That's the real impact of it. And the street fees, that was put on, I was at the La Retama yesterday looking at articles of when the street fees were added. It was to pay for the streets. And now that's a reason the city's saying why we're making cuts to these services is because we're taking away these fees that were put on that weren't originally there. So, and then it connects to desalination. When we're talking about cuts and we're at a budget shortfall and then we're financing $500 million for the desalination plant, and we have community members today that I know have been presenting this information about the far-field model to the city months ago, and I'm not seeing it until here today in August when they were talking about that in February, and I hear a public comment talking about that. So it's just really frustrating, especially with the impacts of that plant, potentially where it's going to be built in the Hillcrest neighborhood, even if there's not any noise pollution or smell, it's still a 14-acre industrial facility right down the street where people live, and they've already gone through the Harbor Bridge project and everything. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minster. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask everyone to please respect the decorum, and there is no applauding. I mean, imagine if we had applauding after every single person, or the opposite. It just wouldn't be fair. So please, let's respect that. Mr. Minster, clearly there's some statement of facts that need to be explained to him in regards to some of the statements he made, because they're valid. I understand your concern, but I also want them to be clarified. So maybe staff can go through some of those things with him, Peter.
Yeah, we can speak with them. I spoke with them at the 3 budget workshop. So Mark, good seeing you. We'll keep talking with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. I spoke with him as well.
We had
But
3 community input sessions last week.
we appreciate
The one, by the way, for Mark and others, we have one on Wednesday night in City Council District 5, and we're going to have kind of a hybrid format and the OSO campus of Del Mar College. On the second floor is a bigger room, and so there's a dividing curtain, and we'll have it partially divided, and then on one side will be the format that we have been using, which is a more one-on-one conversational tables with the major departments, and then on the other side we'll have the auditorium-style seating. Councilman Hernandez will be there, and myself leading the meeting, and so people can have a choice. They can go to both sides of the room or just stay on one or the other. So, Mark, that's this Wednesday at 6 o'clock at the OSO campus of Del Mar College, near the culinary school portion, right, Hernandez? Yeah. So we'll see you guys there. You'll like that. I know yeah. And then we have one more on Thursday night, and that one, what's that? At Fun Track, right. That's going to be a good one. So for parents who have children, little kids, this is a great opportunity to come out and talk to your city leaders, because the little kids can play at Fun Trackers. And we know Mark doesn't have little kids, but
one day he might.
But others may. So it's just we're trying a different format. And as much as Mark, was disappointed in this format, there's been equally as many positive comments on the ability to interact with elected and city leaders. That hasn't been the case in the auditorium style. So it's a balance. We're taking everybody's comments, and we'll see what we do the next time we do something like this.
Well, and I was going to, thank you for bringing that up. I was going to make mention of that. We're trying to do something different, because we did get a lot of complaints or people would show up, to the typical community meeting. So we thought we've got to change it up. It's not a perfect model, but it certainly does. It does do more, I think. I mean, I know Mark has his opinion, and you're, entitled to that, but we're working on it. And so the hybrid is another example of still trying to accommodate everyone in your style. Now, that said, this is very important, which is why I say it every single Tuesday. There is not just one way to communicate your insights, your thoughts, your recommendations, your suggestions. Many of you sitting in this audience know that. You can call us, you can email us, you can stop by our offices, you can schedule an appointment. There's so many ways. It is not just a community budget meeting or input session. Every day of the year, we work for you. You can reach out to us. So please know, if you don't make one of these sessions, it does not mean you can't have your voice heard. So, okay, moving on. Joshua DeLeon.
I'm going to wait. I have papers, but she's passing out other papers. So 1 second. I'll get started. Joshua De Leon, 5914 Colorado Drive. The first paper that y'all got isn't mine. The one that y'all are getting now is mine. Hi, everyone. I really want to just say thank y'all. I really love coming to City Council meeting for public comment. This morning was very fun. I love seeing how much y'all love the community, especially with the younger youth. So just thank you for that. In regards to today's public comment, I'm talking about our no smoking in parks ordinance or just no smoking prohibition in general. What we're really looking to do is expand it. I really want to say thank you to the city council members who have met with me already in regards to this, and I look forward to meeting with the rest of y'all. Look out for my email after today, please. But really, we're just trying to expand it to include city-owned parks under the public building description and under the it shall be unlawful for any person to perform the following acts in any public building, to include vaping as well. I want to give a huge shout out to y'all for changing the verbiage because it got changed in 2019. So thank you for doing that, because as we have been seeing, vaping has become such a huge problem amongst our youth and amongst our society in general. So thank y'all for adding that verbiage in the 2019 update. But as we grow, that's been 5 years ago, I'd love to continue updating our language, our knowledge with our community. So please, whenever I request to set a meeting with y'all, if y'all have any questions, I would really love to answer them. And then hopefully get this on an agenda for voting. So if y'all need anything, I am here for you. I work for Project Hope at the Coastal Wellness Foundation. We're all about ATOD prevention for our youth and adults. I really just want to beautify our community. I love Corpus Christi. I was born and raised here. So just any help that y'all can give me, any help that I can give y'all, I'm here for you. One last thing. The last page in this packet is the Texas Penal Code. This is from Texas. It describes what smoking tobacco is. So a person commits an offense if the person is in possession of a burning tobacco product, smokes tobacco, or operates an e-cigarette in a facility, blah, 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 blah. So in this definition, it does include e-cigarette or vaping. So I would just like for our code of ordinances to reflect that, since this is the state penal code, for us as a city to reflect that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLeon.
Yeah.
Samuel Audra Fryer.
Good morning, Council. I am Samuel, or good afternoon. I'm Samuel Andre Fryer, 78414, District 4. And I was the spokesperson and the person for the actual petition that we were not informed of that you heard about last week. And the question and what I want to do is talk about a few things. First of all, your staff did not have the information, the law that they call made it illegal in order to inform the public. So the vaccine information statements actually required it to be provided before vaccinating. It also makes one point, it specifies what vaccines are supposed to be listed. However, it does not say that mRNA or injections are a part of that. But it talks about emergency use authorization as far as requiring a fact sheet for that. But what about the COVID, the vaccine information statements themselves? First of all, it does not negate the interactions with the healthcare providers, so individuals who might want to ask certain specific questions. Unfortunately, one of the ladies who wanted childbearing age, who wanted to sign the actual petition, she took the shots. She had to have a complete hysterectomy. All her female reproductive organs had to be removed. She also had a colleague, a school, who did the same thing. All her female reproductive organs had to be removed. They both are on medication for the rest of their lives. Why? Because she was not informed that the spike proteins go to the heart and go to female reproductive organs. So what about the whole mindset that these shots actually help? Well, we know that's false. People who've taken more and more boosters seem to get COVID over and over and over again. So what about the other side when you're talking about, is it thoroughly informed vaccines? Is it thoroughly informed to individuals? Well, first of all, it does talk about myocarditis and pericarditis, and thankfully, the Surgeon General of Florida was wise enough to say that males of working age should not take it because of the dangers of heart problems. But this right here is very, very important. The CDC was very aware, calling it special interest. There's a proportional rate reporting ratio. Anything is compares this shot with all other vaccines from 1990. If it's a 1 or over, it's extremely dangerous. And this information we provided to you, we also provided to the public health district, but of course they choose to ignore it. Another thing, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine is less deadly than Tylenol, but nevertheless, remdesivir and the shots themselves are extremely dangerous. This comes from John. And then the last thing we want to say is this, unequivocally, no. They are dangerous, the public needs to be informed, and we thank those who support it, saying we need to postpone.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Susie Saldana?
My name is Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle, and I'm going to start my remarks with you with prelude. Basically, I came before you last week concerning the city manager's salary, and he deserves what he has. My only problem was that I found out that you had a criteria to set a salary, that you had a method to set that salary, and it was completely ignored. If you have guidelines that you have to follow, then follow them. My understanding is the mayor of the city actually led the fight for this and was the tiebreaker in the salary arrangement. 4 votes for, 4 votes against. Mayor breaks a tie, which makes me think that there was not thought put into it. 10% versus what your criteria would have given him. And God, you give me 10%, I'm happy. I'll take it. And he has nothing to say about it because you decided on the salary. The tiebreaker decided on the salary. The tiebreaker decided to give away the money when we have a budget where you're making cuts. You're making major cuts in some of the issues. Oh, do your fact finding when I finish, if I'm not right. But I'm telling you that this is wrong to lead that kind if you have a process in place. If you have a process in place to take care of these things, use the process. Don't come up with your own ideas and your own things because you want to be the one to take credit for it. This is not credit. Take a look at the phone calls I've gotten, the comments that are online, and everything else that's going on. If you have a process, follow it. Do not circumstance the things that need to be done for this community and then come out with your cuts. I don't blame the people who were 4-4. They voted their conscience. 4 said no, 4 said yes. That was their conscience. But to lead a fight and to break the tie that way, you are responsible. Thank you for your time.
Statement of fact. There is a process. It was followed. Every council member can vouch for that. There was a process. And there's a process every evaluation for the city manager, and we follow that process. So I want to just make sure that's out there. We don't get in a room and everybody just decides, oh, let's do this or that or the other. There is a process, and the council members all followed the process, I might add. Sean Merritt. One more statement of fact. We now have a system where every vote that is taken, there is no tiebreaker because we have to submit our vote electronically. It is not a verbal vote. So everybody is submitting a vote, their vote, yes, aye or no, at the exact same time. Thank you.
Council members, people of Corpus Christi, thank you so much. My name is Sean Dillon Merritt, District 5. I'm a new resident to this city. I moved here about a month and a half ago. Sometimes it takes fresh eyes looking at something to see that we have a problem. I'm up here today because, like anybody else, when I first come here, I went to the Department of Public Safety to get a new driver's license. I was told when I pulled out my debit card, oh, don't worry, we don't charge you an extra 3 to 4% like everybody does in the city. Now, I was a little taken aback by this because I've never heard of a debit card getting a 3 to 4% surcharge on it. So I go home and I start doing some research on this matter. And what I found out is, according to the Texas Business and Commerce Code 604A.002, in the sale of goods or services, a merchant may not impose a surcharge on a buyer who uses a debit or store value card instead of a cash, check, credit card, or similar means of payment. Now, when we get to the civil penalty of this, and I've already talked to the AG and some other places, in order to file a complaint, I had to single out a single business to be the scapegoat, so as it were. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to single out any businesses in my new city, get anybody in any trouble. That's why I'm up here today to tell you all what's going on. However, the civil penalty for such a thing, a person who knowingly violates 604.002 or 604A.0021 is liable to the state for a civil penalty and amount not to exceed $500 for each violation. That means each time a debit or credit card is illegally charged this surcharge, that's a $500 violation. The Attorney General or prosecuting attorney in the county in which the violation occurs may bring a suit to recover the civil penalty imposed under this section and an action in the name of the state to restrain or enjoin a person from violating this chapter. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say, it's only 4%. That's not a big deal. Well, let me tell you where you're wrong. Simple math will tell you there's 316,000 people in this county as far as the last census goes. Now, let's do some simple math on this. Let's say all those people go out and spend $10. At 4%, that is $126,400 a day. If they go out and spend $100, 4%, that is $1,264,000 a day. If all these people go out and spend $1,000 at 4%, that is $12,640,000 these card makers are making in one day, illegally charging people this 3 to 4% surcharge. So I ask you people, and I don't want to hold any of these businesses accountable. I've dealt with enough banks, I know what crooks they are. It's these card readers, it's these banks, it's these crooks who are operating illegally. And if I could, before I go, I want to share one quote. When plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in society, over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. We got to stand up and say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Zelnita Williams.
Hey, Mayor, can we just tell Mr. Merritt that the city doesn't issue driver's license? So it's a different agency. It's not the city.
That's not what, no, so what I meant was I went to the Department of Public Safety. It was an officer there who informed me when I went to pay with my debit card that we don't charge 3 to 4%.
Right, but that's
like
not,
businesses in the city charge that. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, yeah, Miles, well, yes, it's a different agency. It's not the city.
The enforcement entity for this law is the prosecuting attorney in the county, which is either the county attorney or the district attorney or the attorney general, not us. He's simply in the wrong place.
I'm not in the wrong place. I want everybody to know what the law says, and now the whole city knows. I've done my job of fiscal responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Zelnita Williams.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Zelnita Williams. I am from 1033 Brock, a part of the District 10, well, District 2, I apologize. It's great to be back here in Corpus Christi. I've been gone for a couple of years, but I grew up here in Corpus, went to Flower Bluff, and then I also graduated from King High School, then left and went on to college. Now, I've left and I've lived different places. I was in Alabama for a couple of years. And the reason for why I'm here today is because I'm very concerned. And the reason for why I'm concerned is because I've been gone for so long, and within the last 8 years, well, last 8 months, I have heard about a lot of issues that we've been having with police officers. I know that there are members of the Chamber of Command that are here today, and I know that we all have heard about in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks that we've had police-involved shootings within the city. Now, I don't want it to, just go off as it just being something that is, like a regular norm within the city. What happens in other places. But these are people that, in these last 3 weeks, these are people that were born and raised here in Corpus Christi, that have had children, that have family members, that have, wives and husbands that are here in Corpus Christi. So this is what my issue is. Within these last 3 weeks, we've had these 2 shootings. And with that being said, we've had people that are complaining about, speaking with the police officers and stuff like that, but there has been a level of lack of transparency. And I'm concerned about that because with this bridge that's being built here in Corpus Christi, it's bringing about a whole lot of other people that are from different towns, different, cities and states that are coming here to Corpus Christi. And with these 2 shootings, these people being from Corpus Christi, my concern is that we have people that are coming from different walks of life, and they might have mental health issues, they might have other issues going on, but there is a lack of de-escalating these situations. It's as if in these last 2 situations, it's as if these people were, there was no type of de-escalation. Nobody talked about, what was going on with them, if they were in a state of manic depression, or if that they were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. And so I'm very concerned because this is my city. This is Corpus Christi, in which I was born and raised. And outside of everything else, I always tell everybody, Corpus was a place where, people come to retire, where people are known to, raise their families and their kids. But right now, a lot of people are very concerned and they feel unsafe while they live here in Corpus. And our city has yet to grow as it is expected to, grow in the next couple of years. And with that being said, I'm just asking the fellow council members that you just please look into, what are the actions that are being implemented in each and every one of your districts, as well as the police, as to what we can do to de-escalate these situations that are happening here in Corpus Christi. It is really needed and very important. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Dan Corus? And then that will be our last in-person public comment. We will go to our WebEx. We have a few WebEx.
Mayor, council members, my name is Dan Corus. I'm a resident at 7001 Cheswick. I'm also a business owner. I'm a proud resident of Corpus Christi for the last 25 years. I retired from the military, 21 years. And I've been a resident, or my family's been a resident here in South Texas for the last 163 years. I serve in a role, and actually I'm here today to make 2 points. I serve in one role as in a legislative organization called Future of the Region, South Texas. The organization's been around about 35 years. It goes in a triangle, Corpus Christi, San Antonio, Laredo, and it covers 6 policy areas: economic development, education, energy, infrastructure and water, healthcare, and public safety. My first point today, I'd like to invite you to this year's conference. It's going to be 17 and 18 October. We did this conference 2 years ago here in the Ortiz Center. We had over 300 people come to address the 6 policy issues. And we took it to the legislature, and I have a copy of the legislative package that we made back for the 88th legislative session. That's point number 1. You're invited. Point number 2 is there's a similarity in all South Texas communities. It's water. Water is life. In fact, for those communities that look ahead and plan ahead and talk about Edwards Aquifer, the Carrizo Recharge Zone, how we're going to get water from the Rio Grande Valley, they're thinking ahead because they're not going to grow without water. Life only exists if we have water. And my point number 2 is I commend y'all for making a decision about water, because your decision not to decide about water is also a decision. And in fact, this is a similarity, having been on a ranch for the last 163 years. If you don't have water, you don't have a future. And if you don't plan on growing, don't make a decision. And in fact, today, you're going to get pushed back in whatever way, but there's only 3 ways you're going to get water: gill, We either make it, we drill it. In the Navy, we had to make our own water. You make it, you drill for it, or you move it. We're sitting right next to lots of water, and it's not going to come cheap, but you can't drill for it, and you can't move enough of it. And so you don't have a choice. If you can't figure this out, we're going to dry up. Point number 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Corus. Yeah.
Share the information about the meeting so we can get it on our calendars, please.
Sure. Mr. Corus, if you can share that, with our city secretary. Thank you. So that concludes our in-person public comment. We have Catherine Barnes on WebEx, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, she's online.
Okay.
Ms. Barnes, you ready to start?
Please?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead. State your name and address, please.
Now, there. Okay. Perfect. Catherine Barnes, District 1, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78401. I have some slides. Hopefully you can see them. Are you seeing my slides?
Yes, ma'am. We see them.
There we go. Thank you so much. So thanks, Dolph. I'm just continuing the conversation. So I just wanted you to take a look at this, and I apologize it is blurry because I tried to blow it up. This is what the CDC is presenting for the risk of vaccine. As you can see, they're noting pain and swelling, myocarditis, and at the very, very bottom, they have mentioned that there's a very remote chance of vaccine causing a severe allergic reaction, other serious injury, or death. Next slide, please. So again, I'm just using the information from the CDC because everyone likes to use the CDC because the CDC is making all of these decisions about COVID. So here's the CDC VAERS report. This is the COVID-19 vaccine adverse event reporting system. There's a link right there, so I'm all about fact checking. You can go to the link yourself and see it. So as you can see, the CDC only lists 2 issues above, or 3, and here we have 25 additional issues on here on the VAERS reporting that are adverse effects to the COVID-19 vaccine. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So on the next slide, it's just basically a pop-out. All of those 25 items have been put on one page for you to see. So take a look at this. They're using PRR, and we'll talk about what PRR is in a slide later. But as you can see, number 9 is death, number 13 is myocarditis, but they're not mentioning any of the other diseases on their VIS form, and that is problematic. Let's go to the next slide. So the important takeaway is only 2 out of the 25 adverse effects shown above are listed on the CDC VIS form. The CDC VIS is woefully inadequate for providing patients with informed consent and associated risk. And this is what we're trying to address. Next slide. Okay, so what is PRR, all those numbers you saw? So that is the proportional reporting ratio in the number of times the illness or disease occurred after COVID-19 vaccine in comparison to all other vaccines combined. So here's a clear example for you. Just imagine if death occurred 100 times in other vaccines, you multiply that times 2.69%, and that 2.69, and that would give you 269 deaths as related to COVID. So 100 in all other vaccines combined, but 269 with the COVID-19. Next slide. This is what we'd like the informed consent form to look like, listing all of the information. That's what informed consent is. Information provided so you can make a wise decision based on the adverse effects that may impact you. As you can see, this is a lot more reflective of what the CDC's VAERS reporting has to say than the VIS form. Next slide.
Your time is up, Ms. Barnes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sharon Delsus. Oh, I'm sorry. Just a moment, Ms. Delsus.
Okay. Councilman Roy.
Rebecca, I wanted to ask a question just to make clarification because of the confusion last week when this topic was brought up. So if I understand right, we didn't take action on this, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So being said that there wasn't any action taken on this, basically the group has 45 days Can you go ahead and explain that?
Yes, they do. They have 45 days from the date, well, the council has 45 days from the date of presentment to take action on the item.
Or bring it back on, by taking action, you mean bringing it back on the agenda?
Yes, placing it on a future agenda. Yes, sir. And our process for council members to do that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right, next we have Shireen Delsus.
Hi, Shireen Delsus at 6030 Tapestry. Please play video.
So I heard a lot of commotion online in the local social media communities about the OSO Learning Center potentially closing, the library, the Garcia Library potentially closing, but apparently that's saved, and the OSO maybe, I don't know. And I thought it was kind of eye-opening that at the same time we're hearing about a city manager getting a significant pay raise. And as a bike advocate, I've been working with the city for many years, and I have seen some kind of odd things that didn't really add up. Like, for example, I knew that the city of Corpus Christi ranked really low for cycling, one of the worst in America. And as I worked with other people in the city, building good rapport with some really excellent people, they just quit. And my intuition was telling me something was not right in the city, something was off. And I looked at Glassdoor, which is a website where employees can anonymously rate their employers. And I saw that Corpus Christi, the city of Corpus Christi, is ranked 3.3. The cities like Austin, their city is ranked 4 stars. And we all know from going to restaurants, those stars really make a difference. And also when you go to Austin, you see from just the quality of life, looks like the city manager there is doing really well. We went there recently. I saw the library, amazing. Their bike lanes, amazing. They have a park. They have so many parks. They have one park that's so big that they have like a mini city for kids. It's really amazing. But other cities in Texas, by the way, have a higher rating on Glassdoor. So city of Corpus Christi, I mean, we had 5 years to work on this, and it's like pretty low, 3.3 stars. So you might say, hey, it's just a website. Like anyone can say anything on a website, right? Well, you're supposed to be like a verified employee to rate. But anyway, yeah, maybe a website. Okay, so let's look at turnover rate. Okay, so I asked for this number for months, and no one ever got back to me. And thanks to amazing council members like Jim Klein and Miguel Hernandez, they were so helpful, and they got that number. And the turnover rate is like 17%. That is really high. I looked at the average U.S. public sector turnover rate, and that is 6%. Please dig in. I mean, something isn't adding right to justify a raise. There are hundreds of universities in this country, and there's like 8 Ivy League universities. 10,000s of people are graduating every year in this similar field. Even though we say horrible things about it, I mean, it is a paradise terrain. When you close your eyes and think of utopia, it's palm trees, beach, oceans. Corpus Christi has all that. I don't know how it's possible to have a hard time finding people to come here.
Oh, I just wanted to quickly add, if you don't mind. I was thinking about like salaries for a manager, like at a convenience store in a small city. It's not the same as a manager at a Walmart supercenter in the middle of Houston. So I think maybe we should consider like management levels. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up. Thank you so much. Yes. Next, we have Marilyn Broder.
Hi, council members. My name is Marilyn Brodeur, 15729 Escapade Street. I'm here concerning the budget for the Oso Bay Nature Preserve. Last October, I came before you with a sea of white coats to alert you of the huge cost of closing the emergency medicine program. Gratefully, that decision was reversed, and today I come to alert you of the loss from reducing the Oso Bay Learning Center. The budget does need to be cut by 5%. High expense items on the budget should absolutely be scrutinized, but not as the only metric for cuts. Oso Bay is one of the most highly utilized parks in the city. It was created from many funding sources, including a $1.5 million in federal funds from the Coastal Impact Assistance Program. From the former preserve manager, Sarah Jose, last year, trail counters conservatively estimated 60,000 users. The Learning Center itself counted 15 to 20,000 visits, which I suspect is low because our family rarely signs in when we utilize the facility. I also suspect the usage of the playground is even higher than the trails and the Learning Center. The playground has shade, no fast cars zipping by, access to air-conditioned bathrooms, and an absolute gem in the question-answering staff. From what I understand, the preserve manager position would also be cut, and they direct the grounds crew on how to care for an ecologically sensitive area. Sadly, at other Corpus Christi parks, I've been in unsafe situations. A homeless man ran and scooped up my 2-year-old on a Tuesday while playing in the sand at McGee Beach. He set him down quickly, but I don't go there by myself anymore. At Hans-Studer Playground, a man in a mental health crisis ran towards us screaming. We were able to lock ourselves in our car, but it was a few minutes before I could pull away safely. I don't go to that park by myself either. I've had multiple other safety concerns, including at Salinas, Sneed, and Parker Parks. I don't have these safety concerns at Oso Bay. There are generally always other families there because it's so well looked after from the Learning Center staff. It's away from major roads. There are cameras. It's a safe place to bring my children. Please divest from low utilization parks. Keep the well-maintained and loved areas. Thank you so much for your civil service. I don't envy the task ahead, but I believe a solution is possible to reduce waste and keep the best in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brodeur. And my understanding is Gabriel Brodeur, who signed up, is not online. So at this time, Mayor.
He is.
Oh, is he?
So yeah, he's just right next to me. Sorry, we didn't both sign.
Hello.
Here, I'll hold it.
Hello, City Council. My name is Gabriel Brodeur. I'm 11 years old, and I live at 15729 Escapade Street. And I've been going to the Learning Center ever since it opened 10 years ago. Your plan to shut it down is not really a good idea, and here's why. You propose to have the park open from 8 to 2 Monday through Friday, which means that public schoolers can't use it because it'll be closed on Saturdays and after school. If the Learning Center goes, so does the park. The people who run the Oso Bay Learning Center closely monitor the park and make sure that everything is in tip-top shape. In fact, I've met most of my friends that I still know 6 years later at this preserve. I hope that other kids can have that wonderful opportunity to make long-lasting friendships. If you're looking for other places to cut to lower budget, there are plenty of parks right by roads that no one uses because it's not safe for their kids. Yet we still pay to upkeep them. There are other less detrimental options to cut. Thank you for your time. I know your job is a very time-consuming job, and I just want you to know that you're helping a lot of people. Thank you for your time.
Gabriel, thank you. And please know that we are working on it, and we hear your voice. And thank you for taking the time to come online with us.
All right, Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to Section G, consideration of the maximum tax rate. This is a resolution to consider setting the maximum ad valorem tax rate of no more than 0.599774 per $100 valuation for fiscal year 2025. Heather.
Good afternoon, Heather Hurlbert, Assistant City Manager. So the process for taxes is very clearly defined within the state constitution. We'll go ahead and bring the presentation up. There we go. So the Texas Constitution does require that local taxing agencies make sure that our taxpayers are aware of tax rate proposals and afford the taxpayers an opportunity to limit their tax increases. It's accomplished through a concept called truth in taxation, and so this is one of those steps through truth in taxation. So this is defined through our tax code, chapter 26, and the defined process is to define a budget, calculate the tax rate, publish a notice, hold a public hearing, adopt a tax rate, and then hold the election if needed. So just some of the the definitions we have. There are different tax rates that are defined. One is the no new revenue tax rate. And so this is the tax rate that would produce the same revenue on the same properties as the prior year. The second one is the voter approval tax rate. And so that tax rate is the tax rate that allows for a 3.5% increase in the maintenance and operations rate over and above the prior year taxes. This is coupled with the debt service portion of the tax rate, and so those two together present the voter approval tax rate. That is a tax rate in which if a tax rate is adopted over that voter approval rate, it does have to go to the voters for approval. Then there's the no new maintenance and operations rate, like I said, which is the increase of the 3.5%. We have our interest and sinking rate, which is the tax portion of the tax rate that goes to help pay for outstanding debt service. And then there is the unused increment. The state legislature does allow for any unused increment to be rolled into a tax rate for up to 3 years, which then increases that voter approval rate. So there's a lot of terms there, but bottom line is we calculate several different tax rates. We present those for consideration by City Council. So like I said, the Truth in Taxation requires that a record vote be taken to set the maximum tax rate ceiling if that proposed rate is greater than the no new revenue tax rate. The budget was built off of a tax rate of $59,9774 per $100 valuation, which is the same tax rate as was adopted last year. That does exceed the no new revenue rate by a couple of cents. So based off the calculation, due to the factors within the tax rate along with the homestead exemption and the over 65 exemptions that were given last year, the no new revenue rate is actually 0.565672. And so with the proposed rate, the maximum rate at $59,774, it does require a record vote. This is not setting the tax rate. This just is setting the maximum ceiling for the tax rate. The City Council will then, as we go through the budget process, will not adopt an actual tax rate until the first reading on September the 3rd, with a second reading on September the 10th. So this just allows for that record vote for us to proceed at any time between now and the adoption of the tax rate. That tax rate can be lowered, and then the budget would be adjusted appropriately. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. We are proposing that the max tax rate be set at $59,9774.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Heather, based on current valuations and this maximum tax rate, what's the impact on a average, what is now the new average home price in Corpus Christi?
I totally forgot to grab that. I apologize. It is a difference of about 2 or 3 cents, and so it is not a significant amount based off our average home value dropped, or the average taxable value dropped because of the new homestead exemption along with the over 65, and so it's a slight difference than what it was last year. It's actually a little bit less than it was last year.
Okay, well, it's more important, and maybe you can get it for us before the day's over, to know how that's going to impact the average home in dollars and cents. Okay, the no new revenue rate would, if we adopted that, would result in we'd have to decrease this 0.599 by 3.4 cents or change. So how much would that require that we cut our additional monies out of our budget?
It would be almost $10 million, about $9.8 million decrease in the taxes.
$9.8 million?
Yes.
Okay. To adopt the no new revenue rate?
That is correct.
Okay. And with this current rate that you're proposing, maximum rate, how much are we cutting the budget to get to that rate?
So I believe that we brought forward about $10 million in cuts out of the budget.
Okay.
And so this would require almost another $10 million worth of cuts out of the budget to achieve the no new revenue rate.
Net of about $20 million to cut.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, well, that's all the questions I had right now, but I would like to see, and you know, the average cost of home in Corpus Christi really gets watered down if you look. So we need to look at, kind of like my professor used to grade, you know, the high end, the low end, and the middle, to see how it affects those type of homeowners.
We can definitely do that, whether it's within one of the budget workshops or when we bring it for reading on the 3rd, we can definitely provide that information.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez.
Heather, on this one, the no new tax revenue rate is capped at 3.5 for maintenance and operation, and this total amount from the 56-cent one to the 59-cent one is about 3.4 cents, right?
So the no new revenue rate is not capped at the 3.5%. It's the voter approval rate that's capped by the 3.5%. So the no new revenue rate is calculated strictly off of the comparison year over year of the same properties and the revenues that they produce. So there is not an increase factor there. It's just a basic calculation.
Okay, so how much of this is maintenance and operation, and how much of it is INS?
So based off of the current rate, the INS rate, it produces about $60 million, and the M&O rate is about $102 million. So that is, the debt rate is 0.220949, and I'm sorry, 0.220949 would be the cents that goes to the debt service portion.
That's INS.
Exactly. And then the M&O, or the general fund portion, would be 0.378825, or 63% and 36, almost 37%.
So you're saying 37% of our property tax to go to pay for debt?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So I don't know if you have this information right now, but if I remember right, last year, when you looked at our no new revenue rate, it was about 56 cents also last year. And then at that time last year, council as a whole voted on the 59,9774.
That is correct.
Right. So then that's why you're saying that if the 59,9774 is approved, then it's essentially the same rate as last year.
It is. It is. And actually, that 59,9774 actually produces less revenue because of the additional homestead exemption and the over 65 exemption. So even though that tax rate is still the same, it actually produces less revenue year over year.
Can you just, for my historical recollection, and just, can you let us know, I know there's some other information that you're going to get, but what was the no, I want to make sure that the no, and compare what the no new revenue rate was last year.
Sure, I'll find that. I don't have that with me, but I will find that. I'll get that for you.
Thank you.
Provide that to you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Council as a majority, not as a whole, voted on that.
That's what I said.
You said it a whole.
I said council as well.
Okay, just quick.
But it wasn't unanimous.
Correct. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions and comments.
Okay. And so the action today would be to set the maximum tax rate at 59,9774, and then also call the public hearing for the tax rate and for the budget is the action that will be taken today. And that does require a record vote.
Okay.
Mayor, move for approval.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, any further discussion?
going to call for public comment, Mayor, on the...
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We'll open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience public hearing, that would like to make a comment or say anything on item number 3? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries 8-1. Let's see. So we have, let's see, it's 132. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 commissions and boards that we're going to appoint to. It's 1:30. I think we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. And let's see, I think the council is going to go into executive session on items 33 through 35 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.087. Is that right? Yes. Okay, so we will return. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. I am going to move item number 27 up. We have our firefighters here who I know need to get back. So in the spirit of getting everybody back to their fire stations, we're going to move this item up. This is a motion authorizing the city manager to execute a 4-year collective bargaining agreement effective October the 1st of 2024 with the Corpus Christi Professional Firefighters Association.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. No one's coming up to the podium.
That's the thing we're waiting on.
But you don't, yeah, I think that's what the pause was. But we do have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. So I also want to thank the team, both sides. I know we have our president of the Firefighters Professional Association here with us. Thank you for all the time invested and for coming to this great agreement. Thank you, and for your service. Gentlemen, everybody, thank you for being here. Okay, we will go back to Section H, which is our board and committee appointments. Ms. Huerta, there you are. You appeared. There we go.
Oh, they're going to
Oh, I'm sorry. Right, we're going to do it, right, a signing. Signing ceremony. Yes, thank you.
Let me go first and I'll have to go. Sure. Yeah, Mayor and Council, we just want to say a few words. I'm going to say a few words on behalf of the city team, and then we'll have Johnny Saab speak as well. So when I was appointed city manager 5 years ago, this city council made it clear that investing in public safety and making it a top priority was something of high importance for this mayor and many of these council members that are here today. So with the guidance of the city council over the past 5 years, we have made tremendous investment in our firefighters. Today is another great example of that. Just to give us some background context on how much this city cares about our firefighters and this city council, we are building a brand new fire station number 3, the first in many years to replace existing fire stations that are more than 50 years old. We have nearly $11 million budgeted right now for the replacement of Fire Station 3 on Morgan. It's a 17,000 square foot building that is state of the art and will provide the firefighters with the modern design that will help them not only train but fight fires and attend to people's personal medical issues much better than what we're doing today. In addition to that, we have 2 other fire stations in design right now to replace also 2 additional aging fire stations. That includes Fire Station 8 on Castores and Fire Station 10 at the corner of Horn and Greenwood. Those stations are nearly designed, so that'll be 3 in total that we'll be replacing our aged fire stations with. And they are also in the bond program, this new bond program, and if the voters approve that, they will be ready for bid in December of this year with an anticipation construction start of March of 2025. This city council, unlike any other one, has approved in our 10-year capital improvement program replacing half of our aged fire station. Many of them are more than 50 years old. Most of them in that category have poor working conditions for the firefighters, and the bays are too small to place today's apparatus in. So there's a plan that this council has endorsed for 2 years in a row that we're going to replace half of our stations with modern stations that are better suitable for our firefighters who stay in them for days at a time. In addition to that, the City Council has added positions in the past 3 years to our fire department, a total of 41. That includes 8 in 22, 24 in fiscal year 24, and another 9 in the current year budget, fiscal year 25. That brings our total complement to 455 firefighters, which is great. Additionally, every position in recent time, we had a few vacancies in the last couple of months, has been filled. 5 years ago, we had a massive vacancy rate in the fire department. I think almost 50 positions were vacant. So that means when we attended the calls, we were doing it on an overtime basis with tired firefighters and at an overtime rate costing taxpayer money. So we have funded, just like in this proposed budget, a fire training academy each of the years to make sure we're training firefighters. We know people retire from the department. This city council has invested not only in buildings and personnel, but also in apparatus. The City Council in the past budgets has replaced pumper trucks, ladder trucks, ambulance units. This City Council has budgeted monies for alerting systems at the fire station to tell the firefighters it's time to get out and attend to a call. Also a records management system. And one of the best achievements, really everything comes down to leadership. This City Council helped us with a recruitment process that got us one of the best fire chiefs in the country. Is he here yet? Here he is. And that would be Brandon Wade, who is just finishing up now a year as our leader in our fire department. He's done a thorough assessment of the fire department and probably has met just about every firefighter. He was off this past week, Friday, when we had that fire on North Beach. He was on vacation. But when I went to North Beach, he was the first person I saw. And he said, Peter, it doesn't matter if I have a vacation or not. If there's a fire, I'm going. I'm going to go help my teammate. So, Chief, thank you. Thank you for that. So on the contract itself, that's why we're here today. And after I conclude here, and then Johnny's going to say a few words, we'll just do a quick ceremonial signing, because in Texas and probably and maybe other states in the country, it's not always as easy to negotiate a contract. This is pretty monumental for a city in Texas. There's many cities still today who are negotiating their contracts and who may have to have an arbiter help them finalize the contract. Here, since we've been here, that's not the case. This will be the second 4-year contract that has been negotiated that is good for both sides, the firefighters and the taxpayer, that has been done in record time. And so this contract, just to put it into context, over the next 4 years is a $28 million contract for the firefighters. Salaries will increase 7% on average in this year's budget, this coming October, I should say. And then there'll be a 3%, a 4%, and a 4% increase. In addition to that, the step pays and other pays. So when you look at an average firefighter, take a firefighter 2, their salary increase will be 9% beginning this October. If we look at a captain, their salary increase will be 12%. That's market rate pay. Without paying firefighters that, they're more inclined to leave to go to another fire company here or go to some other city. And so we value that. The City Council values that. I've said that in our budget now for weeks. We have to pay our employees competitive wages, or they're not going to stay here. First of all, we won't even be able to recruit them here. In addition to that, we've talked about health care. This contract provides additional health care benefits to the firefighters, putting them all on a consumer-driven health care plan and providing one-time stipends to their health savings account. And then finally, we do additional dollars into the Firefighters Health and Benefit Trust Fund that helps firefighter retirees with their health care premiums. So we're helping current firefighters and those who have retired. Now, I'm just about done here, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank some of the folks that really made this happen. And let's see, are they sitting on, I guess they're sitting on both sides, but our city negotiating team was led by, now for the second time in a row, Deputy City Manager Michael Rodriguez. He's here with us today. His team included Gabriel Rodriguez from our City Attorney's Office, Eddie Houlihan, our Budget Director, and Rebecca Castillo, our Human Resources Director, who you heard from last week, and then Deputy Chief Doug Mathagis represented the firefighting team's professional team. And we really, though, owe it to Johnny Stobbs. We've had a great working relationship with him, as well as our fire union president. And it's hard to say because we're here in Corpus Christi, but if you went to some other city, they'll tell you that's not always the case. The working relationships with the union president, the city staff, and even sometimes the city council is not all there. Here in Corpus Christi it is. We're proud of it. Our community's proud of it. Especially our firefighters are proud of that. And so on the fire side, we need to thank Johnny Stobbs for his professionalism. His team had several firefighters, active firefighters, that helped him negotiate the contract. That includes Arturo Caceres, Roland Crabtree, who's a firefighter too, and Arturo's a firefighter too as well. Anthony Keith, who is a captain. Jack Arnold, who is a captain. Chris Gil Anelli is a firefighter 1. And Randy Smart, a firefighter 2, and then Jason Cook, a firefighter 2. So that team of 7 met weekly with the city team. And how many days was it, Michael? We got it in 40. In 40 days. So last time it was 30 some odd days, 38 days. So in 40 days, we negotiated the contract. Some cities take 4 years, and they're still not there. So I want to thank the teams for making this important and for recognizing that it's two sides. It's that we care about our firefighters and we want to pay them market rate pay and other benefits and other things that make this job bearable. But we also have to recognize the taxpayer pays for it. So both teams were able to find that middle ground. That's why we're here today. That's why this city council approved this with a 9-0 vote. So we thank the city council. We thank the negotiating teams. We're going to have Johnny Stobbs come up and say a few words now. Sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
How y'all doing, Mayor, Council? First, I just want to really thank you guys for y'all's support, but more importantly, I think, Peter, without your leadership and your commitment to public safety, I think our city wouldn't be where we are today. I'm going to make this really fast, kind of like y'all did on the vote. I just want to say thanks. But I want to really say thanks to my team. You guys did a tremendous job. You know who you are. Even the guys that aren't here today. And Peter and Michael, your team are awesome as well. So that's all I got. Let's sign it. Let's get it over with.
Thank you. Thank you, Johnny. Okay.
group, big stool. Okay. Sylvia? Everyone in the front, just scoot in just a little bit. There's a weird gap in the center, right? That's perfect. Well, I can see everybody, don't worry. All right, big smiles. Actually, everyone on the bottom, I need y'all to scoot. I need one person from over here to come over here. There's too many people over there. So sorry. That's perfect. Perfect. All right, everyone look up here. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. And then no one move. Ooh, let me get out of your way. Okay. Good.
These, you got the pen? Ready?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to Section H, which is boards and committee appointments. Ms. Huerta.
So Mayor and Council, the first board for your consideration is the Arts and Cultural Commission. There are 4 vacancies, and they represent the following preferred but not required categories: 1 visual arts, 1 economic development tourism, 1 marketing, 1 public art, public space. And these are mayoral appointments subject to confirmation by the council.
Thank you. So I would like to recommend the reappointment of Sarah Sells Morgan, and I'll entertain a motion to approve that recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote.
You got it? Did it do it?
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Next, I would like to recommend the new appointments of Oliver Cruz Milan under the higher education category, Mark Marquez under performing arts category, and Elena Rodriguez under the economic development and tourism category. And I'll entertain a motion to approve my recommendations.
I'm sorry, hold on. Is that 3?
Yes. Is there 2 or 3, Rebecca?
There's 3, ma'am. Oliver Cruz Milan, Mark Marquez, and Elena Rodriguez.
Right, but there are 3 openings.
Yes, ma'am. Well, there's
So-
4 total. We did the 1 reappointment, and now we have 3 remaining.
Right. So my recommendation is to I'm appointing these 3.
Yes, ma'am.
We'd have to vote this up or down. So I move for mayor's approval.
Yeah, it's a mayoral appointment.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Submit your vote, please.
Got it?
Okay, the motion carries 7-2.
Cut off a little bit.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just looking at the text cut off a little bit, but it's still there.
Oh, yes.
All right, Mayor, you ready for the next ones?
Yes.
All right. Next, we have Construction Trade Advisory and Appeals Board. And there's 1 vacancy representing the category of general contractor.
I'd like to nominate Brandon Harper.
Okay, Brandon Harper, and this, okay. Any other nominations?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate me.
No.
Marie Guajardo? She's not related to me. Any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations. Norma?
All right, where do you want to start, Mayor?
To the right, to my right.
I'm sorry?
Oh, they're going to call their votes?
Yes, ma'am. On this one, yes, ma'am.
Oh, they need to do that. Okay.
Too late to nominate someone else?
Yes. Closed.
You closed them.
Well,
Harper.
Harper.
All right, Harper is appointed. Next, we have the Ethics Commission. There are 4 vacancies, and ethics commissioners are appointed by a 2/3 vote of the full council, which is 6 votes. Hart, okay.
You're nominating 3?
So you're nominating for 3. And Gillenwater, you said? Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Douglas Fick, Kimberly Schick, and Robinson.
Schick. Vic and
And
Schick.
what was the last one? Simmons.
Any other nominations?
I think that's everybody.
Oh, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, everybody's on the ticket. Okay, we'll close nominations, and we'll start with Councilman Suckley.
Simmons, Schick, Fick, Gillenwater.
Make sure I do this. So Simmons, Schick, Fick. It's a tongue twister. And,
Gillenwater, Fick, Schick, Simmons.
Gillenwater, Guerrero, Schick, and Simmons.
Fick, Gillenwater, Schick, Simmons. Sorry.
Vic, Gillenwater.
Schick, Simmons.
Simmons, Schick, and Fick.
Okay, you have one more if you like. Okay.
Simmons, Schick, Fick.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. You don't have to, but you. Okay. All right, so that means Gillenwater, Schick, and Simmons. Yeah, so would be appointed. And we have a fourth one too, right? Who is Fick? Right? Okay. So Gillenwater, Fick, Schick, and Simmons are appointed. All right.
Sure does.
So next we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. There are 5 vacancies. Joan Adams-Wolf, Joe De La Paz, and Linda Lindsay are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packet.
I move
Okay.
for reappointment.
Second.
Okay, please submit your vote.
Got it. It's, yeah. Can't stop it.
Okay, the motion carries 7-2.
All right, and that leaves us with 2 vacancies to fill, remaining vacancies to fill.
Okay, we'll open nominations.
I nominate Jay Gardner. I'd like to nominate Borgeson.
Okay, any other nominations?
Borgeson?
We have how many vacancies, Rebecca?
There's 2, ma'am, left
2,
to fill.
Right,
Mhm.
okay. Any other nominations? Yes, sir.
Nominate Lane Longoria Carter.
Elaine Longoria Carter. Okay, I'm gonna.
I'd like to nominate, I think,
Allison Johnson. Okay, anyone else?
Yes, Michael
Ridgers.
Rickers.
Okay, we'll close nominations. And let's start with Councilman Suckley.
Okay.
Gardner, Borgeson.
Gardner and Carter.
Gardner and Johnson.
Gardner and Borgeson.
Gardner and Borgeson.
Same.
Gardner and
Borgeson.
Yeah, Gardner, thank you, yeah.
Gardner and Borgeson. Borgeson and Rickers.
Okay, so we have Mr. Gardner and Mr. Borgensen. Okay, so that completes those. Last but not least, we have the Sister City Committee. There are 3 vacancies. Adria Vasquez and Murad Hasabi are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packets.
I move for reappointment.
Second.
Okay, please submit your vote.
Okay, on a few people. Okay.
Has everyone
Are you
voted?
going to vote? We're waiting on 2 individuals, Scampos and Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
And then we have one, that leaves us with 1 vacancy to
Fine,
fill.
so we'll go ahead and open nominations, and I would like to nominate Ana Rivera Soto. Any other nominations? Okay.
I'd like to nominate Avalos.
Who? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, Mr. Klein?
I'd like to nominate Avalos.
Okay, Avalos, got it.
Any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations, and we'll start to my right.
And Ms. Campos?
go with the long-term resident Avalos.
Soto.
Soto.
Soto. Avalos.
Rivera Soto.
Okay, Soto is appointed. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Norma. That'll take us to Section J, our consent agenda, items 5 through 19. I know there was a request by Mr. Weber to pull item number 16, so we'll pull that. Are there any other items that any council member would like to pull for individual consideration? Items 5 through 19.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull 19.
Item 19? Okay. Anything else? Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items number 16 and 19.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Oh.
Are we voting?
Yes, 16 was pulled.
It's pulled.
Well, I
Yes,
pulled it for him. Okay, so please submit your vote. Has everyone voted? Are we waiting?
Mr. Hernandez?
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. So we pulled item 16. Item 16 is an ordinance amending section 2-330 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Corpus Christi, Texas, to provide for outside representation of city officials for alleged violations before the Ethics Commission. And this is pulled by a constituent request.
Okay. I can go through the presentation. The council member recently was the subject of a non-sustained allegation of the City Ethics Commission. They utilized an attorney at their own expense to defend themselves against the allegation. They indicated a desire for the city to pay for the defense of city officials who are subjects of non-sustained allegations at the Ethics Commission. Several members of City Council have identified with their concerns and requested such coverage. The city currently indemnifies officers and employees for their cost of defending against claims or damages arising in the course and scope of their employment, as long as they were done in good faith and without malicious or felonious intent. This indemnity does not apply to ethics allegations because they are merely advisory. The Ethics Commission is just an advisory group. There's no monetary sanction, so the city indemnity does not kick in. City indemnity provision for indemnity for internal ethics allegations would require a change in the city code. That's what you'll have before you. And some cities do provide for that reimbursement. And next slide. The city of San Antonio has a similar provision to Corpus Christi in its ordinances, and this provides for reimbursement of attorney's fees by complainants for frivolous complaints, but it also has an extended process for determining what is considered frivolous, including a show cause hearing involving the complainant. Dallas allows for city officials or employees charged in a complaint to employ independent outside counsel as long as they are approved by the city attorney. The city pays reasonable and necessary fees after a review by the Ethics Commission. If the Ethics Commission finds a violation occurred, the city official or employee will reimburse the city for fees and expenses. The City of Austin generally does not have a legal defense for city officials in relation to ethics complaints. If, however, the city official reasonably believed it was not prohibited and acted upon reasonable reliance of a public opinion by the city attorney is authorized to represent the official or employee before the commission in Austin. Arlington contains a provision providing for reimbursement of legal fees upon a finding by the city council that the public interest will be served, and the city attorney is charged with determining what constitutes reasonable fees and expenses for the representation of the complaint. Fort Worth does not provide for the respondent with legal counsel, does provide it, providing their fee arrangements are first provided by city council. The cities of Houston and El Paso do not contain cost provisions. Arlington and El Paso do provide for a pre-ethics hearing review by the city attorney prior to forwarding those items on to the Ethics Commission. So the city code requires the Ethics Commission to review proposed changes to the Code of Ethics. Therefore, the Ethics Commission was provided with these proposed changes. The provision for the representation of a city official by an outside attorney provided by the city is included. However, the ordinance does not include the provisions for cost control of attorneys because those items were looked at by the Ethics Commission and they decided not to make a recommendation at this time, but to wait until they did their annual review of more ethics provisions. So what you have, the recommendation by the Ethics Commission, 2-330E, this would add the red items below. It says the city will pay reasonable fees for legal representation of the respondent through conclusion of commission hearing from an approved list provided by the city attorney. We would contract with probably a local attorney or local attorneys then, and we can limit those costs. Subject to the city's right to repayment through salary and/or stipend deductions of the respondent in the event the commission finds a violation has occurred. So you got to pay us back if the Ethics Commission finds that the violation occurred. The Ethics Commission did not recommend the following added language that was cost control language that we came up with in order to provide for a pre-review by the city attorney of the ethics complaints to determine if they would be grounded if they could be proven. Are there any questions?
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually personal. I was subject as to one of these complaints, and so I was really looking at this seriously. I ended up, paying this, out of my bank account. But in that same token, I also am looking as to what we already have, in our codes. And so it does look like, on that section 2-330E, if the commission determines such party's complaint or defense was groundless, legal fees incurred by the complainants, the commission, and the party complained against, in an amount determined reasonable by the commission may be awarded against the unsuccessful party. Groundless means without basis or fact, or not warranted by law or reasonably arguable interpretation thereof. The complainant shall not be liable for such fees if the commission has determined grounds exist for a hearing. So to me, it seems like it's already covered. So why would we want to just put another burden on our taxpayers that that the taxpayers would need to pay for legal fees? So I personally will not be supporting this, but I just thought that I'd read it, reread it again. And even though it affected me, I'm still feel that it's something that we, if it's frivolous, well, then at the end, we're not going to, the city would cover that. But evidently, the Ethics Commission went through on mine, and I went ahead and abide by their decision. So anyway, I just wanted to let people know that, yes, these things do happen. I ended up having someone just, constantly videotaping me and constant complaints, but that's just part of the job. And sorry, but that, people have the right to do that.
Councilwoman, I'm glad you brought that up. That groundlessness, it's a pretty cool provision. It's not reflected in a lot of cities.
Yes, you're right.
One of the challenges is, because we're not a district court, we don't have the authority to issue judgments per se.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a good mechanism, there's not a clear mechanism for being able to enforce a groundlessness determination. You can't create just a judgment from the Ethics Commission. It's just an advisory board.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I think and also, just for everybody's information, what was in our, what's it called, Granicus or whatever the application is, the wording was incorrect.
Yeah, Granicus changed the presentation when it published. It was good in the original Granicus, but the publication process caused some words to just disappear randomly.
Yeah, and I think for this council on a go-forward basis, the most important part is the second part, where these complaints would be reviewed by our city legal team, and Miles has stated that he thinks that a great number of those would never have to be would never have to go before the Ethics Commission because they would not survive a challenge anyway. So I think that's really important for the council going forward, is to protect them from baseless, groundless charges and have to go through everything that I had to go through.
And I would like to point out, E2 provides that the complaint, if the city attorney makes the determination that it would not apply, then it's still appealable. The city attorney's decision is appealable. It just has to be appealed. It creates a procedural mechanism for the complainant to have to point out what was in error and state the grounds for the appeal. So it doesn't make it is actually not as extreme as a few of the other cities. It's not a you shall not pass go type of thing. It's here's an additional procedural mechanism that you have to move across in order to make it clear exactly what your complaint is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, council? Okay, and Mr. Weber, you had asked for this to be pulled, so did you have any comment?
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. Section 2230, letter E, states, if the commission determines such a party's complaint or defense was groundless, legal fees incurred by the complainants, the commission, and the party complained against in an amount determined reasonable by the commission may be awarded against the unsuccessful party. Groundless means without basis or fact. Number 2, not warranted by law or reasonable, arguable interpretation thereof. The complainant shall not be liable for such fees if the commission has determined the grounds exist for hearing. There is already a provision in the law regarding groundless complaints and reimbursements of legal fees. This is one reason why there are so few complaints filed. Another reason is because it is well known that filing a complaint is fruitless because it is unlikely the commissioners will vote against one of the people who appointed them. To fix this, the ethics commissioners should be elected instead of appointed. I'm only aware of one hearing in the last 12-month period. Councilmember Pusley chose to hire an attorney. His attorney ended up not defending him, but rather attacked the complainant, which has never been allowed by the commission in past hearings. He did this because there was no good defense. The evidence was overwhelming. During the hearing, it was proven Councilmember Pusley gave a false statement. It was also proven that the subpoenaed witness, Councilmember Roy, gave 2 false statements. All occurred under oath. In Texas, this is considered aggravated perjury. I even went over this in the council meeting before the hearing. It seemed obvious to myself and others that the witness had been tampered with or coached before the hearing. When the witness took the stand, he didn't wait for questions, but immediately started explaining his actions. How would he even know what to talk about? I provide a copy of the subpoena and the Ethics Commission minutes in written comments. These will be available for the public to review in a week or so. The Ethics Commission made their decision in violation of the Code of Ethics, Section 2-332, letter B. The Commission shall make its determination based upon the preponderance of credible evidence in the record. The two council members' testimony was not credible because of false statements. The only credible evidence was the text messages and emails. The Ethics Commission failed the community. In my opinion, anyone who votes in favor of this item is letting the public know they have engaged in unethical behavior or plan on engaging in unethical behavior in the future. Just vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Is there anyone else that would like to make?
I signed up.
Rebecca, is that, I'm sorry, I was calling Mr. Weber because he pulled the item. So is it for everyone to speak on?
She can, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Caballero.
Here we go, Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Here we are again with government handouts. This decision is going to determine, everybody's up for re-election come November. This is going to determine whether or not you are suitable for that position on the dais. If you are expecting taxpayers to cover your expenses when you knowingly break the law, and the commission that you appointed is fearful of retaliation, maybe not smart enough to understand that people will lie. You know, I know that District 1 councilman did not put his hand on the Bible when asked for his statement, and I find it extremely interesting that one would use a criminal defense attorney if a crime had not been committed. This is setting a precedent, and it's setting a very, very scary precedent that just because you're elected does not mean that you are clear of paying any legal fees when you break the law. So vote wisely.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Let me get, go ahead, Councilman.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to state a point of fact. Number one, when it came to the putting my hand on the Bible, the way that the young man positioned the Bible, and he had my other hand up, I didn't have the ability to put my hand on there. And I would have gladly done that. And I did take an oath to tell the truth. The other thing is to sit there, number one, there were a lot of questions asked. They were asked in multiple ways, multiple times, and during the course of that testimony. And to sit here and state and make an accusation that I lied is just outright stupid. And, you know, when you take a look at the process that we went through, I answered every question to the best of my ability. And that's what I was there to do, and that's what I did. And I really object to the fact that somebody's going to sit there after the fact because they lost. You know, you went up there, you stated your case, and you lost. If you would have won, you wouldn't be here sitting here right now. And I take object to that. I really do. I object to the whole thing. And I don't mind going on record and saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Miles, so this is only subject to elected officials? And here's why. Here's why I ask. Because all candidates that file for office can be ethics commissions. Anybody that has to submit a report is subject to review by the ethics commission. I'm asking for validation. No?
It's public officials. Public officials is broader than elected officials.
It would include all the public officials underneath the ethics code, which includes elected officials, the department heads, city manager, assistant city managers, the judges.
Well, and by the way, I think the statements made with regard to the complaint against Mr. Pusley, I think, are really not relevant to the policy of which we're making here, because it's specific to it's specific to what happened there, not what has regard to do with the policy. However, and the reason I bring this up with regard to the situation with Councilmember Campos, she was an elected official. It wasn't until she was an elected official that the complaint was made. However, the allegations were that she did not complete her campaign finance reports accurately. Correct? Your campaign finance reports were not completed accurately. That was the gist of the complaint. But it was before you were a council member. So that's why I want clarification, because I, for one, also was a subject of litigation. Of course, it wasn't an ethics complaint. The other candidate chose to file a suit against me, of which, once again, I was vindicated because I fulfilled the remedy. You know, I did as I was required to do. And that's the thing. I guess one of the things that I look at this is that too many times we also are, it's stated that an elected position is only for those that are affluent. You either have to be retired because you need the time, or what is it? The compensation is $6,000 a year plus another $4,000 a year, and so there's a limited amount of compensation. You have to have a whole lot of time off. So if somebody a complaint was filed against them frivolously, and they're not a person of means that could pay for legal representation, then I would hope that individual would have as many rights as those of others that would have such affluence. That's my opinion. But once again, so in the situation with Councilmember Campos, it was found that she did not complete her documentation completely. I mean, I know I missed a date that a debt was incurred. I was contacted, I immediately went back and fixed it, and so the remedy was taken care of. In this particular case, it was something. So once again, how do we explain what would have happened if we had this ordinance in place with Councilmember Campos?
I guess your question is, would it have made it through my review?
Well, I guess that, but my point is that
I think those are defensive matters that you brought up that are appropriate, and I think that they were probably considered by the Ethics Commission, but I haven't reviewed it in enough detail to be able to tell you whether or not it would have made it through my review in the first place if that had been in place, because again, my review was not one of the...
Because the perspective of which I look at it, you know, I mean, once a week, we're ridiculed, we're spoke to with condescension. You know, I use the term, you know, a while ago, the term was made with regard, choose wisely with wisdom. I think wisdom is a relative term, and I would say that maybe I'm not that wise, it's on the floor. So it's a relative term. But nonetheless, we subject ourselves to that on a regular basis just by the very nature of raising your hand, I'd like to run for office. So my point is that I want to ensure that we protect those that would be on the side of those individuals that just spoke against this item. So, but you're telling me that it's subject to your review.
It would, under the provision that the Ethics Commission chose not to recommend because they decided to look at those issues when they looked at other potential ethics changes. Then there would be a review by me, by the city attorney, before it went to the Ethics Commission. But that's appealable if I determine that there's not grounds that, if proven, would constitute a violation of the ethics standards. So there is a pre-review and there is an appeal built in to what was not considered by the Ethics Commission. All that is before you in the ordinance that is that it has been provided, though, is the provision of the legal fees for those persons who are being accused of violations. That's it.
Okay. And if it's deemed that if they're vindicated, basically, then they're eligible for reimbursement, reasonable reimbursement.
Well, they're eligible for defense at the beginning, essentially, and then they would have to reimburse if they were not vindicated.
I understand. And then would they be, so they would have to choose, they would be defended by
an attorney chosen by me.
Okay.
Or they could choose to get their own attorney, of course, always. That's all, you're right. You just don't get it get it paid for.
Okay. So we'd still have the ability to choose our own attorney. I guess that's the other conflict that I worry about, that once again, we employ the city manager, the city manager employs your department, and then at that time, that's the individual that's going to defend us. But the safeguard against that is you're going to decide whether or not it's reviewable.
I'm going to decide, under the provision that they have not recommended yet, I would decide whether or not the provision would go forward, whether at all, and the determination would be narrow. It would determine if the items that were accused in the complaint if they were proven, would they then be a violation of the Code of Ethics? Because there have been quite a few allegations that have been made where even if you prove everything in the allegation, you don't get a violation of the rules of ethics. It's just a legal determination.
Gosh, that's complicated, because then who's going to defend me? Because I say me, who's going to defend us if the complaint is made to this on behalf of the city, and so then now we're going to have representation from a city individual?
You're going to have representation from an attorney who's been chosen, a private attorney who's been chosen from a list.
Okay.
Not one of the people on working for the city, because we provide the legal representation to the Ethics Commission itself.
Got you.
So we would have a private attorney, to avoid that conflict of interest, we would have a private attorney who would be representing the accused public official.
And then if an individual were to choose their own attorney, then that would not be subject to, would that be subject to reimbursement?
That would be, they're absolute right, but they wouldn't be getting reimbursed for that.
Okay. So, okay, thank you. I think I would support it simply because for those that could not afford an attorney to protect themselves from some type of frivolous nature, because I myself have been the victim, unfortunately, in such arrangement myself. I was blessed that I could afford it, but I'd hate for somebody that couldn't. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor.
I had,
did you have yours?
It's been on for 30 minutes.
I spoke for too long, sorry.
That's okay.
You did. You know what? Your name's on the left.
Go ahead, let her talk.
Okay, well.
Go after her.
Thank you for letting me talk. This is it's funny how this issue just came up now. Some of my fellow councilmen have been in office for a long, long time. They're, been at this a lot longer than I have. And it's just, I find it interesting that this has not come up until it affects them personally. I am one of those that did have to pay for my own attorney because the Ethics Commission would not change the date. I happened to be on a city trip and they just would not work with me. So I ended up having to hire an attorney to represent me. I don't know if some of my other fellow council members have been through that ordeal, but I just wanted to emphasize that it's funny that this, after all these years and years and years, that this has not ever been brought up. And I'm just curious too, if we were to vote for this, does that mean that it would just go from this point forward, not back, right?
It would not go back. In fact, this particular provision, it's tied to a budget change. So the request was was related to the budget. Consequently, it will not be effective. If you decide to approve it, it will not be effective until October 1st.
Okay. And do we know, we don't know what that amount will be, do we? Or do we have a budget? I mean, like a...
You asked me for an estimate. I put an estimate down for the first year, and what was included in the budget was $30,000 annually.
30,000.
Up to 30,000 annually.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Presley.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Collins, I've been on this council exactly 2 years longer than you, so it's not years and years and years and years. And I take offense to your personal attack. But anyway, and I see Mr. Weber darted out of the room. He made several false statements in his presentation a while ago. I want the public to know, and I won't go through each and every one of them. But one of the things he said was that it was proven in that hearing that I was found guilty of something. Well, he's completely incorrect about that. 9 members of the Ethics Commission met on that agenda and on his baseless charges and found that there was no base to his charges, and they voted 9-0 to throw his case out. And I'm sorry my attorney hurt his feelings, but that's what I hired an attorney for, was to represent me in the most vigorous fashion that he could. So, and I will always do that. So I didn't bring him over there to make friends. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Miles, the provision of you having to hire the attorney, is that a reflection of the city charter where only outside attorneys can be hired by the city attorney?
Partly it takes that into, I mean, as far as that's actually a cost control provision, because the last thing we want is that somebody hires an attorney just to run up a really high fee. So if I go and it'd be like getting an appointed attorney. If you get an appointed attorney, if you're accused of a crime, those quite often are not the highest dollar attorneys in town necessarily. They'll be competent attorneys, but they'll be attorneys who are, and it would be an attorney who understands the ethics code, but it wouldn't necessarily be an attorney who would charge all $30,000 on one case.
So it's going to be based on cost as opposed to anything else.
There would be cost control provisions in that contract, just like there are in all attorney contracts.
Well, this kind of goes to a bigger question because there's no representation for council specific that is for council, right? I mean, technically you don't work for us, you work for the city manager, correct?
That's not true. I work for the city. I represent the city.
Okay, in the charter, it states that the city manager will make a recommendation similar to like the fire chief and the chief of police, and it would be affirmed by the council for the city attorney's position, right? But you technically work for the city manager as an employee of the city, right? I mean, you don't report to the council directly.
I do report to the council. If there are many times that I have reported directly to the council. In fact, I give presentations to the council in exec session regularly, and often even when the city manager's not there, because it might not involve the city manager. So yes, I give presentations, and I work for the city, not for the city manager per se.
So does the attorney-client privilege extend to just the city council member, or does it apply to the whole city? Or is it like, for example, if one of the council members has a discussion with you, does it stay with you, or does that not apply?
The privilege applies to the city as a whole. And whatever privilege is established, the city council can, and it has done so, the city council has waived the privilege that I have with the city council or high-level managerial authorities, so that I could make a statement of the exact statement of what would otherwise be under privilege. So yes, the city council has the authority to waive the privilege.
Let's see, there's a lot of gray area here that, that, like I said, the charter doesn't have a council for when I say counsel, but attorney for the council to provide recommendations outside of your position. Nor can the council hire an attorney separate from, based on our charter, correct?
The council acts on behalf of the city. The city council actions are actions of the city. They are the same. I mean, when I represent the city, I'm representing the city council. And like I said, the city council has the authority to waive the privilege, attorney-client privilege, and it has done so at various times in the past.
Okay, but I'm talking about not waiving it, right? Not waiving it. So, okay. So I guess the problem is here is that regardless of the situation, the attorney is hired by yourself as opposed to having a cost limitation to an attorney that a council member can hire.
I think where you're going is an attorney hired to represent you in a city council in an action involving, say, an ethics action under this provision. That private attorney would have the attorney-client privilege that would be between you and him.
No, I understand what you're saying. It's just the selection process is not the selection of the council, it's your selection. And that's where I have the gray area about. I want to say the more appropriate manner would be for the council member to select an attorney within a cost structure of the within a cost structure that's set out ahead of time, not necessarily you selecting it based on the cost-saving measure.
I mean, that's another alternative, that you could establish a cost schedule and allow anybody to choose an attorney within that cost schedule. One of the challenges is that with cost schedules is that the complexity of a matter can vary greatly. You have two components typically to an hourly cost. You can have the amount that's charged per hour, but a high hourly cost can be justified by an attorney whose knowledge of that particular area of law only requires an hour or two, in contrast to an attorney who might charge less but takes 10 hours to do research because he's not familiar with that area.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I'm referring to is that if there is a cost difference, that could be supplemented by the council member if he so chooses. But they should be a baseline, not necessarily saying, this is the attorney you get and you'll like it.
If it says he must be chosen from a list approved by the city attorney, that's not to say that you couldn't bring an attorney in and say, okay, this attorney wants to make a deal to be able to be paid under this, and we do a little contract that has a limitation as to amount, and it would be like any other appointed attorney situation.
The approved list provided by the city attorney, so you would have a list of attorneys that you pre-screen or pre-select
that have accepted the cross controls that we've established and negotiated.
I don't know. It seems like there should be some yeah. I'm not comfortable with that, but that's all my questions.
Well, there's many options, and that's the Dallas option that we put in.
Okay. Thank you.
Miles, quick question. So this is something that would not be able to be utilized if somebody was out of the scope, for example, a campaign violation, open meetings, violating the Open Meetings Act, and any other campaign violation, so to speak, that then been had. Is that correct?
This is only for ethics violations. If a city council member was accused of a criminal activity, they would have to normally get their own attorney to defend themselves against the criminal activity,
right, but
this is only for an alleged violation of the code of ethics.
Regardless of what the outcome was?
It does say if the outcome is determined, if the outcome is that the city official violated the code of ethics, then he has to reimburse the city for that cost of representation.
Correct. So if they violated whatever it may have been,
Then there's
right, this does not
reimbursement
apply.
that would apply. Yeah.
It does not apply. They'd have to reimburse.
Yeah, the reimbursement would apply. You're right. If they would have to reimburse the city if it turns out that if they were determined to have violated.
Right. Okay. Okay. Councilman Roy. Ouch. Sorry, excuse me.
You know, and following what Gil was saying, and I think I understand his logic and what he's talking about, because what doesn't sit well, I guess, is the best way to look at this, is that, you know, if you're a city employee, we're not talking about council, but if you're a city employee and you're driving a truck and you run into somebody on a bike, right, and you damage that individual, does the city provide an attorney on behalf of that city employee to defend or get involved in that case?
That if a city employee uses a city truck to run into somebody and cause injury, then under Texas law, when you file a lawsuit against that person, you have to do what's called election of remedies. You have to choose whether or not you're going to truly seek just a judgment against that person or against their employer, the city. In almost all cases, I've never seen it the other way. They always choose to seek potential, remedies against the city because the city's the deep pocket.
Right.
The city will be providing for that defense.
And you go through and you provide that defense for that city worker.
Oh, yeah, with an internal, the defense is for the city.
And you may use an internal attorney, or you may go out and seek somebody outside of that.
And we have, in that case, we have our own, we defend with our own forces, with our own attorneys.
But there's cases.
But we do sometimes hire outside attorneys.
You hire outside. But you want to make sure that you provide the best legal representation that you can.
We look for attorneys that have experience in that area, and the attorneys that we utilize have experience in that area.
And so that whole part about you're saying, okay, we got a $30,000 budget, and I'm going to get you somebody, they're not going to be great, but, they're going to agree to a fee, and hopefully it won't be that much. That's the part that I'm just having a hard time with.
Actually, there is another component to that. The reason that there would be cost control provided through that mechanism is who we would look for would be somebody who's handled a city ethics violation before and doesn't have to come up from zero in trying to learn that particular area of the law.
So you're saying city ethic violations and attorneys, it's usually less expensive, just the nature of the type of...
It's going to be more expensive if the person doesn't have any knowledge of the city ethics code, and it's going to be less expensive if they have knowledge in doing that, because they'll have to, the attorney who's unfamiliar with that area of the law is going to need to learn it.
So are you saying you would cap that? So you've got $30,000 put away in a budget, and you had a particular ethics case that came forward, and you burned through your $30,000 with that one case. Could that potentially happen?
We always cap we always have a maximum, and when we do our hourly rates, we have an hourly rate and a maximum that we'll spend under that contract, and once we get
for that particular incident.
For that particular incident.
All right, thanks.
Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I spoke a while ago, and I'll make this real quick. That's what?
I thought he had already spoken twice.
I asked a question once. That's an important distinction, Miles, that you make. Is one of the things my attorney had to do was get up to speed on the whole ethics code. So I had to pay for a lot of hours for him to study that. And there are, I'm sure, attorneys that are more well versed in that, but that's okay. The other thing I'm going to say before it gets reported incorrectly by people in the audience, is I'm not asking for my money back. I don't expect my money back on this deal, nor would I be eligible because this policy is not in place. I've already paid that fee and moved on, so I'm not asking for my money back. I brought this forward because some of you guys are going to be here when I leave. I'm not going to be here anymore. So I'm doing this because it will protect city council members from these frivolous claims that are brought by people who know that they're frivolous to begin with, but they're just trying to punish you because they don't believe and agree with your political philosophies. The other thing is, it also, by having Miles' staff review these before they go forward, it will save the city taxpayers thousands of dollars on attorney's fees, potential attorney's fees, if he judges, like he told me. He said, if yours would have come before me, Councilman Pusley, I would have said that this does not meet the statute, or the, what's the legal term? It does not meet the definition of something that would move forward. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of organizations have fiduciaries that are protected through very similar actions like this. I feel like, I think I'm with Councilman Hernandez. Miles, you may not be here forever. One day there may be a new attorney here leading the city of Corpus Christi, and someone like myself may feel uncomfortable with someone like that choosing an attorney for us. I do understand Councilman Pusley's point is that they'll be up to code, they'll be up to the ethics regulations and stuff like that. But I think that if we were brought, I'm going to hear a resounding no on this, but I think that if we tabled this and brought it back next week with a couple of options on how to handle that situation, we would get probably we would feel a little more comfortable voting on something like this.
Well, and if I may, if this passes the way it is, I'll probably call about 2 or 3 attorneys, and the persons that would be top on the list would be those attorneys who's handled our ethics provisions, probably including Councilman Pusley's, the attorney that he had used, and probably including that within the last few years. So we would look at attorneys who've handled those types of ethics allegations as the.
This is first reading, right? So we have another shot.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it would. Our goal would be to utilize attorneys who have knowledge in this area.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think, Councilman Pusley, thank you for bringing this because, there's all too often, once again, I say there were targets, and it discourages individuals from running. It also discourages those that are not affluent from running, or those that are not retired from running. And just the very nature of somebody that is going to put themselves out there to be subject to that type of ridicule, then that's discouragement enough to try to run. And I think knowing that you could be the subject of a frivolous accusation would deter those that can't afford an attorney or can't afford legal representation from running, because anybody can make accusations about anything. So that I just kind of want to reiterate that this protects those that would be in it, because once again, if I decide I'm going to pick my own attorney or decide I'm going to refuse help, then I'm free to pay for it on my own. But I think for those that, once again, that don't have the means, this is another way that it protects those individuals. So I definitely support it. So thank you for bringing it up, Councilman Pusley. I think this is something that helps that helps the entire community. And thank you, and thank you for having the fortitude, subject to the ridicule that we're facing as a result of it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
I move for approval.
Okay.
And then we can.
What was that?
Put them back.
Hang on.
Yeah, I move for approval, and then when it comes back to second reading, we can make amendments.
Yeah.
If you can do some due diligence, yeah. Yeah, I move for approval.
He moved for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Doesn't affect.
Not. Yeah, because he's not, yeah. Okay, everyone, please submit your vote. And we do have a second reading. We have a second reading. Has everyone submitted? No? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, again, this will come back for a second reading, and then the true decision will be made at that point. The second item that was pulled, Councilman Klein, was item number 19. Your question or comment, sir? Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just going to recuse myself from this vote because it involves Delmar College.
Oh, okay.
Can I make clear?
Sure. Councilman Barrera.
You know, I understand. Did you complete a recusal form?
Not yet.
Okay, so I just want, there's a lot of times that we abstain, and I just want to, I support this obviously 100%. I just want to make sure that, there's so many times that we have abstentions that I think that the only reason somebody should abstain is if they have a conflict. So I just want to ensure that you do that. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's just we can't do it at a convenience. So yeah, I move for approval.
I was just going to say, our code of ethics does allow people to, council members to abstain based on the appearance of a conflict.
Yeah, but they can fill that
It's
out in the
explicitly
application
allowed.
that say, because I've done that before.
Yes. Mhm.
That but I say I recuse myself simply because of the perception of a conflict.
Right.
Yeah. But I just want to reiterate, you receive no additional compensation as a result of this.
I would not. Delmar College is my primary employer.
Yeah, but
I'm unaware of any additional compensation I would receive.
And then I also want to make it clear that if we were, by the very nature, your position would you've not been made aware that your position would be eliminated if you voted for or against this.
I'm not aware of that either.
So once again, I move for approval.
Okay, let's see, we have a couple comments. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. I think it's commendable what you're doing, no matter what the dollar amount is. I think that you should always recuse yourself. So, thank you. And I second the motion. But you think you have to step in the back, though?
Well, if
no discussion. Mayor, I just wanted to say what a great program this is. So thank you. Thank you so much for doing this and for providing this. It's just a great, great program. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Please submit your vote.
And for the record, Councilmember Klein abstained.
Yeah,
right?
so the motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Before we move on, Peter, I was thinking about this as we were having this other conversation, but, the vote on the, what was the verbiage? On setting the maximum tax rate.
Okay.
Had we gone with the no new revenue tax rate,
Right.
an additional $10 million would be cut from the budget, correct? That's
Right.
what Heather stated.
We would not collect 10 million that we have programmed in the budget today. And
Right, an additional 10 million to the 9.
Right, we'd
So
have to reduce the budget by 10 more million.
would you be forced to recommend cuts across the board to include police and fire?
I think so at this point. You could see the consternation just with some minor cuts in some of our park programming and libraries. Yeah, so it would, it would probably necessitate some type of police and fire review.
In addition to other,
Right, because the animal care, the library budget's 5 million, right? So you'd have to eliminate the whole library budget. He'd have to eliminate the whole ACS budget. It's another $5 million. So that's unlikely. So we probably have to look at the other 50% of the budget, which is police and fire.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to move on to Section L, Public Hearings, items 20 through 26. Item number 20 is zoning case number ZN 8186, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 3909 Laguna Shores Drive.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 3909 Laguna Shores Drive from RS 4.5 from our CR1 and CG2 districts to a CR1 district with a special permit. The subject property is 8.1 acres in size, and it is platted. The applicant is the Terrazos Group. Toreros Group, sorry. The purpose of the rezoning request is to bring the property into conformity. It's an RV park and a marine use. The property is in the Flower Bluff Area Development Plan, and the plan and the future land use map calls for commercial development. To the north of the subject property are vacant parcel zone CG2. To the south are vacant parcel zone RS 4.5 and CR1. To the east is, of course, the canal, and to the west across Laguna Shores are vacant parcel zoned RSTF and CN1.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Let me open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 20? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote. Oh, Councilman Seckley?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Pasley, sorry.
Okay. Al, there was, in the original request from the applicant, it not only talked about travel trailers or whatever kind of recreational vehicle parking, it also talked about boat slips.
Mm-hmm.
So the boat slips thing has been taken out with the special permit?
No, he wants to add boat storage on the lot as well, on his 8 acres.
On the lot, so
Yes.
not in the water, though?
No, not in
Okay,
the
so it would be excluded from the flight zone?
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. There'll be, let me say it this way, we work with the Navy, and the Navy approved the RV site, pad sites up to 441, and in the green area, he can park boats, or they can.
Just can't have anybody live in there?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. You know, my only problem with special permits, and they have been since I served on zoning commission, is the fact that who makes sure that, you know, we pass dozens of these special permits on a yearly basis. Who follows up and makes sure that we are adhering to those? And you're smiling, and I know you know the answer to that.
Because that's my job. Yes, I know.
So, anyway, I just get a little concerned about that and how we do this. I think, you know, sometimes a special permit is appropriate. I would have thought in this instance, we would have just said no to the original request and said, this is what you're going to have to do.
But, you know, he's trying to bring his property into.
I know, and it's great that he's doing that because it was non-compliant before.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll shut up. I just want to make one more comment for you in the future. I'm really good at reading maps, and all your maps are posted like they should be with north up. And your last display, which I think is the most important one in your display, you turn north upside down. So.
Excellent catch. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
From a geologist, yes, thank you.
Councilman Seckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Just real quick, Al, thanks for staff working, you know, to produce this resolution today that hopefully everybody can support, and obviously adhering to the wishes of our great Navy partner. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Al, I mentioned this to you, or asked you about this by email. I just wanted to kind of reiterate it again, asking about the opposition coming from some of the neighbors. I thought you indicated to me by email that their concern is that this is going to limit access to the Laguna Madre, but what you conveyed to me is that it was actually not going to limit that access. Is that correct?
Yeah, there were three oppositions. One did not. One just said I'm opposed to it and didn't say why. Mm-hmm. One was concerned that this development would limit access to the canals, which is not the case. And the third was they thought this development would bring down their property values.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just needed clarification. Thank you.
Okay, great. I will go ahead and entertain a motion. Do we have a motion? Yes. We do. Okay. Please submit your vote. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, item number 21.
Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to suggest that we approve items 21 through 26.
Can we do 25?
Yeah, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 all together.
You want to pull?
You want to pull 25?
26. It's the last one. I just had a question on it.
Okay, yeah, well then I'd move to approve items 21 through 25.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Councilman Klein?
Yeah, so the question here, I guess, is actually the same for each one of these, so I don't really have any opposition to considering these together. It looked to me like in the attachments as if the funding for this is going to come not from the trust fund. The trust fund doesn't have any money in it. Is that correct, or am I mischaracterizing that?
No, you're not mischaracterizing. The trust fund has currently a negative balance of $9.3 million.
And I haven't done the math, sorry. Any idea what a rough estimate of how much this is going to increase that deficit in the trust fund?
If we approve all six, the trust fund deficit will be $11.7 million.
Yeah.
Which will take about 6.5 years to pay off, because we get about 150 grand a month, give or take. So added up, it'll take about 6.5 years.
And where would that come from?
That
11 million to make up the trust fund?
It would ultimately come from trust funds. What I was saying is that the trust fund buckets get approximately 150 grand a month. So add that up, it'll take about 6.5 years.
Yeah, excuse me. So in the city manager's proposed budget, we presented a recommendation to solve this problem, and that is this is water and wastewater utility infrastructure that's being added outside the subdivision. So this is not inside the subdivision. So by all intents and purposes, it's city assets. Mm-hmm. It's adding trunk lines and water lines sufficient to provide water and wastewater services to subdivisions being built. Inside the subdivision, the developer pays for all the water and wastewater at that point. So my recommendation in the city manager's proposed budget was to pay for this with those utilities, mm-hmm. with water and wastewater. And so the legacy debt that's the legacy backlog or negative would be remedied with that solution, mm-hmm. as well as some recent trust fund applications that were approved. So that's about $9 million that we have programmed. And then we would continue that on until we work with council on a new policy for either increased trust fund fees or a new solution, right, like an impact fee. But there is a remedy in developers who have been owed money for years. Mm-hmm. If the council approves the budget as the way I presented it, they would be paid in October, on October 1. So the millions in backlog, to include $7 million that was just awarded recently or approved recently, would be paid immediately on October 1.
And ultimately, that money is going to come from water and wastewater rate payers.
It's a water and wastewater utility infrastructure, so yes.
So I see each one of these agenda items as a symptom of this ongoing problem with the trust fund model. That this council really needs to address. Whether it's $5 million in the hole or $9 million in the hole or $11 million in the hole, it doesn't seem to be working very well. And you said that it might take as much as 6 years to pay that off. But my assumption is that there's going to be still more draws as well.
Of course.
Which suggests that it's going to take more than 6 years to pay that off, if it gets paid off at all, short of dipping into, you said what, the wastewater fund, the water fund, or those accounts to help pay this off.
Right, yeah, just to be clear, again, what I recommended in the budget that we presented on July 30th was that any backlogged payment would be made on October 1. It would be as funded.
Right.
And these here would be funded as well, but this development will take some time, and so it would probably be in a fiscal year 26 budget that they would need the money, and then that's when we would program it. So there's 3 tranches of funds, if you will. There's $2 million and some backlog legacy payments that's due. $7 million was approved recently, so that's 9. These today are another $2 million or so. Not all of that 11 million is due immediately. It's as the developer builds, then we reimburse them. So Al's working on a timeline. It's probably 2 to 3 years that this money would be paid back. The important thing for the developers to know is we have a plan that I recommended in the budget that would pay them on October 1 for any work that has been done in the past, and that would be done up through October 1 and into the next fiscal year. We have a solution. This is public infrastructure. This is city-owned infrastructure that supports subdivisions. It has nothing to do with the inside of the subdivision. It's all assets, main trunk lines, wide diameter pipes delivering water to the subdivision line.
But if the subdivisions didn't exist, there'd be no need for this additional infrastructure.
That's true. That's accurate.
Right.
But people want to live, the developers build where people want to live.
Yeah.
And we have a mix here in our city of infill development and greenfield development. And so a housing buyer can choose, and we can't dictate where they buy a house.
I really think that this council needs to once again revisit this issue of the trust fund model, perhaps moving instead toward impact fees. Instead, we have a consultant we paid several $100,000 to.
No, more than that, but yeah. I think many of the council members have said we're going to bring it up, we're going to schedule it. It's not going to be, we're going to get through the budget first. So later on in the either late calendar year or next year, that's why we have a 3-month planning forecast. So I've already heard from several council members on when we can do this. We have some significant things we're working on now where it's just now the time's not right. So getting through the budget, getting through that major hurdle.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But the issues with the trust fund model haven't just appeared. They've been here for a while now. And so I would say that this needs to be moved up to the front burner.
Okay, thank you. We take that into, right. We have a 3-month planning forecast, and so once we get through the budget after September, we'll see when this fits.
We do, and the other reason the same council member, well, I don't know if the same council members, but council members also wanted to see what the subcommittee of the SEAC, the group, the details of their work. And that's what they're working on now, correct? Are those meetings being had? You know what, we're getting off script here. Let me, we better not go into that.
Thank you.
Well, my understanding is that the CIAC's already pretty much completed its work. They've already made their recommendation to the city council. The council hasn't taken up that recommendation.
There's a subcommittee who is working on the details, and many council members expressed to me that they would like to see those details. So we'll talk about this, that subcommittee being moving forward here at a different time. It's not on the agenda or appropriate. But to answer your question, yes, it is something that's been broken, if you will. It works, but it's a constant, right? It's a constant chase for the monies, which is not the way it really should be. But I think it is the will of the entire council to fix. I think there were issues and questions that were waiting to be answered. But you're right, Peter, it's something that will come forth.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
We'll program it in this later.
Right.
All right, and one last thing. I mean, I know the answer to this already. I'm going to ask it anyway. If we had adopted impact fees, if the council had adopted impact fees either this year or last year or 5 years ago, is there as great a likelihood that we'd be in the same boat as we are now today with a multi-million-dollar deficit?
Councilman, you're trying to get me in trouble. No, obviously we wouldn't, right? Because we'd be using that vehicle to extend infrastructure. But right now in this city, the way we extend water and wastewater infrastructure is this trust fund. So it runs up a deficit because Yeah, we take out more than we are putting in, and that's why we are where we are.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Al.
Councilman Suckley. Pasley. I'm going to switch y'all.
We're going to have to change places.
I know, sorry.
Okay, and we are way off script here, but I do want to make this comment. I and other members of this council believe that the SEAC committee should have looked at what would have taken place had we fixed the trust fund plan and not just look at, we said, here's the answer to the problem, we're going to go find the problem. And that's kind of what we did with the SEAC committee. So I'd like to say with respect to this that we've never looked at what would happen if we fixed the trust fund to where it could fully fund itself. Anyway, Mayor, we're way off script here.
Councilman Roy.
Yeah, and I don't want to get off subject, but at the same time, I think the public has to know that whether you're doing impact fees or trust fund fees, if you don't set the reimbursement appropriately, you're going to run into trouble with either of those vehicles. And that's a key part, and I think that's the part where council right now wants to make sure that we're setting those levels appropriately, or we're going to be back, even with impact fees, having the same issue that we have now. And I know that we said this probably 6-8 months ago, that we weren't going to sit there and put ourselves in a situation to pay off the balance on the trust fund. But we've made a different decision on that. We've got to move forward as a city, but we got to make sure that those procedures are in place, the policies are in place, and that we set the impact fee at the right level.
Understood.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on items 21 through 26, all of which, I'm sorry, 21 through 25, which are all reimbursement agreements? Okay, there being no one, we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote.
So Rebecca, when we're submitting our vote, once we submit our vote, can we go look then? Or will it, if I change screens, will it?
I have to stop it. I haven't stopped yet.
Okay, because I never can turn around fast enough to see who voted for what.
Yeah, have you hit discussion?
Well, after the vote.
My vote?
No. Or maybe, Rebecca, can you leave the vote up on the screen a little longer? Okay. Yeah, just so everyone can see. Yeah. Okay, so has everyone submitted their vote? And then you have a question on 26. Okay. To the reimbursement, not reimbursing them, or not committing to paying them back. Yeah, okay. Okay, the motion carries.
Who is, sorry. I'm ready to go.
Here you go. You have your light on. Councilman. Wait.
Thank you.
Hold on a second.
Thank you, Mayor. MST.
It's George Mastagashi Company.
Okay. So it's the same group, basically. I did.
Okay, so we're on item 26.
Right.
Let me read it real quick. So that's an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement with MST. Anything else?
Okay, that's I was just wondering what the relation was, and they are the developer.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm getting all this straight and that they weren't somebody
new.
And no, I'm all right with new people. I just figured somewhere I read in there that they were the engineer, and that just didn't make any sense to me. So I apologize. Thank you. That's it.
Okay.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I'll open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 26? Okay, there being no one, we will close public hearing. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. So for clarity, Rebecca, because Councilman Barrera brought up a point, abstaining is if you just don't want to vote on something.
Under
No,
our
I know,
rules.
but I'm just clarifying because Councilman Barrera made a point earlier, and so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, under our rules, you can abstain.
For any reason.
For perception, for an actual conflict, or in Ms. Campos's case, just not being certain how to vote on something or not wishing to vote under our current rules.
Unprepared.
So-
I'm unprepared, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, that's what I was clarifying.
I'm unprepared.
All right, so item number 27, we already voted on. That was the the collective bargaining agreement. Item number 28 is a one reading ordinance calling for a special election for the Bond 2024 program.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Neiman Young, Assistant City Manager. Before you is a one reading ordinance calling for a special election for the Bond 2024 program to be held on November 5th, 2024 in the city of Corpus Christi for the authorization of bond issuance for the city by ad valorem taxes totaling $175 million without a property tax rate increase. This funding will fund 38 projects under the following propositions, which includes streets for $89.5 million, parks for $37.65 million, public safety for $45 million, and cultural facilities for $2.85 million. City staff recommends that Council approve the enclosed ordinance as presented.
Councilman Hernandez.
Neiman, forgive me, I didn't see it in the ordinance, but according to our debt management policy, any relocation of utilities has to be described within what that does to rates if it is not included as or capitalized into the bond. Is that part of this ordinance?
I'm not familiar with that policy, sir. I don't think it's in this ordinance.
Okay, so under the debt management policy, under general obligation bonds, it says that you shall make every effort to include utility relocation within the bond. The only thing that we have here that's included in the bond is the stormwater. We don't have water or wastewater line relocations associated with that.
Yes, sir.
So we have to identify what the impact is going to be to the water rates and the wastewater rates for that within when it's presented to be voted on by the voter. If that's not included in this, where would we include that?
Yes, sir. If there's, you said the policy states that we should try to include.
We should try to include them. All efforts should be made to include the capitalization of the utility relocation within the bond.
Yes, sir.
If it is not, you must identify what impact it goes to the rates, utility rates, in this case, water and wastewater.
Yes, sir.
For these bonds, specifically around streets.
Yes, sir. And I can say with confidence that we have tried to include as much of the utility relocation as possible, and that's evidenced by the fact that we've actually included for the first time for this bond program, stormwater.
I'm not questioning that.
Any other relocation, any additional utilities, well, that's going to continue to further deteriorate the surface improvement.
No, I understand that. It just, you have to disclose how it would impact the utility rates.
Yes, sir.
That's all it says. It doesn't say you can't do it.
Yes, sir.
It just says you have to disclose that. And if it's not in this ordinance, does it need, since it is part of our policy, does it have to be included in this ordinance, or does it have to be done separately? And maybe that's a question for Miles.
Yeah, Miles can answer the question, Councilman, and Heather and I have talked about this, so we don't, and we've talked to you about it, Heather has, it's unclear what relocation means. Generally, when we redo our streets, we replace water and wastewater lines. It's rare that we have to, if we want to think about relocating, moving them at a very different distance somewhere. So we're not, it's unclear in the policy. We will be bringing the policy back to council, I think, the end of this month. And that's one of the recommendations we're going to make, is make it clear about what does relocation mean. To put in new lines that may be 1 foot deeper or 1 foot to the left or right, we don't consider that relocation. If you're moving them 10 feet or miles, in a different direction, yeah, that's relocate. So when
I don't think the intent was to move something 10 miles. Or,
right, or say 10 feet then, sorry, I shouldn't use
right.
miles. But.
So I just, I think we're, splitting hairs here. It's basically to be transparent as to that this bond does not include the utilities and there is a cost to it. That's a reason why I fought so hard to make sure that we capitalize the stormwater one, because of how much impact it has to the debt service or the amount of debt the stormwater has with a $26 million budget, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's impactful for these other utilities. Obviously, with water, you're proposing adding $468 million of debt spending to our water fund, and then on top of that, this addition, which includes this amount, right, from the stormwater. So I just want to be very transparent as to what that is. I don't want to split hairs on whether relocation means replacement or not.
Yeah, no, that's why we're going to bring it back, so everybody's clear. Right now, we're not clear.
So, but that would apply to this particular bond election if we change that policy next, at the end of the month?
I have to answer that because we're going to bring it to council at the end of the month. So the bond won't be considered until they're voting on it today, but the voters vote on it in November. So what policy would apply, the current or the one at the end of the month?
Theoretically, the policy that's applying right now at the time you adopt it would theoretically apply to how you should put it together, but that's just a policy. That's a policy that guides staff. Doesn't tie your hands. It's not an ordinance.
Okay, it's a resolution. We follow our budget policy in a similar way with how we budget. So this is, it's a debt management policy that we have followed on other areas. It just, I know it's 14 years old, but it's even referred to in our budget policy with understanding of this. So I just don't want to have this be an issue where people aren't really understanding what they're voting for and how it impacts their utility rates. Yeah. It probably won't impact it that much, 4 or 5 cents here or there.
Yeah, I think, Councilman, maybe a compromise could be that in the voter's guide that we're putting out, that's the Spanish and English version of what are these projects, we can put a disclaimer in there that water and wastewater is not included in these costs, and they would be paid for through those utilities, most likely through debt. That would take care of it. Maybe it doesn't have to be in the ordinance, and it doesn't have to be at the ballot box when they see the voting language. But our contract with the voters includes many things, including these council meetings. But that brochure that Neiman has finished, we'll actually be distributing it this week. We can put a section in there that says these project estimates do not include water and wastewater, and most likely this will be incurred through a debt issuance, and those costs are not reflective here, and it could mean a rate increase in those utilities.
Well, it will.
No, it could.
It will.
We don't know for sure. We could do pay-as-you-go, depending on the nature. A lot of these projects, a lot of the street projects in this bond are design only, and so there's no construction.
That's correct. Only the ones that include construction would be included. Depending on the size of the infrastructure, it could be anywhere from $2 million, $1.5 million for each of those projects.
Right.
I'll give you the example for Yorktown. The stormwater was $4 million as part of that. So that adds significant debt to a budget as small as stormwater.
Right.
So I want to be very clear on this.
Yeah, we understand.
If it should be in the bond language as per our debt management policy. Now, I understand we're splitting hairs with what relocation means.
Right.
I think at the time that there was not an effort to replace utility infrastructure with bonds at that time, so they use relocation as the term. I think we should update that appropriately. Any replacement, relocation, or otherwise should be included in what that cost should be. If it's not capitalized, it should be designated on on the bond language, so it's very clear.
Right, yeah, we agree. That's why we'll be bringing it back at the end of this month.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 28? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, or, I'm sorry, public hearing.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second. Please submit your vote. Yes, sir. You gonna make comment? All right, motion carries. You can turn your light on. You're good? Okay. The motion carried, 6-3. Okay.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I can, if you wouldn't mind, so the vote council just took as the final action on we've been working on this with the council for 9 months or so, and probably longer than that in some of this project identification. So the vote you took then calls for the election for the bond program, for bond 2024, which is known as bond 2024, of $175 million in road, park, police and fire, and community facility assets. The council already in the prior meeting approved the list of projects, and so today's action calls for the election to place this on the ballot. There would be 4 propositions, and what we're doing now is working on an education campaign, not a persuasive campaign, but an education campaign. This week we'll be distributing to you English and Spanish, it's all in one document, brochures on all of these projects, and it has other election information in that brochure, something we have done consistently. The website also is updated to reflect all of today's information for the bond program. So voters and persons who want to find out information about bond 2024 can go to the city's website. They can pick up from here at City Hall, and soon any one of our senior recreation centers, the bond brochure. We'll make it available to groups like the League of Women Voters to distribute as well. Neiman is still, and his team are still making presentations now, transitioning from project solicitation and input to information and education on the bond program. He has several scheduled already to include on some Saturdays coming up. And so our goal as city staff over the next 2 months is to educate the community on this bond program. This would be the third in recent years. We successfully had bond 2020, 2022, now 2024, which continues this council's legacy in investing in our assets, including streets and public safety, and in this case, some community facilities to include a senior center on the south side in City Council District 5 and the replacement of the Garcia Library. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Suckley and then Councilman Pusley.
Thanks, Mayor. Peter, real quick on that educational brochure. Is it going to have a section, hopefully it does, that is broken out by project type, public safety?
Yeah, absolutely.
But then another section that breaks it out by district specific?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
that way people can quick reference to figure out what's in my district or
yes,
whatever.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And so, Peter, each division here in the bond, each section, will be voted on separately by the voters.
That's correct, Councilman.
So these are totally selectable by the voters.
Absolutely. There's 4.
If they don't support one of them, they can vote against it.
Exactly. And if you look back at the past 2 bond programs, there was almost 70% or plus for streets. So that one gets a lot of support. One that gets even higher support is public safety. That one will probably be next to 80% or in excess. And then parks fares pretty well in prior elections. And then the cultural facilities, that'll be the library, senior center, and the 3 buildings in Heritage Plaza, that'll be a standalone ordinance.
Okay.
So, but you have to vote for the total. So if you don't like a street project or you don't like a cultural facility, you can't pick the projects. You vote yes or no on the whole proposition. So 4 propositions: streets, parks and recreation, public safety, that includes police and fire, and then cultural facilities.
Okay.
That'll be the senior center, library replacement for City Council District, or I should say for the south side, and then 3 buildings in Heritage Plaza.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my only comment would be, please, please, please look at the ballot language.
Yeah.
And make sure we, put that in layman's terms.
Right.
And no offense to attorneys.
Right.
I like attorneys. I pay them a lot of money, so I have to like them.
That's right.
But we need to make sure we keep, and I'll give some examples when we move forward here to talk about the sales tax, but we need to make sure that we're keeping the ballot language simple, straight, and to the point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
thank you, Mayor.
motion carried. So item number 29 is a one reading ordinance calling for the special election to be held on November the 5th of 2020. Did I skip you?
No, I was gonna make a smart aleck comment.
Okay.
Just waiting for this guy he was the one that came up with the idea, so I'm waiting for him to make the motion.
Okay, let me read this. A one reading ordinance calling for a special election to be held on November the 5th, 2024 to repurpose the expiring Type A sales tax funding to Type B sales tax funding utilizing an existing 1/8 cent for financing the downtown seawall flood control structures, including the maintenance and improvements to the entire seawall structure, including the breakwater, salt flat levee, T and L head land masses, marina basin, and flood control pumps, and other citywide stormwater, flood control, drainage, and coastal resiliency projects.
So moved.
Oh, he beat you. Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, let me open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment or have a question on item number 29? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Councilman Hernandez, did you have a comment?
No, I think this is a great
Councilman-
project. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pusley, comment?
Good job.
Okay, we are voting on the sales tax, right?
This is for the stormwater,
The flood mitigation.
the flood mitigation.
Okay. Which is,
I think it's 29.
Proposition F.
29.
Yeah. I think we flipped them around. I think we did stormwater first instead of the
okay.
other ones.
No, it's 29.
29.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I still have a question.
Okay.
Hold on.
No,
Okay, this is 29. Okay, so let me get to the right page. So that's Proposition F?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Proposition F, which is the.
Why are we taking that first?
I'm not sure.
Okay, never,
The reason,
Yeah.
the answer is it's a more popular one, Councilman.
Yes.
It's one that people have consistently over the 9 months, had very few questions on. So we thought we'd place that one first in the ballot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
okay, all right, well, I'm just going to make the same suggestions I made a while ago, and that is even the ballot language for this, and I've already given my suggestions to Heather, but for example, at the bottom it says, in the bottom of it says, as authorized by the Development Corporation Act and available to Type B corporations to be imposed for 20 years. Like we're all being sentenced to jail. So it could have simply said for a term not to exceed 20 years, I think. So
We can, Councilman, our bond counsel, Stephanie Leiby's here, so we can make these changes if we.
I'm not trying to insult anybody.
No, you're not.
I'm just trying to say the simpler and
yeah.
more readable we make this, the
Right.
better chances are we have people understanding.
We agree, so we are here to take edits.
And
Stephanie came all the way
There's
down
some
from
other
Austin.
stuff that I
Yeah.
think ought to be taken out of there, but
Well,
Heather
tell us
tells
what,
me
and
maybe
Stephanie will
not.
tell us if we can do it or not. Can we do the councilman's suggestions, Stephanie? Come up to the podium if you could, because we're going to make the changes right here. It'll be an amendment.
Mayor, council member Stephanie Leiby with Norton Rose Fulbright. Our firm serves as bond counsel to the city. So the language at the end for a term not to exceed 20 years, we can definitely make that edit and have that worked into the ballot and proposition language.
Okay. The other one I have a question about that I don't really support is it says here, by adoption of a Type B sales and use tax for the promotion and development of new and expanded business enterprises. This is not for expansion of business enterprises, so why is that language in there?
So that's statutory language, and that is the industrial and commercial streets, the conversation.
Those are not business enterprises, though. Those are streets.
But those are infrastructure projects which lead to newer expanded business enterprises. When you go into
but people are going to
development-
read into this that we're going to use this money for expansion of businesses and enterprises. The way it reads. And I'm sorry, it's just.
Let me ask Stephanie this, can we delete that? You said it was.
So I would not recommend deletion. I mean,
Okay.
council has discretion when it comes to the proposition language, but that language does track the statutory requirements.
But surely there may be another way.
There's got to be another way to say that.
Yeah.
It gives a false premise that we are going to use this money for the promotion and development of new and expanded business enterprises.
And the reason being, and then we're going to get some more advice from Stephanie, but this is a sales tax allowed by the state for economic development purposes. I think those are what the words are telling us, right, Stephanie?
That's correct.
Right, so it has to, the projects can only facilitate economic development. It can't be, say, for residential development.
What we said, Peter, was this is going to be utilized for streets and stormwater and the seawall.
Yeah.
Not business enterprises.
Yeah, so we could find some,
Yeah.
could you
But
find lesser words to say that benefit economic, that in the end will benefit economic development?
What?
Something like that?
Well, I'm not going to support it with this language, or unless we, is this first reading, or we get more shots at this?
It's a one-shot reading, yes, sir, because we got to place it on the ballot.
I'm not going to support it with that language.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, I was wondering if, I don't mind the language, but the placement of it may be a little difficult. You might want to place the stormwater, where it says pertaining to the flood control structures and other citywide flood control stormwater coastal resiliency for the promotion and development and expanded business enterprises limited to infrastructure projects. So it is stating what you're doing and then kind of what it's for, as opposed to saying, we're doing this for economic development and then mentioning what you're actually doing. I think it's just the position of where it's at. Does that make sense?
And Councilman, you said for, right, not
right.
or?
So it's what you're saying is it for,
yeah.
Like I said, it's just wordsmithing here, right? It's not changing the language because obviously it's statutory, but you need just put it second and not first.
Right.
Right, so say type B sales tax for the downtown projects pertaining to the downtown seawall, flood control structures, other citywide flood control, drainage, stormwater, blah, 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 all the way down here, and then say for the promotion and development of new expanded business enterprises not to exceed 20 years. So it's just changing where that location of that information is to where you're stating, because when people read through it, if they get to that and they say, I'm not voting for that, but they would vote if they saw the stormwater stuff first before getting to that, because it's basically stating the same thing. It's just wordsmithing it.
We don't have that to vote on.
No, but so I could make a motion to amend it to reflect that.
Yes.
To that recommendation to wordsmith it to where you flip those sentences around, and then to his recommendation, not for a period not to exceed 20 years, as opposed to imposing it for 20 years.
Right, not to exceed for 20 years.
Right. So I'll make an amendment to my motion to change those language I just described. Would that be okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Councilman Hunter.
No, I want to.
Yeah, we're still talking about yours. We're not, I'm going back to that. Councilman Hunter.
For all of these sales tax engines at the state of Texas, their purpose is to generate more sales tax. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to the expanded business enterprises. Can we give that some?
Yeah, Stephanie, do you have any alternate language you could suggest on the floor here, other than that one? New and expanded business enterprises? Could it be for, say, economic development?
I would recommend that the language stay as is. I mean, you can change it for economic development, but the statutory requirement is for new or expanded business enterprises, and so that is going to be the metric that those expenditures are held to.
Right, and the danger if we don't follow the protocol or the suggested is it could be challenged and
The danger is that it could be subject to election challenge if someone says that the ballot language is either confusing or doesn't meet the statutory requirements.
Right, the statutory, okay.
Okay,
That's
so
what we want to
could
point out to
you
the council.
include something, add something, parentheses, arterials and collector, that kind of thing. So that
This is a drainage one here.
I'm sorry, this one's for drainage, but, sorry, but nonetheless, still add to make it,
Could you put in brackets that benefit from the drainage systems?
right.
That except for the drainage systems might not happen? Something like that?
So you would
I
add,
think the issue is people think that this is, you're going to do drainage and business enterprises. But if you put something in brackets, say that, but for the sales tax, but for the investment in infrastructure, business wouldn't take place, The promotion and development of new and expanded businesses are only related to the stormwater and flood control measures. It's not another thing that you're going to invest the money in. We're not building businesses and creating enterprises. It's only that by creating flood control and drainage systems, then we can promote and develop economic development.
so you could strike the 2 infrastructure improvement projects so that you would have new and expanded business enterprises limited to the downtown seawall flood control structures.
Man. I don't think that's it. Yeah, I think the confusion, the issue with the council is, and we agree, is that it seems like you're doing 2 things, flood control and business enterprise, but it's not. It's only flood control. And from that device of those infrastructure improvements, then you're going to get economic development.
That's correct.
So we just need wording to denote that. This makes it seem like there's 2 different programs on this ballot.
Okay. Well, Mayor, is this something we could table for 30 minutes so they can kind of wordsmith?
Yeah, we could do that, because I think you have several other agenda items. So we could do that. We could have Stephanie, I think you got the point, Stephanie, and we have to do it for the other one too, which is that one clause almost denotes it's yet another thing on that proposition, and it's not. We're not setting up new businesses. We're not creating enterprises. It's only because of the drainage that other people will be able to do that with their money, not our money.
Okay.
Yeah, you get it?
Okay, so I'll make a motion to table for 30 minutes.
Hang on.
With that.
Councilman Presley has a comment before that. And I know this was his. Councilman Presley?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Deep in thought. Could you possibly, I'm just reading this in my head, for the promotion and development of new and expanded business enterprises, which must be limited to the infrastructure improvement projects pertaining to downtown seawall flood control, something like that maybe. But I agree. I think we need to table this for a few minutes and let y'all go back and sit down and see if you can come up, because it affects both of them. You have the same language in both of them.
Right,
Rebecca.
we can fix it. This is fixable. Stephanie's ready to work.
Do we need to table it, or can we just put a pause on it, or move?
Well, it's a motion to table is proper procedure. We do have an amendment on the floor, though, that wasn't voted on.
Just
So
withdraw
I guess we're still in the process of figuring out what all the amendments are.
You can table at any point, right, and have them
Yes,
come
I mean,
back
I'm
to it.
just, are you clear on what you're working on, Stephanie?
Right.
Okay.
So
you can make motion to table.
So I need a second
Okay.
for the tabling?
Yeah. Do you have one?
What's that?
I need a second for a table.
Okay.
We have a motion, we have a second, so we're going to table this. We'll come back to it shortly.
You need to vote.
Okay.
And we'll hold off on 29.
Did they vote?
Yeah, because the secretary had a question.
Can we,
You're going to sit here?
Mayor, we need to vote on the motion to table.
Oh, yes.
Just
yes,
say
yes.
all in favor,
Please
say
submit
aye.
your vote on tabling,
Thank you. Can be a
Aye.
voice
Aye.
vote would be
Okay.
great. Thank
Aye.
you.
May not want to wander off. There's another one coming up.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
They're just going to go in the back room and rewrite it.
Yeah, but what about this one?
I'm going to pull 29, and we'll bring that up later on in the meeting.
30.
30.
Sorry, 30. Sorry.
Okay, so we're going to go to briefings,
Yeah.
and we'll come back.
Right.
And we'll look
So
at
29 was
and 30.
tabled. The city manager's pulling 30 for right now. We'll bring it back in a half hour.
Okay.
So we're going to go to 31, briefing.
Item number 31 is the Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities briefing.
Mayor, could I make a statement?
Sure. Go ahead.
You know, I feel so sorry for our guests because they sit here all day long and listen to, shouldn't briefings be at the beginning of our agenda, right after, it ought to be right after your reports.
Yeah, we can do that. No problem.
I mean, there's no sense in these folks sitting here all day long listening to us conduct nonsense.
They said they enjoyed it, though, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a little entertaining.
They're
Yeah, we can
learning.
look at
They're learning. Yeah. Yeah.
Our apologies.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All right, so my name is Andrea Kovarik. I am our mental health director for MHID, and if you don't know, that is our local mental health authority is one side of that, and we have our IDD side of that as well. And so your local mental health authority, there are one of 39 in Texas, and we are selected to serve Nueces County. So that is with crisis services and mental health services for people who do not have access. So oftentimes you'll hear it referred to as a provider of last resort. While it's labeled that, we do provide high quality services, and a lot of services you may not even be able to get with private insurance. So just to break down the impact that we have, I put on there just the amount of people that we serve alone on the mental health side. I used FY23 since it was a complete year. So as you can see, a little over 9,000, and with that, over 150,000 services provided. So you can go to the next slide. Or do I do that? Okay, thank you. And so the way we break that down on the mental health side, we have 3 different sections. We have our access services, which is a lot like what it sounds like, how you can get into our services, those access points. A lot of these are going to be the ones that collaborate a lot with some of the programs the city is involved with. And then we also have our core services on our adult and our youth side. So okay, so our access, I'll go over that briefly. So the number we served in FY23 was 5,813. So those are individuals that we either did outreach with, and for outreach, we have our PATH team, which is our homeless outreach. We also have our community health workers that focus on substance use. And so oftentimes they're going out into the community, finding individuals who are homeless, on the streets and thickets, a lot of coordination going on with your street outreach team and the coordination of all the other community providers that they bring together. And so with that, we're able to provide case management services, care coordination to those people. Obviously, the health system, mental health system is a very complicated one and is hard for people to access or figure out how to access if they don't have the means. So that is a huge part of it. Our SED team, they also pass out Narcan, provide education, are able to provide that to individuals, family members that might have someone who does suffer with substance use issues that they can use that with. The other side of that is our intake and crisis services. Obviously, we have our crisis intervention team. You guys have probably heard the most about that, which is with CCPD, partnered up with them to go out on 911 calls or calls from patrol of people who are in mental health crisis. And so with that, we are able to expedite them into our treatment services. This all kind of came out of MCOT, which was the original crisis response team, our mobile crisis response. The good thing about those services and what we provide is we go out into the community. It's not just sitting in an office, making them come to our office. We go and meet them where they're at and go out to where they need to be served. And so we can fast track those services. I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with how long psychiatric care can take, even if in crisis. If it's not severe enough for inpatient, oftentimes you can wait up to 4 months, or if there is no provider available, then you might have to go elsewhere to be able to get psychiatric services. And so with that, we've really built our programs up with our walk-in clinic to make a doctor available within 15 minutes following the assessment, to have them in front of the doctor to be able to get their medication management, which is definitely something that's unheard of. It's something that we're very proud of at how quick we've made that access. We also have our Pathways Crisis Respite. So not only do we have those crisis services that we can do on an outpatient basis, but we also have our respite services that allows to divert from an ER inpatient services where we can have them in a 24-hour facility. It's not locked down. It doesn't prevent them from doing their daily activities, such as going to work or things that people may worry about when they are having a mental health crisis. But also, too, for those transition issues that they may have if we do have someone on the streets, being able to get them set back up.
We also provide counseling within those intake departments. So not everything may need psychiatric medications, things like that. Counseling is a big one that we provide for, especially for depression. The other part of our access programming where we bring people into services is through the jail. So with that, we do our competency restoration. We can do that on an outpatient basis if the risk level is appropriate. And we also have a more recent jail-based competency restoration. So those individuals that may have charges that are too high and too high risk to release out to outpatient sectors, but also decreases the wait for state hospitalization. So oftentimes, right now, I think the forensic wait list for those that are incompetent is about 2,000 for the state. So oftentimes we're seeing about 100, or it could be a year to 2 years before they can actually be admitted to the hospital just to become competent and stand trial. So,
wow.
Yeah, so there's a big need for that. We've seen a lot of good things come from that. And then moving on to another sector of the mental health side is our youth services. So with youth, we serve 3 to up to the age of 18. And then with that, you see up there, oftentimes private sectors, you're going to get the psychiatric medication, you'll get the counseling. But as you see with the LMHAs, you receive the case management, which is helping the parents navigate, helping the children navigate through the different systems and things that impact mental health. And so really thinking about it as the whole individual, not just the diagnosis. There are many things throughout their lives that are impact that you have to bring attention to and work through. We have evidence-based skills training that we do with them. A lot of the symptoms that we're going to see are externalized behaviors, so we have evidence-based models to help address those. We have the therapy that we provide, much like common private practice. We have medication management. They have their own psychiatrists. They have nurses that work with them on a regular basis. We provide education to the families, the children on how to utilize those. We have one thing that is unique as well that you don't get anywhere else, usually except for an LMHA, is the family partner. So not only are you treating the child, but you're also helping the family. And our family partner, that is someone who has a child that has been through the mental health system or has had to deal with a mental health diagnosis. So they're support to the family. They're support to the parent, teaching them how to navigate through the system. There's a lot of rules when it comes to schools, making sure they get their needs met in all areas that their child is participating in. So then we also have, those are our core services we provide. Then we also have specialty programs that breaks off into for our more high acuity diagnoses and individuals. So our YES waiver, that provides additional therapies that you wouldn't necessarily get. They're more specialized, like equine therapy, art therapies, things like that. We have our wraparound services, and that's basically someone that brings all parties in the child's life together to help and assist in the treatment planning process. So it's not just with the child, not just with the parent, but whoever they consider to be a natural support in their life. So it could be coaches, it can be organizations that the children are involved with that come together once a month to meet and all work on the treatment plan and how the child is working towards those goals. Then we also have our residential treatment center projects. So these are for children who are at risk of being displaced from the home. So we help to coordinate those. We have a prevention side, so we have our mental health first aid. I know we've provided a lot of services here at the city in education on the youth and also our adults. We also provide veteran education for how to interact when you're experiencing mental health crisis or interacting with someone who's having a mental health crisis. And then our other education part is a non-physician mental health professional. So that is a licensed individual that works at the education center to provide trainings and consultations to the schools in the region. And so on our youth side alone, we've served, in FY23, it was 1,061, and with that, there were over 22,000 services provided. Then on our adult sector, this is the last side of the 3. So again, you have your core services, much like the children. We do evidence-based skills training with them to work on behaviors. We do rehab, therapy, medication management to really educate them on their medication and also work on if there's some higher acuity needs there and helping them advocate for that. the psychiatry, where they can meet with the psychiatrist or an advanced nurse practitioner. Another thing unique to the LMHA is the peer provider. So much like I explained, the family partner is for the parents in the children's situation. This is for people who are receiving services. We hire on trained peer providers that are certified to help people. They have been through services themselves. And so, again, knowing how to navigate the system, helping to be an advocate for the client between their treatment team. They also receive the nursing services. We can have nurses go out to the homes and work on medication with them. Sometimes this means daily medication assistance with individuals. Also, the coordination of care, again, navigating through the system and the case management piece. These are some of the specialty programs we do have. I'll run through them real quick. Continuity of care, that is a liaison between state hospital systems, so people who have civil commitments that need long-term stays. They're the ones that communicate with the hospitals, bring them in. They also help families with emergency detention warrants. We have our Tacoma team. This specialized team provides all the same core services except that it is specific to probation parole, so people on a specialized mental health caseload. And so they meet frequently with the individual, the psychiatrist, and the PO to work on the treatment. We have our jail diversion. These are people who are booked in the jail that have not been indicted yet, so we can work with the DA, get them placed into a program. If they're successful in that, then that charge is never brought upon their records, so they still have the same opportunities they would have without building that record up. We have our FACT team. So this is our Forensic Assertive Community Treatment team. We've had an ACT team for a long time. These are for high acuity clients. These are regular hospitalizations. The difference with FACT is that this also includes a forensic component of that. So people with frequent arrests, frequent hospitalizations. So they receive a higher acuity of care, which is typically going to be 10 hours a month with each person, and they have their own nurse, their own doctor that can go out and see them in the community, in their home, or at the office. We have our coordinated specialty care. So this is for individuals 15 to 30. It's their first episode, psychotic episode within 2 years that we can serve. The quicker you can address the psychotic episode when it's the first time, the more likely you will see stability. Typically, the older we get to have psychotic episodes, the less likely you are to rebound. So the earlier you can catch it, the more sustainable the recovery. And then we have our La Monte Post. So this is a day center that is open to anyone open to our services. So they work on groups, activities throughout the day. They have laundry facilities, showers, workout equipment, arts and crafts, and healthy activities that they can participate in during the day. We also have vocational, so we have someone who is actually a job specialist, helps all the individuals within our services either start their own businesses or link them to employers and find successful employment. So on the adult side, we serve close to 5,000 and over 85,000 services. All right, and then coming soon, our county was selected for a pilot project based on all the initiatives that we have been doing in the forensic sector. So this will be a continuity of care, but for the jail. So this will employ 3 people at the jail funded by the state to have licensed LPC in there, and also 2 case managers to coordinate people who are being booked in, but also people who are reentering into the community. And so this will help to just fast pace those transitions, get people connected to treatment so we don't see the continued recidivism in that. Oh, and one thing I forgot I think I skipped over it. We also have a supported housing component in our adult services that we do. So with that, we house people. We can do short-term, we can do long-term, short-term being 6 months, long-term being 1 year. We've had a lot of success with this because it's not just funding the housing that they're going into, but providing a lot of the skills that are needed. A lot of people sometimes have not worked on budgets, or maybe due to the illness have not been capable to do that. So we teach them all the skills that they need, also the proper behaviors to make sure that they can maintain the lease that they have. With this, we've seen 88% success rate last year. So it's been very successful. Also one that we have worked with support from the HHSP funds. So with that, it's definitely one of our more popular programs. And then one of the big projects we have going on right now, and this is my final slide, is our diversion center that we're building. So in here, much like the crisis respite I spoke about, the 16-bed unit, this one will be a 32-bed unit. It'll be a one-stop shop for people who are being diverted from crisis. So whether that being from the jail or diverting from ERs, and also help with law enforcement and our crisis teams when they do have people that are in crisis where they can go. The good thing about this center is instead of your typical respite, where it's typically a 3 to 7 day stay on average, this is going to be up to 30 days. So it gives them more time to adjust, get them transitioned to where they need to be, and really make sure that they're stable in services. And as you can see, it's a lot of the same components that we offer in our core services, except they're going to be able to get this all in one place. And I will turn it over to Ms. Gina Pena.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gina Pena. I'm the Director of Intellectual and Developmental Disability Services for MHID. Our service area is the other side of the house, right? MHID. Everybody thinks about the mental health services when they hear our name. A lot of people don't realize that we provide services to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The population that we serve primarily is individuals with intellectual disabilities, so that's going to be people with substandard intellectual functioning, below 70 IQ. The terminology used to be MR, mental retardation, but that's no longer used. So we have the intellectual and developmental disabilities. The developmental disability side is autism spectrum and other neurocognitive conditions, and then some related conditions that are like medical type diagnoses where the person has significant adaptive deficits that are comparable to somebody who has either a neurocognitive disability or the intellectual disability. So that's who we serve. The key features of all those diagnoses is that the person has the adaptive deficits, that they need supports, pretty much almost 24-hour care sometimes, and that these are permanent disabilities. These aren't the kinds of conditions where with some mental health diagnoses, maybe the individual improves and they get a little better for a while, they don't need services and supports, and then maybe they come back to the system. With IDD, once somebody comes in for services, they're pretty much needing those supports for life. We serve individuals, we're not split into different departments like mental health is, where they have youth services and adult services. We serve 3 and up through end of life, including individuals that are in nursing facilities. And this is because, like I said, the individuals need those ongoing supports. So it's just kind of ongoing throughout their life. We served in FY23 over 900 persons here in Nueces County, the majority of whom reside in Corpus Christi. A lot of those are individuals that maybe live in group homes or with a host home provider who provides them that 24-hour support. And doing that, we provided over 50,000 services in IDD. Generally, these are going to be Medicaid-funded services that are covered by a program that the individual is in, but they can also be state-funded safety net services. The important thing that we provide for the individual is that no matter the program that they're in, whether they're in a Medicaid-funded program or one of the state safety net programs, we're providing them the diagnostic testing to determine their eligibility. We're enrolling them into those programs, and then we're providing the ongoing service coordination and case management to make sure that they're getting the services they want and they need, and that they actually are meeting the needs, and that, you know, they're not going without anything that they need in their support. I mentioned the Medicaid programs. There are Medicaid waivers for individuals with IDD, and what that means is that it's services that are similar to what they could get inside an institution. So maybe you all have heard of the State Supported Living Center, which used to be called the State School. There's similar services like that, right? So it's 24-hour services, therapies, nursing, dental, all different kinds of things that Medicaid wouldn't traditionally cover. The individuals can get through these waivers, but they get them while they're living in the community rather than having to go into the institution. Depending on the program, it may come with the residential options, like I said, of group home or host home, something like that. It also provides other licensed services like occupational therapy, speech, PT, OT. The unfortunate thing with the Medicaid waivers is they are not entitlement programs in the state of Texas. Individuals have to first know about the programs, Second, ask to be put on an interest list. And then third, wait on that interest list for their slot to come up. And that's a statewide interest list that currently is over 120,000 people, and it's almost a 17-year wait. Yes. So in the interim, while they're waiting for those services, we also act as the safety net for those families. We encourage everybody, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to come here. If you have someone in your life that has an intellectual or developmental disability, call us, get put on those interest lists. You don't have to confirm the diagnosis to be put on the list. We'll confirm the diagnosis once your spot comes up. And in the interim, if you have other support needs or if there's a crisis that comes up, we can help support you through that. We do monitor the interest list. We keep in contact with the families on the list and kind of monitor needs as they're changing and get them linked up to other services, because it is a very long wait. So don't wait until you need it to call. Call now.
Wow.
There are some other services that people can access that are actually entitlements that they can receive just by having the diagnosis and having Medicaid. That includes the Community First Choice program. This is a state-funded Medicaid program that they can access through their managed care organization, and we do the screening and documentation that they need to get enrolled to that as well, so we can get them those services while they're waiting for those big waiver programs. Those are just services kind of in the home to support them while they're living with family. It's not going to get them in a group home or anything like that. It's just kind of some skills training and supports in their home to kind of help prevent institutionalization. We also have the IDD crisis services. We work very closely with our mental health department to provide people that have IDD crisis services. We don't get the big funding that MH gets, but we do have some staff that are very skilled in working with individuals that have really high behavioral needs. So if you think about like individuals with autism who sometimes have behavioral episodes, we can go in and help assist with those kinds of things. We also provide crisis respite if the person needs to come out of their home for any reason, just to kind of de-escalate a situation. We can find some temporary locations for them to kind of help de-escalate that crisis, and then work with them and their caregiver or their family to get them back into the home with supports to kind of prevent future crisis. We also assist with continuity, which is assistance placing people into state institutions. The first part of that is trying to prevent that institutionalization, doing diversions and crisis services and all of those things to say, what haven't we tried? What isn't the family aware of? Trying to get them into other programs and hoping to support them in that way. You know, if not, if they're still seeking the placement, then we get them into the institution that they feel best meets their needs. The last thing that we assist with is disability employment. The goal of all of our disability employment programs is competitive integrated employment, so that's getting people jobs out in the community. However, with people that have significant disabilities like this, you know, they don't always find jobs that are better than like minimum wage and maybe a few hours here and there. And we have several programs that provide, number one, minimum wage, because it is legal for some employers to pay people with significant disabilities sub-minimum wage. We do not do that. We always make sure that our individuals get minimum wage. We also provide benefits. We have options for people to have full-time employment. We provide the support staff to them to keep them employed. We have several programs that do a really, really good job of this, and some of our individuals even make federal minimum wage, and they have retirement and all of those kinds of things. So it's really, really great, because you don't see that with employers out in the community working with people with significant disabilities. For more information on IDD services, or if anybody knows someone that needs to get put on that interest list, you can call our IDD services main number, which is on the screen, 361-886-4663, and ask for our IDD intake coordinator, or you can go online and reach out to us that way. If someone's in crisis, the crisis hotline is 888-767-4493, and that is for mental health or for IDD crisis. If the person has an intellectual disability, you just specify that they have IDD, and they'll link them to our team as well. Thank you.
Wow. Well, first and foremost, thank you. Thank you for all that. It's one agency, right, with the two of you underneath it. So thank you for that. We've always heard of, the different services, but this was very, very educational. And obviously you're big a part of, trying to bring some resolution to this ever-growing issue, right, across the country. Just a couple questions. We have some lights on, but you said, well, first of all, is funding come from the state, federal level for y'all, or?
All over. So we operate on grants, and then we also have HHSC who helps with funding.
Okay. And then the 17-year list. So that is for intellectual disabilities.
Yes, that's for intellectual disabilities for the Medicaid waivers specifically.
Specifically.
Yes, so if somebody is needing like wraparound type services where they need, either a group home like to go into, or if they need a host home provider where they don't want to live in a group home, but they still need 24-hour supports, or even if they just need a large amount of therapies, Medicaid stops covering a lot of those things at 22, and it doesn't really cover the residential options. So, these people do need supports their entire lives. It doesn't stop at 22, right? And family members have to work to provide for the rest of the family. They can't just stay home all day taking care of somebody. So this gives people the opportunity to go to day centers and do group outings, do respite, get the therapies they need that aren't any longer covered by Medicaid, all of that. It's very expensive. It's usually over $100,000, sometimes $200,000 per person to provide those kinds of services.
Okay.
State of Texas can't fund every single person at that level that has that need. So there is this list.
Right.
And it is 17 years, and it grows every year. And they do roll out slots every year, but the need obviously outpaces what's available.
Right. Okay, let me get to some, thank you for this great presentation. Let me get to some of the lights here. Councilman Hunter.
Oh, gosh, dang it.
Okay, that's all right.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. Could you give us some examples of who your disability employment program partners are? I know HEB has stuff like that. Could you give us some more?
Sure. So we partner with several agencies. We actually have a contract with the Corpus Christi Army Depot. That is a federal Ability One program that we have out there. It's through a federal program. We have that contract, and we do custodial services for the Army Depot. We employ over 50 individuals with intellectual disabilities at the Army Depot. That's at the federal minimum wage for custodians in our area, which is $17.20 an hour. We're very, very proud of that contract. Individuals can work part-time or full-time, and like I said, our full-time individuals get all the benefits you or I would at a full-time job. They even have retirement plans, which is almost unheard of for individuals with Down syndrome, significant autism, those kinds of things. Our other partners that we work with, we have some state WorkQuest contracts, and those are with the Texas Department of Transportation. We do highway litter pickup, and we do the grounds maintenance for the TxDOT offices over off of Greenwood. And then we have a more recent program called our apprenticeship program. It's an HHSC funded program where we hire the individuals ourselves and we pay them as our employees, but we apprentice them out to host site employers in our community. And we have some great employer host sites, the Omni Hotel being one of them. They've been working with us for the entire 3 years we've had this program, and they've hosted a lot of our apprentices. We also have Corpus Christi Animal Care Services, trying to think who the other one is. Oh, South Texas Botanical Gardens, and we just recently brought on Nueces Brewing Company, and we're looking for other host sites as we continue with the program. We're always doing outreach. But yes, they are all great community partners.
And then for my second question, can you please give us an example of a youth RTC?
RTC, so those would be children who they have tried everything, so they have run through all the programming that we have, and it is no longer, the parent is ready to give up their rights, and so this is another option where we partner with RTCs around the state to find placement for them, so they're going to be some of our highest acuity utilizers, and that is to hopefully prevent them wanting to forfeit those rights and try and keep them connected with the family.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are going to be your higher risk individuals.
Thank you.
Councilman Pesley.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for the very informative presentation. Until you've served in a elected position where you own a jail, you have no idea how much you come to appreciate the services that are offered by your organization. You don't receive enough funding, and we all understand that, but I just want to thank you for everything that you do, because what people don't realize is the circle of people who go in and out of the county jail usually are the same people. And a large percentage of them suffer from mental health issues, and everything that we can do to keep them out of the jail is a savings to taxpayers, because it was $81 a day when I was there. I'm sure it's higher, probably north of $100 a day to keep someone locked in a jail cell in the county. So thank you very much for all you do, and I'm looking forward to how this program works where you're going to have the two individuals at the jail all the time. That'll be great.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea, annually, just for those forensic programs, we are saving about $5 million for the county.
Yeah, it's huge. So thank you very much.
They pay for themselves, definitely.
Yep.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, want to congratulate you on this presentation. It's much needed. I wanted to ask you about the pathways. Is there going to be any change to the pathways program because we are now going to have the diversion program, or?
Yes, so the plan with that, so right now, like I said, Pathways is only a 16-bed unit, so we will be absorbing that into the diversion center, and we will have a 32-bed unit. So this will allow for more individuals coming in. And so we will also be hosting a lot more services there on site. So the idea is to have the community partners coming in and providing more services.
So you're not going to be losing personnel, are you? Or
No, we will have a significant increase in personnel.
Okay, well, good. And again, what the funding comes from, you said grants?
Yes, so specifically for that, HHSC funds, we were just notified Friday that we did receive grant funding for construction of that building, so additional funding, and then some of those were with ARPA funds.
Okay. Well, I was happy to attend the groundbreaking for the 32-bed, and when do you think that's going to be completed
So
again?
we anticipate it should be about a year, or a little less than a year from when we had the groundbreaking.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Definitely been a long process, so
yes,
built a good foundation, though, to sustain.
And you're doing a great job, Andrea.
Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks so much for this presentation. I appreciate this. I had just a couple of questions. I really need clarification. I'm hoping to maybe get some information out to the public as well, for those who might be watching this, either live or recorded version of it. In the city here, we have a fairly large unhoused population. It's growing, actually, and my sense is that a good part of that unhoused population has mental health challenges. Are they able to do to access your services just as a walk-in, or is there an appointment that's needed, or a referral? I'm not sure how that works exactly.
So actually with the unhoused, in reference to what you're talking about, it actually has doubled within the last year. We have a lot of people that are transplants that come down here, and for the homeless outreach, they do not need an appointment. They go out searching for them, but they can just walk into services and be seen and have their contact appointment to see what they qualify for. And so typical when people walk in, if they are homeless on the streets, they don't have an appointment, our PATH team will meet with them, but when it does come to our intake services, we require that there is a response within 48 hours. Typically, it's going to be 24 hours, if not on the spot, that they meet with somebody. Right. And then intakes are typically at the time of screening done right then and there, or within a week.
Yeah. Thank you. And you talked about the diversion center. Maybe I missed this. Do you have a sense of the size of the population it'll serve?
So we'll have a 32-bed unit. We are increasing the stay. So instead of the average 3 to 7 day stays that you have at a respite, we will be increasing that to up to 30 days.
Right. How many people would you be serving, I guess, for the 30 days? I assume that since it's going to be a longer stay, there's going to be fewer people served.
Yeah. So while it's up to 30 days, not everyone will need 30 days. So I would say right now on our 16-bed unit, we're serving about 400 a year. So if you double that, I would say close to probably 800, maybe 1,000, because you might have some quicker turnarounds. We're using this. It will be more sufficient for police to pull up, drop off. They'll have their own drop off port where we can make things a lot quicker and accessible. So I could see it's going to increase the amount that we serve, but also being able to have a lobby area where we can hold people too that maybe don't need an overnight stay, but they do need monitoring just for that 24-hour period.
Right, right. And in the ID side of the house, do you see people with intellectual disabilities amongst the unhoused population as well, or not so much?
Not as much, but we do have that. And what we do is we can work to support individuals. Of course, they make the choice if they're choosing to live, but we do work to secure housing for them if they need it. With our crisis respite program, we have placed several people in temporary placement for up to 14 days. That is sometimes hard to find someone who is available to have that, but when it's available, we can get people that support. And then during that 14-day period, we're working on getting them more permanent housing, access to maybe one of these waiver slots. There are ways that you can work with the state of Texas for people that are in severe crisis like that, with a person with intellectual disabilities unhoused. That's a pretty significant crisis, so we can try to get them either a space in a group home, referred to a state-supported living center, or just maybe some supports. And then we'll work with mental health as well to access some of their programs, because you do see the dually diagnosed population, so they can access both programs and maybe get supported housing through mental health. And so we're serving them dually that way.
Right, right. And you talked about 17-year wait to get into, into the group homes, I guess?
It's the programs that fund the group homes, so not necessarily just a group home. Even if the person's wanting to stay with their family but get the supports in their home, the substantial supports and the therapies, they can do either. So the residential option is kind of three ways. They can either stay in their own home or a family home and get supports in that home. They can get host home, which is going to live with another family or maybe their own family, but in a 24-hour type care setting, or in a private group home that's owned by a private agency. So those are the residential options that are available through the waivers, in addition to all of the other services such as nursing, dental, the therapies, the day programming, employment supports, all of those things. It's a package that they receive, and they get to choose which services they want, but that whole package is what they're waiting the 17 years for, is to get that slot offer.
Right. So it seems to me like as if it'd be wise if I were a parent that had a child that has identified intellectual disabilities.
Yes.
As a young child, it'd be good to get them on the list early on, so that at some point, either because the child's going to grow up and become an adult, or more importantly, the parents may no longer physically be able to take care of the child at some point down the road.
Right.
You want to get on that list as early as possible.
So that is definitely what we encourage people to do. Like, a lot of families think, oh, well, I'm getting supports from my school. I don't need anything right now. No, call us now. Get placed on the interest list. That way, when they're aging out of the school system, they're higher up that list, and they can move into those other programs. And then also we're remaining in contact with them, whereas, we never know what tomorrow may bring. If something happens to the primary caregiver, we're already in contact with that family, and we can get them those additional crisis services and then link them to any programs that may help meet their needs if they've lost their caregiver.
And is that 17-year list, is it a statewide list? So if they're in Corpus Christi, they move to, Alice or somewhere else?
Mm-hmm.
It does follow.
So they would notify us that they're moving, and then we would work with the local Intellectual and Developmental Disability Authority for their area, the LIDA for them. So that would be like Coastal Plains and Alice, or if they move to, Houston, they'd go to Harris, and we contact that LIDA and we transfer the slot over there. But they keep their spot. So it's the statewide list, and they keep their spot, and it just follows them wherever they go as long as they remain in Texas.
Very good. Very good. And then just lastly, you talked about, I guess, I don't know if this is your words or maybe I made this up, supported employment. My wife did some work like this about 30 years ago, I guess. Very rewarding, but also pretty stressful as well. She worked as they called it a job coach at the time, where they put somebody out in the community at an employer, maybe with HEB or something like that, but then they had somebody kind of supervising what they were doing. Is that the sort of thing you folks do then here as well?
So yes, we can do that. That is mostly through those waiver programs. They have the supported employment and the employment assistance, which is the job coaching through their waiver. And then if they don't have the waiver, if they're on that list, that's when our other employment programs, such as our apprenticeship program, or the employment that we provide them through our Guiding Point program, which is the one out at the Army Depot, or our Advanced Employment Services program, which is our state WorkQuest contracts with TxDOT, we can serve them through those other programs. So if they don't have access to that waiver program to get that job coaching, out in the community, we can hire them and find them jobs through us.
All right, that's all I had. Thanks so much for your wonderful work.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. We appreciate your time and your patience. Thank you so much. Okay, and next up, we have one more, an overview by the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership. Sharon Murphy.
We got you up here, Sharon.
I think maybe we all need to stand up and stretch. Those chairs are very, very beautiful, but man, sitting at them for a while. Thank you for having me. Again, I'm Sharon Bailey Murphy. I am the Executive Director of the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership. And I am here to give you, an overview of our organization and why the City of Corpus Christi is a part of the organization. And then to give you an update on the particulate matter standard that was revised in February, and that is the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for particulate matter, PM 2.5. So, I will let everybody sit down. I am sure hoping I have all of your undivided attention because I know you guys are tired. You've been here quite a while, so I'm hoping that my presentation will be interesting to you and that you will remember what you have heard today and then act accordingly. The mission of the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership is to protect the Coastal Bend's air quality and to inspire all emission sources to strive for performance targets above compliance. We have been doing that for more than 29 years. In July 2025 will be 30 years that the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership has been in existence. It was first founded as the Corpus Christi Air Quality Group, and it happened in 1995 when the Corpus Christi Urban Airshed, as defined by EPA, which is San Pat and Nueces County, were near non-attainment for ozone standards for National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Your National Ambient Air Quality Standards is kind of like your body temperature. When you know you go over 98.6, you know there's something wrong with you. And so they developed standards for 6 criteria air pollutants that said, the environment, the air can assimilate this naturally, but when it gets up to a certain level, it's going to be unusually sensitive for people to have who have unusually sensitive to air pollution. They will have some health challenges, and it'll also be not only public health but the environment as well. And so they set standards for 6 criteria air pollutants. Those criteria air pollutants are carbon monoxide, ozone, nitrogen oxides, lead, sulfur oxides, and PM 2.5 and PM 10. And those, they have limits for how much a regulated entity can emit based on their permit. Why is the City of Corpus Christi part of this? Because the City of Corpus Christi is a regulated entity. I was the Environmental Affairs Manager for the City of Corpus Christi, working for the City of Corpus Christi for 13 years before I took this position. We had an entire environmental department, environmental services, and that's what we did. With the wastewater, water, solid waste, the airport, animal control, all of your activities, all of your operations have permits. Did you know that? I'm sure you do. And they have air permits that are connected with those, your general operating permits, even if they're just permit by rules. They are affected by these National Ambient Air Quality Standards. And so back in 1995, it was Mayor Mary Rose and then City Manager Bill Hennings that said, we need to get together and do something, because if we go out of attainment, our airshed, all of the industries and all of the people and all the commuters who live in Nueces County and San Pat counties will have to pay the price. And Dr. Lee with the University of Texas, with the Corpus Christi Okay, Texas A&M Corpus Christi did a research, did a paper on how much it would cost our community, that is Nueces County and San Pat, and I'm going to say that over and over again because this is about the airshed. It is not about the city of Corpus Christi. It is about the airshed, that is Nueces and San Pat counties. Emissions from both of those counties interact. The air does not get to the bridge and say, I'm just Nueces County air. It does not get to the bridge and say, I'm just San Pat County. And as a matter of fact, we get influences from South America, Central America, Mexico, Louisiana, Canada. If you ever go to the EPA Air Now website, you will see there's a fire and smoke map, and it shows all the fires that are totally surrounding us in California and Alaska and Canada and Louisiana, Central America, Mexico, that are influencing our air. Not alone at that, but we live by the coast. And the coast itself, living by the sea, emits sea mist. And that also has particulate matters. And so we are constantly being bombarded with particulate matter. We're constantly being bombarded by ozone. And that was what prompted the establishment of this organization. And from that point in 1995, you had collaboration from not only the military, not only the counties, both Nueces and San Pao counties, all of the cities, the universities, academia, RTA, MPO, all working together collaboratively for almost 30 years, doing things beyond compliance voluntarily to make sure that we stayed in compliance, including industry and business in the Port of Corpus Christi. We've all been working. We send in a report to EPA every single year, every single department, every single organization, the City of Corpus Christi included, that says this is what we do to make sure that our operations don't impact the air, don't adversely impact the air. I mentioned Dr. Lee's findings that it would cost our community $54 billion a year, and it takes 20 years plus to get out of it, to get back into attainment. If you go out of attainment, they're not just going to look at your 3-year rolling average, which is what puts you into out of attainment. You will have to do things for 20 years plus to make sure you get back into attainment. It really behooves us all to work together to make sure we stay in attainment of national ambient air quality standards. And that's why the City of Corpus Christi is a partner with the Corpus Christi Air Quality Partnership. So going on, what you asked me to do was give you an update on the particulate matters. Now, we do know that we initially were near non-attainment for ozone. That's why, and we're talking about ozone that is low and the ozone that is breathable called tropospheric ozone. We're not talking about the stratospheric ozone that is up, and everybody's worried about holes in the ozone, thinning of the ozone layer, which helps prevent us from getting skin cancer. But we're talking about that is breathable and that can cause people, particularly people who are unusually sensitive to air pollution, to have problems on days that we have ozone action days or we have high PM particulate matter in our air. And what that causes is people who are older, who already have conditions like heart conditions or lung conditions, asthma, or children who their lungs are just developing. We have to look at what the air quality is, and the air quality is listed from hour to hour. You can go on EPA's Air Now, and it tells you what the air quality is, what the particular pollutant is from hour to hour, so that if it's high in the morning and you have something scheduled where you have to limit your time outside, but then you have to reschedule it for later in the day. So it's not that when you look at the ozone or look at the PM 2.5 and look at EPA and it says we have an alert for PM 2.5 or for ozone, that it's all day. It's measured hour by hour by hour, and so you can adjust your time as far as how much time you spend outside strenuously or whether or not you can change your activities or not. And so where do the particulate pollutants come from? As you see on the screen, and you also have the package with you, is there non-point sources. Your non-point sources are your wildfires. We talked about the wildfires. We talk about prescribed burning. We talk about agricultural burning that is happening not only in Mexico and Central America, but right here in the States, Louisiana and even Texas, they still burn their crops. We still do prescribed burns, re-nourishing the soil by fire. And so you've got emissions from that. You've got emissions from mobile sources. Every single time that we have done emissions inventory, it historically and always shows that our emissions come from 3 different sources. 1/3 is your on-road vehicles. That's every car that we drive, every bus, every truck, everything that's on the road. 1/3 of our emissions comes from that. The other 1/3 comes from your businesses and your industries. And we're not just talking about those at the fence line. We're talking about the things that you do, your operations. We're talking about your VOCs that come from your dry cleaners. We're talking about emissions that come from pool equipment and pool chemicals. Those are emissions that are 1/3. 1/3 that comes from off-road, which is every time you mow your lawn. If you're using gasoline or using your hedger or your boat or trains and planes, all of those impact the air quality. And then the final source, the final 1/3 is from your industry and from your businesses. And so it's 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3. And so we all have a part in making sure that we stay in attainment, including every municipality and every city and every county and every in our airshed. And that again is Nueces and San Pab counties. And so what happened in 1995 was that the community got together and said, we will voluntarily do what we can to make sure we stay in attainment. And then TCEQ said, I'm going to help you stay in attainment because I know how much it costs and how difficult it is to get back in attainment. And so what they did was give us grants to put in research monitors. That's the research monitors that Texas A&M Corpus Christi does with Dr. Felix. There are 5 research monitors, not your regulatory monitors, but they're research monitors. Those research monitors are used to say where the influences are coming from, how much they're coming from, when we're out of attainment or when we have a spike day, what was causing it. Is it because the wind is coming from the north? We use that to transport ozone, to transport PM. We use that as a defense for when we talk to TCEQ and EPA and say, hey, they said we had a spike. Why do you have a spike? Well, because we were getting a north wind from Houston. However, that is a two-edged sword because we have prevailing southeast winds. And so everything that happens here impacts everything that's southeast of us as well. And so it is important for us to work with all the surrounding counties and with Mexico to try to find solutions for our air quality and to not only impose transport air on them, but for them not to impose transport air on us. So PM 2.5 are particles that are less than 2.5 micrometers or microns are smaller. That is your smoke. Smoke comes from fires, from wildfires, from prescribed burns, from agricultural burnings. But what else smokes? Your barbecue pits. What else smokes? Your fireplaces. All of those things, every restaurant, when we talk about what they're lowering it, those are the people, all of us, who are going to be impacted. And that's why we all have to work together to make sure we stay in attainment. The next thing is the Saharan dust. The Saharan dust comes here just like hurricanes. There's a season that the dust comes all the way from Africa, the Saharan desert, and puts dust all the way into the continental United States. And you know that because you see this haze. We had that about 2 months ago where every single time you walked out, do y'all remember that? Every time you walked out, it was so hazy, like, what is going on? It was the agricultural burning, it was the wildfires all around us, and then on top of that, the sub-Saharan dust that was coming. If you can go to your car, and your car needs cleaning, every time you turn around, your car needs cleaning because there's this red dust on it. There's also research that shows that the Saharan dust, because the dust, what's in the air, falls into the bays and estuaries, that the Saharan dust can attribute to and is connected with red tide. So every time we have the red tide blooms and we've got all those fish on it, that's even connected with that. A construction site, you're unpaved road. Every single time you go out and try to improve a road or TxDOT improves a road, you will see concrete batches and particulate matters being generated. I live in Mathis now, and I come up 37 every single day coming to work, and there are agriculture, there are farmers, and they're tilling and tilling and tilling, and you see the particulate there. So all of those places are contributing to our air quality. Again, your smoke taps, and then chemical reactions, because your chemicals, your VOCs, which are every time you go and you fill up your car and you see this little wavy thing. I remember when I was a child, I used to think it was water. I'm like, what is that water there? There's water on the road. What is the VOCs? It's the volatile organic compound. carbons that are escaping, and it's like steam that comes when you do water, but it's coming from your gasoline. That's why they tell you don't fill up when it's really, really hot, because these chemical reactions happen when it's very, very hot, so that it reaches the boiling point, when it's very, very still, and you've got NOx and VOCs entering to the atmosphere. That's why we have very few ozone days. We have very few ozone action days, and that's because of our prevailing southeast winds. But the minute it gets really, really hot, and the minute it gets really, really still, you're going to see ozone action days. In those days, you fill up your cars at certain times. You make sure that you stop at the click. You try to do slow fill instead of trying to push it all the way back, because all you're doing is putting in fumes anyway. You're not getting your money's worth. So if economics is your thing, then being in environmental compliance is good for economics. If environmental is good for you, then being in compliance is which answers that. So we look at how small the particles are when they're 2.5. We're talking like dust. We're talking the allergens that give you allergy. All those things in the air are contributing to our air quality. So here are our potentially infected counties. Everything that you see in red there are potentially going to be out of attainment because they lowered the standard in February to 9 micrograms per meter cube. It used to be 12, and they lowered in February to 9 micrograms per meter cube. If you can see right now, it shows that Nueces County is okay, but Nueces County is okay, and SANPAT's not on there because SANPAT doesn't have a monitor. But in the monitoring plan for EPA, they're going to put a monitor in SANPAT, a PM2 airport monitoring in SANPAT by the end of this year. That's going to be a regulatory monitor. It's not going to be a research monitor. We had a PM2.5 research monitor added to the TCEQ research monitors that Texas A&M does, because now we're near non-attainment for PM2.5 as well as ozone. So TCEQ gave us monitors for SANPAT and Nueces County for the airshed for ozone, and now they've added a PM2.5. I saw that was on one of your agendas recently, that now you have a PM2.5 because our airshed now is near non-attainment for PM2.5. Right now we're standing at 8.6. That's for Nueces County with 2 monitors, one in Donna Park, one in Wasatch, and they are looking at really establishing whether or not you're designated as non-attainment in 2026. They're already reviewing the NAAQS for ozone as well. Ozone, the last time they reviewed it, and they have to review it by legislation, by regulations, and by the orders of the EPA, is that you have to review the NAAQS, the science behind the NAAQS, every 5 years. And so they reviewed the NAAQS for ozone in 2020. At that time, they were looking at lowering it to 60, 65. They didn't. They left it at 70 parts per billion, which we are like 62, 63 on our monitors. If they lower it this time, which they're already looking at, KSAC is already looking at lowering ozone, and they will have to make the decision by 2025, then we may be close to being out of attainment for both ozone and for PM2.5. So then that's $54 billion to our community times 2. So it behooves all of us to make sure that our operations, that everything that we do, and even our personal vehicles, that we aren't adding to the situation. You can see all the counties now that are out of attainment. Harris County already out of attainment for ozone, because the precursors that make ozone are the same precursors that make PM2.5, which are your NOx and your SOx and your VOCs. Here's Nueces County. The design value for Nueces County for the Wasatch is 8.7 and 8.6.
We have a comment.
I'm sorry.
I have a question. Going back one page, please. I'm curious to see Clayburgh County on here. What is the problem at Clayburgh?
I have a slide for that.
You do?
That's something we need to be looking at too as well, because that's PINS. That's the Padre Island National Seashore. According to TCEQ.
You mean them turtles are polluting the air out there, or what?
According to TCEQ, that monitoring station, that continuous ambient monitoring station, belongs to Nueces County. EPA is showing it right now that it belongs to Clayburgh County. So we're already, because they are out of attainment for PM 2.5. And so we are already looking at that and trying to be in talks with them to say, first of all, is that going to be ours? Because there's no industry there, but they've got agricultural burning, they got the burnings that's coming from Mexico, and so that pins, and then it's also affected by its location. It's right there on the island, sand and getting the sea mist. And of course, it's the very first thing that gets the sub-Saharan dust. So even if they decide they want to attribute that to Nueces County, San Pat counties, we are already in talks with TCEQ and EPA about that.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So we have the Corpus Christi WESACH. The 2022 design value was 8.7. Again, they lowered the design value, meaning this is how high you can go, to 9.0 micrograms per meter cube. And so look how close we are with WESACH, and they will take the highest one. So we've got WESACH and we've got Donna Park. Donna Park is 8.7 in 2022. Preliminary 2023 is 8.4. And they changed that. They verified those numbers in June of 2024, and so I looked, and now they're saying that our design value is 8.4, but it's still very, very close to 9.0, and we cannot rest on our laurels. We still have to do everything that we can do. Here is the Clayburgh map, and there you see the National Seashore and that continuous air monitor that's right there. Right now, EPA is saying that that is Clayburgh County. However, TCEQ lumps that with the Corpus Christi Urban Airshed. So again, we are in talks with them. If you see what their design values are, 10.3 and 10 for preliminary for 23, they will take 23, 24, and 25 and decide whether or not you are in attainment in 2026. So the things that we need to start watching right now, and that is every single industry, every single business, every single municipality, every single county needs to start watching, is the things that we are watching coming down the pipe, and that's the methane. They're really, really looking at methane. Methane comes from water treatment, wastewater treatment plants, comes from the landfill. The city of Corpus Christi is a national gas distributor. Everything, they're even trying to eliminate natural gas appliances for heating and for cooking, and wanting everybody to go with electricity. So we're watching the regulations on that. We're also, again, I mentioned that the revision of the ozone NAAQS, that they will have to make a decision by 2025. The last time they looked at it, that was under the Obama administration, which lowered it to 70 parts per billion. The Trump administration kept it at 70 parts per billion. We have a new administration now who will have the chance to lower it. The last time they were lowering it, based on the science that they say, was 60 to 65. If they lower ozone to 60 to 65, like they lowered the PM 2.5 from 12 to 9, we would be near non-attainment or out of attainment. They are also looking at ethylene oxide. Back in March, EPA issued a final rule that required significant reductions in emissions for ethylene oxide. What's most important about ethylene oxide is that it's the chemical that they use to sterilize medical devices. So that's going to impact every single hospital that we have here in Corpus Christi, every single medical facility. It also is used for byproducts and everyday things like making buses and lawn equipment and fire pits. Again, fire pits and charcoal grills. All those things have emissions, and every single time there is a change in a NAAQS or a regulation that comes down against a chemical or a chemical process, we look at how it's going to impact our community, how it's going to impact operations that are in San Pat and Nueces County. And I get that information out to our partners, which is City of Corpus Christi and all the partners in San Pat and Nueces County. So I really, really appreciate you being a partner of mine of the Air Quality Partnership. Jim Klein is on our board. We're grateful to have him on our board. He's helped us put together our Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership, our Community Air Action Plan. Our Community Air Action Plan is what we will continue to do. Everyone volunteer, and Councilman Campos has been part of that as well. What we continue to do to make sure that we stay in attainment of National Ambient Air Quality Standards for both ozone, for PM 2.5, and for all of our criteria air pollutants. So the entire year of 2023, we had 9 working groups that met every single month developing objectives to say this is what we will do. We had tourism and recreation saying these are the things that we can do to lower our emissions. We had construction and agriculture looking at best practices so to lower their emissions. We had public policy because some of the things that we have cannot be done if we don't have public policy behind it. Public policy, what they did was look at your operations and say these are things that we can do. I know while I was at the City of Corpus Christi, one of the things that we tried was to do ride share. But ride share is very difficult for any organization, especially when things happen and you're the driver and then you get a call that your child's sick and you leave everybody stranded. Or somebody brought you in and you rode with them and now they're gone. So it takes a lot to decide how you're going to implement these things, but using alternative fuel, a lot of the vehicles, the trucks and stuff in the City of Corpus Christi have gone to alternative fuels. When I first came to work for the City of Corpus Christi, my truck was bi-fuel, it was CNG and gasoline, and so I could change it back and forth. And so we've done a lot of things as far as the City of Corpus Christi and all of the people who are partners with the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership, making sure that we lower our emissions. And so, like I said, in 2023, we worked every single month, all of those work groups, including public policy, public health, environmental, academia, the RTA, transportation, everybody working together saying this is what we're going to do. And so this year, 2025, we've held 5 open houses, 3 in Nueces County, and we're going to have our 6th one, which will be the 3rd one in San Pat County, taking our plan to the community saying this is what we've worked on. You get an opportunity to view it, you get an opportunity to comment on it, so it truly is a community action plan. And so the next one we will have will be tomorrow, and it will be in Aransas Pass, the final one in San Pat County. That's at the Aransas Pass Civic Center from 4 to 6. So if you can make it out there to look at our plan, we surely welcome you. We are planning to have one final one regional that's going to be for both San Pat and Nueces County in late fall. We haven't determined what day that's going to be. It'll be one big thing. We're going to send out mail outs to try to get the community to come out once more, look at the plan before we finalize it, approve it, and then 2025 will be implementation of the objectives in the plan. You can go on our website, Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership, and look at the plans, look at the objectives that we have so far. You can comment online, but please, please, we'd love to see you come out in person. That's my presentation. Thank you for having me. Thank you for staying. And when I saw them walking, I'm like, oh God, are they going to make me wait till they finish? So thank you for listening to me, and I'm here for any questions.
Sharon, thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Sharon, if you don't mind, could you answer this question for me? I've heard that emissions over City Hall are extremely high due to all the hot air coming out of the chambers.
You know, I don't know about that, but I do know as long as I worked here, anytime you walk down that parking lot, you smell gas. And so I don't know if it's those lights that are there, because you've got those lights, but have y'all smelled that? Has anybody walked down there and smelled that? Peter. And it's been as long as I've been here. And the security people complain about it. The security people also complain about the people who come to pay their utility bill, and they keep their car running right there, and so they're subjected to the fumes and stuff. So some of the things that public policy has looked at is in their facilities and libraries and stuff, that there is idle-free zones, and that's one of the objectives in academia is an idle-free school zone pilot, where we try to go. We're going to go to one of the elementaries and do some post-testing, some pre-testing, and say, hey, this is what the emissions are before school is in, and then this is the emissions when your little ones are standing out there with the buses and everybody in their cars waiting to pick up their kids. And so you got the age, you got the teachers, you got the children, all subjected to these emissions, not to mention what happens to the community, those areas where the schools are, dealing with that every single day. And so we're looking at doing a pilot for that as well.
I guess the saying there's truth to every good joke is true. I did not necessarily know that or mean that, but I appreciate you bringing it to our attention. I just wanted to say thank you. That was an excellent presentation.
Thank you, Michael.
And we look forward to having you back to give us all the information we need, specifically with the Clayburgh County Monitor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Sharon. Thanks for the presentation. I just want to mention this again. I think I mentioned this before, but particulate matter 2.5. This is 2.5 microns, so it's really, really small. It's so small you can't really hardly even see it. The naked eye. Basically, it's soot. We used to call it soot. But you can see PM10, larger microns, but not 2.5. But because it's so small, it gets into not just the lungs, it actually passes through the lungs and into the bloodstream as well. And so it can aggravate lung ailments, which PM10 can do as well, but also can aggravate heart problems as well because it gets into the bloodstream. I want to make sure to mention that. Thanks again so much for your presentation. I'm still looking at the Donna Park monitoring site. We've had a couple of kind of abnormally high readings there already now in this late spring, early summer now, 2024. I want to make sure that those are anomalies. That's what I'm going to consider them as right now, that they're not a trend going forward, because if they are, then we need to perhaps kind of address that at the board, maybe bring that to the city here as well.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking at too, is fingerprinting the NOx and fingerprinting the PM 2.5, which means, and that both Dr. Sullivan and Dr. Dave Sullivan with the University of Texas at Austin, and then Dr. Felix are fingerprinting the NOx and the PM 2.5, saying this is exactly what's in it, this is exactly where it's coming from.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. That was a great presentation. I'm sorry I haven't attended most of the meetings, but thank you for even mentioning it. Anyway, I wanted to ask you, and I think I've asked you this before about, and other people have asked me about, I don't know, what is it that we can do about the Saharan dust or some of the, the burns that are happening outside, in Mexico or what have you? What is it that we or you or us, what can we do about this?
Well, one of the things that we're talking to is a regional Clean Cities consortium with the Rio Grande Valley. We haven't really made a decision on whether or not we're going to do that with them or do it by ourselves, or where we're going to go with that. But it's getting to talk to them, first of all. Certainly there are environmental people on both ends. The thing to look at, especially with Mexico and agricultural burning, is those aren't big commercial farms. So do we go and tell them, hey, you need to stop burning to re-nourish your soil, and you use chemicals like we do? When we're all rushing down, I mean, our kids live in the valley, and we go down there and get that wonderful fruit, wonderful for fruits and vegetables, because the burning puts back the nourishments into the soil. We even do that. TxDOT does that, not TxDOT, Texas Parks and Wildlife. They do that, and they used to call me for the city of Corpus Christi and say, hey, we're doing a prescribed burn on the island, and to let you know, and we're going to do it if the winds are favorable. So everybody does it. So what's the answer? But the dialogue needs to start, because it is impacting all of us.
Yeah. And like you say, it does help, but how can we offset that? I mean, I guess just warning people,
That, especially the Saharan dust, it's just like a hurricane coming.
Yeah.
It's that this is the season, so take these precautions, check air now, and see if the air quality is okay for you to go out, especially if you're unusually sensitive to the dust particles. Other than putting a dome around, and that's the thing, is that in talks with TCEQ and EPA, how can we be penalized and say we're in non-attainment? What are we supposed to do if the majority of it's coming from the Saharan dust, if it's coming from outside of us, if it's transport? And that's why it's so important to model it and to do the fingerprinting, and that's what we're doing.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Pasley.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. Great presentation. And thank you for all you do. I know you work really hard at this, and thank you very, very much. But the point you make about these idling zones is, I think every elementary school in Corpus Christi or South Texas, if you drive by there in the afternoon, there's a line of cars 1.5 miles long, parents waiting to pick their kids up in the elementary school. We see it everywhere. And in the mornings as well. But Peter, I think the little part we could do is I see that all the time out here too. People come up here to pay their bill, and they'll park their car and leave it running, or they have somebody drop them off and leave the car running while they come in here and stand. We ought to put a stop to that. That could be something a small step we could take, and just say we're not going to allow people to park out here anymore and do drop-off zone. So I think every little bit counts.
And the thing is that that's the first step, but then how do you tell a parent in this sweltering heat?
Yeah, I know.
You know, it's really a
tough deal.
challenge, but it certainly is the solution, but how do you implement it?
Well, and you know, parents are, you know, when we were all kids growing up, we walked home from school, from
Exactly.
elementary school home.
Exactly.
You can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
And so it's a conundrum, if you will, and a tough decision for parents. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that's all the questions and comments. Sharon, thank you. It's
Thank you,
so
Mayor.
educational. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry it took so long, and thank you for your patience, but we are listening, and we do appreciate it. So we contribute.
Yes, you
is it
do.
25,000?
$25,000 a year. Yes, and I think you just signed the agreement, the 3-year agreement for 24, 25, and
3-year.
26.
Okay, and that, is that kind of allocated across, or is it focused towards anything in particular?
As far as the $25,000?
Yes.
It's for the things that we just did, that things that we just talked about, the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership and the air plan, us having the meetings, the giving you reports every single day as far as what the air quality is, all the things that there is you have a memorandum of understanding with the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership that says what we do, and then it also says what you will do to make sure that you reduce your emissions.
Okay.
So it's a partnership.
It's a partnership, yeah.
Okay.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sharon.
Thank you.
And thank you for your card. I think everybody got Sharon's card. If we need anything or have questions, we'll make sure to reach out.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yes, Sharon, thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to item number 29. Is that where we were?
Right, 29.
Mayor, Council Member Stephanie Leiby, Norton Rose Fulbright, Bond Counsel to the city. So we're bringing back to you both the proposition language and the ballot language for the sales tax ordinance. So first we will take up the sales tax that would be voted for the commercial streets and also the recreational and community facilities. And so you'll see in accordance with the commentary that's provided by council as it relates to the language for promotion of and development of new and expanded business enterprises. That language has been moved so that it follows the infrastructure improvement projects related to the streets, and we've kind of softened that verbiage so that it's now to support new and expanded business enterprises. And then comparable edit towards the end is we've changed to be imposed for 20 years, and we've changed that language to a term of 20 years.
Okay.
On the physical handout that you're looking at right now, the top language is the proposition language, so that's the more expansive language that's included in the election ordinance, and that's what's styled as a question. And then the language that follows the statement is the ballot language, and so that's the language that the voters will actually see when they're in the voting booth. Okay. Can you scroll down on the... So the language that's showing right now is the ballot language, so that's the language that would be before the voters when they step into the voting booth.
So we need a motion to amend.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so we'll do this one at a time for number 29, which has to do with the flood control and drainage, right? So if anybody doesn't have a problem with this, I'll just make a motion to amend as provided to us. We're in 29.
Okay.
Well, I'm just going in order. She showed us 30, but
Second page.
Second.
It'd be the second page in your handout.
right, it'd be the second page.
Right.
So if there are no problems with the language, I can make a motion to amend as provided to us by staff in this document.
Second.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend as provided by staff. Please submit your vote.
Sections 1 and 5 of the ordinance.
It would be sections 1 and 5 of the ordinance.
For item number 29.
Correct.
Okay.
Cover both sets of language, or do we have to make them?
No.
Well, sections 1 and 5 include both.
Yeah, section 1 is the language that's at the top of the page, and section 5 would be the language that follows.
So it'll cover both of them?
Yes.
With the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Zuckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Very, very, very minor, but the second city should be capitalized, I assume. I just want to make sure we can change that, clean it up later. But where it says citywide and then it says city-owned, just so they're both consistent.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, that's grammatical, right? Are we voting?
Okay. Yes. So now please submit
To
your.
be clear, so
Oh, we are voting.
it's on the motion yet to amend the item 29, sections 1 and 5, as provided by bond counsel.
Do we vote here, or do we?
Yeah, are you ready, sir? We
Yes.
can vote now. No, not yet. More discussion? Oh, there's no more discussion. I'll click it.
Yeah. Okay, the motion carries.
And then
And
as
you pass
amended?
it as amended.
Motion pass as amended?
Okay. We have,
This is for 29.
yes.
For 29, yes.
Sorry, I have to type. Right. Did we have one? I think we had a motion and a second before. It
Yes.
was Gill and Roland. So as long as they're good with that amendment, we can proceed with their motion.
No, it's the amendment, and now we got to vote on the as amended.
Correct. Okay, so here it is. Okay. Okay, so we're doing 30 next. So
I'm sorry.
So we're on item 30 next, and there would
Yes.
be a motion to amend for that one also to accept bond council's amendments.
Amendments. And that's the first page.
That would be the first page.
I'll make a motion to that.
So we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
I didn't hear it either.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, and then we just pass it as amended. For this one, I do need a motion and a second, please.
Move to pass as amended.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a second? We have a second. Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for working on this. Okay, so, excuse me, now we're going to finish. We've got one executive session item. So, let's see. So the council will go into executive session on item number 35. Per Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.087. We will return.
I was on today. That's good.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Let's see here. Councilman Klein.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to place the city auditor on paid leave through August 27th of 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay. The motion carries.
All right.
Councilman Putzley.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider item number 30 that we voted on today on our agenda.
Okay.
Is that,
read
Rebecca, is that the proper way to do it? If we want to bring an item back up today, or?
You can make the motion to reconsider. It requires a second. And it also requires that you be on the prevailing side of that motion, which you were, right?
Okay.
You voted aye.
Yes.
We'll have the second, and then it needs 6 votes. So 6 council members have to agree that they want to reconsider it as well. So when we vote on it, we need 6 votes.
Okay.
So can we talk about, we have to wait to get the motion in second before speaking about it all?
Correct. Yeah. That has to pass first, and then we can consider the item anew. Consider it again.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay, and just for clarity, item number 30 is the one reading ordinance calling for a special election to be held on November 5th to repurpose the expiring Type A sales tax funding to Type B sales tax funding, et cetera. So we have a motion to reconsider that vote. Is there a second?
I need a second by the prevailing side.
Gil, were you?
I'm not on the prevailing
He's not on the prevailing side.
Oh, I thought we saw you grab your.
Second.
You have we have second. Okay. We have a motion and a second to discuss.
Oh, to discuss. We don't know why we're doing this yet.
Well, that's, I
I'm going to
think we need
explain
to
that in a
discuss
minute.
that, but we need the motion and the second to discuss. Yes, sir.
If we vote affirmatively to reconsider now, does it negate what we voted earlier? Or does that still stand?
No,
until we
it does
decide?
not until we take a second vote.
Okay, just want to confirm that.
Yeah. Right. So, Councilman Pusley, do you want to?
We got to vote first.
No, we have a motion and a second.
Well, they want to know why you want to reconsider. Is that correct?
Right. We want to discuss right now.
They want to
I
discuss your why you want to reconsider it.
All right, I'm prepared to do that. Okay, as everybody knows, I'll keep this real short. I've had a great deal of concern about revamping the ABC Center complex since I came here. Peter will attest to the first time I ever met him, it was one of the first things I ever brought up. I just think it's a valuable resource to this community, the amount of money it generates for our businesses and hotels and whatnot down in Corpus Christi, plus the fact that it provides for graduation ceremonies and all kinds of events that we have here in this community. It's one of the few places we have to do that. But in light of the fact of the discussion we had earlier, I would like to look at changing what we did. So originally we voted today to divide this sales tax into 2 parts, 50% for a citywide arterial street program that we have already identified, and actually the streets have been identified, and then 50% would go toward the for upgrading the ABC complex or the C district buildings that the city owns. But I'm willing to change that, and Miles has been working on the proper wording to leave the street section like we originally proposed it, but to add the military support to the second part. So they were on the phone with Stephanie to try to get the wording as to how we would need to do that. And I'm doing that so that Councilman Hernandez will, had brought this up several months ago, and so in fairness to his desires, well, I'm willing to, make that recommendation for a change. And I don't think it hurts anything. I think we still get money to put into our ABC and C District complex, and then support and show on a year-by-year basis that we are committed to and supporting our military operations here in South Texas, however we choose to do that. So.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Jesus Christ. Jiminy Crickets. Hopefully that can come out the way. I think too many times we're solutions in search of problems. We already support, our military has come here often indicating that, there's no better place in Corpus Christi, there's no better support that we get from Corpus Christi. All the DAG grants, all the support that we have. We moved a high school, or a high school was moved by the community for the sake of supporting the community, to a large expense to the community. And once again, I think right now we've got $100 million price tag that is needed for the convention center and arena complex, and we're pulling that to basically come up with a solution of a group of individuals that has already given us accolades, of which they're not even asking for it. And so I don't know how that helps to solve the problem that we have. I personally, with regard to the streets, I compromised. I still of the belief that 100% of it should go to the Convention Center complex and the C District. And I compromised because, a lot of my colleagues here felt that streets are important. And they are. In fact, I think in the last council meeting or one of the budget meetings, I requested how much money have we spent in streets in the last 5 years. And I think that number was $566 million that's been appropriated in the last 5 years.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilman, and it's nearly double. It's like 98% what we did the 5 years prior to that.
And so that was about $285 million.
Right.
And so, in addition, there's another $125 million this year.
Right.
That's being appropriated
122 million, yes, sir,
122
in this budget.
Total?
So in the past 5 years, the City Council has allocated $566 million for streets. That's 5 years of annual streets in the operating budget through bond programs, all sources. 5 years prior to that, it was half that amount.
And then plus 120.
Yeah, the 120s, that would be the 6th year. So the past 5 years, 24 going backward, 25 would be another year. So it's another 122. So 566 plus 120. Yeah.
So I think it could be argued that this community is committed to streets. So I say that, well, take the 10% out of the other side, if that's what you want to do. Take the 10% out of the streets.
Well, I'm not convinced that's what I want to do. I want to hear from you guys what y'all think.
Okay. Well, then I'm not gonna. I won't be so rough. I'm just a little impatient. 8:03.
8:03.
I know I've got a glass with some ice already ready for me.
I'm there with you, buddy.
So I'll drop back on that. Thank you.
And Councilman Barrera, I don't think, Councilman, you didn't mention a percentage, right? It would just be in the 50%.
Yeah.
And the Type B board would decide, annually.
I mean,
we're
already using Type B funds.
Yeah.
For the military already, and
right.
I think. We've already been there. I mean, they give us tons of accolades. I'm done. I know I haven't used 10 minutes, but I'm going to reserve it.
Your little timer's on there. Councilman Seckley.
I'm kind of like Councilman Barrera. I was going to say a lot of the same things. I mean, I'm extremely supportive of the military. I mean, obviously, CCAD and NAS are in my district. I mean, we've done the Admiral's House. We've done all these other things that we've done. The gas department works closely with them doing things. And so for us to carve out more money out of the American Bank Center, which in my opinion, there's not enough allocated in that 50% already to do the $190 million in things that have been identified amongst all those city assets. We're just carving into that even more. And back to my comment last week was, Roland saying, why don't we take it from the other 50%? I say take it from the side that we don't have defined projects, from the seawall and the erosion control. We have all this money over there for idea of seawall and erosion control, which we don't have projects. And now we're stacking up all these other needs on the other side. So I'm going to have a hard time supporting changing what we already did. And to the point of not making it confusing for our community, is this has been on the system since Friday, finalized, and people have been giving us feedback about the wording, giving us input. We made a few wordsmith changes today, but not changing it materially like we're now talking about doing. So,
okay.
Thanks.
Councilman Roy.
I'm a big proponent of the military as a combat veteran. And, one of the projects that's also close and dear to my heart is Sherrill Park, and the things that we said that we're going to do. We don't have the money to do it. I mean, we got the phase in terms of looking at the money that we gave Philip to come up with a plan, right?
Yeah.
But we don't have a way to really fund those things.
Well, we do for two. It'll be in the bond. It's in the bond.
Yeah. We have one of the phases for the helicopter and maybe the set.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the
whole thing.
I'm talking about the whole thing.
Yeah.
I understand that.
You're correct.
Because the way I look at it, we've already got the helicopter.
Yeah.
It's a done deal, but I'm just looking at the whole thing. But I kind of, one of the things that was the mantra early on is to keep it simple, keep it simple, keep it simple. Mm-hmm. And now at the 11th hour, we've complicated it again. And I think when we do that, it makes us look indecisive.
I withdraw my motion.
Yeah.
I do. I'm doing.
But can I just say one other thing?
No. Fine.
But if you really think that it's necessary, I agree with Councilmember Suckley. Put it on the other end. If you want to do something for the military, put it on the seawall part. Even though if you do that, I think it's going to convolute things.
Yeah.
And I do think we're doing a lot for the military.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
Go home. Thank you.
So I think we're done. Right, Miles? Then we took care of all the legal things. Okay. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.